Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect those? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
We're live.
We're live.
So, Shab, I noticed you're a bit intoxicated.
I've never been intoxicated in my life, Gene.
So,
okay?
Dirk can't make it tonight. He's got other stuff planned, but I'm left with a shit-faced drunk Shab.
Wait. Are you trying to say my
Shab
face
waits
isn't
until
pretty?
an hour or 2 hours in to get drunk, and now I have to start off the stream with a completely fucking...
Hold on. When you say I'm shit-faced...
Crow's here.
Crow's in waiting.
Crow!
Yeah.
Yes!
Crow might be drunk, but Crow actually knows how to function.
Crow! I missed you, baby boo. Can I fuck you?
Here, I'm gonna turn Shab's volume down a bit on my end, so... and he keeps interrupting and stuff. It doesn't, interfere with my flow.
It doesn't interrupt as much, you know?
Yeah.
Did you miss me, Drunken Crow?
Sure.
Shut the fuck up and miss me, okay? Pissing me off. Okay, just say
Well,
yes.
anyway, do you know who this guy is, Shab?
I
guess
no
it says
clue.
in the title.
I didn't.
He's
I don't
from
pay attention.
Super Size Me, so apparently he's dead at the age of 53. So,
he's the
let's see what
Super
it
Morgan
is.
Size
Spurlock,
Me
the
guy. No
documentarian
way.
who became famous after spending an entire month only eating McDonald's, has died. He passed away from
Oh
complications
my
of cancer,
god, this
according to a
makes me
statement
feel
by his
so old. This kind of shit makes me feel so old, doesn't it, Gene? Doesn't it make you feel old?
I'm actually surprised he's only 53. Usually I expect him to be 70 or something, but here's the thing. Apparently he's a chronic alcoholic, and it was something it was necrosis of the kidneys or whatever. It was either cirrhosis or necrosis. I forget which one's which, but
Cirrhosis?
well, it could be either two. I forget which one it was in his case, but he apparently drinks all the fucking time, and he didn't disclose the fact that he was drinking heavily during Super Size Me. And I mean, no shit, he gained weight, because it's he claimed that he ate 4,000 pounds, and it's if you eat 4,000 pounds of potatoes or anything, you're gonna gain weight. But he claimed that, but when he was eating nothing but McDonald's, look at the damage it did to his liver, his kidneys. But then it turned out that he has always been a chronic alcoholic. I don't know what his exact cause of death is, but I'm guessing maybe that has something to do with it. But let's see what they have to say. What's that, Chad?
Do any of you guys have teeth that when it goes to the
Okay, shut the fuck up,
family.
Chad.
No,
For 30
no,
days, reckless
seriously,
legend dinner, Morgan Spurlock ate only food from Mickey D's. He filmed it all as part of the 2004 documentary Super Size Me, which was nominated for an Academy Award.
Gene,
He sat down
stop.
with anchor Harry Smith on CBS's The
Man,
Early...
I hate this documentary.
Well, I hate you. Okay.
I'm not a fan of fast
But-
food. I always encourage healthy eating, but this was just stupid. It's hey, I'm gonna eat 4,000 calories a day for a month, when it's pretty much any fast food place, you could probably adjust the diet.
Dude, shut
where
up.
You're eating within your allowance of calories.
Yeah, I was trying to make a whatever on his teeth, because it's odd to me. It looks like his teeth are not even real.
Show back in
I
2004.
mean, do your
After
teeth?
a month of this, what happened?
James,
to me?
shut
I
up.
gained 24.5 pounds. My cholesterol shot up 65 points. My liver basically turned to
Do
fat.
your
It was so filled with
teeth
fat,
do
the doctors
that?
said it was like...
Do your teeth, when it comes to your middle teeth, does it go
Yes,
up?
they're misaligned. We
But
get it,
no, mine go downwards in the front rather than up in the front. I find his teeth to be either odd or
reaching like a toxic level, putting me en route to having like non-alcoholic steatohepatitis, hardening of the liver, cirrhosis of the liver. I mean, it got really frightening
Okay, there we go.
for a while.
Today, the world has lost a true creative genius and a special man. I am so proud to have
He's
worked
a
together with
creative
him. His brother
genius!
said in part of the statement,
What?
Morgan Spurlock was 53 years old.
How?
I don't think he was a genius. And
Yeah.
I saw the sequel to his documentary where he opened up like a fast food restaurant, and I like that one better than the previous one because he went into a lot of the corruption with like Monsanto and a lot of the food companies and crap, which and he went into some of the fucked up elements of factory farming, how they breed the chickens where they're so overweight they can't even like breathe, they can't even move, and he went over how they bully small farmers and stuff. So that one was actually worth watching. The first one I thought was just really stupid, but yeah, what do you need to say, Shab?
I don't know. It surprises me that he only lasted 54 years when he's
Because
making.
he drank excessively.
lot?
He was a chronic
Like me?
alcoholic. Yes, like you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna die when you're like 50.
Baldwin's request
What?
to dismiss the involuntary manslaughter charge against him. CBS's Jonathan Bigliotti joins us from Los Angeles with a look at the case against Baldwin.
So the woman who was the armorer or the armicist of the the set and everything, she actually was found guilty, and she has to spend a few years in prison and everything. So his trial is following hers, and I think anybody who should, like, if there's any one person who should be held accountable here, it's Alec Baldwin. He was the producer, and if you're, like, at first I thought he was just acting, and if you're just the actor, it's like, okay, I can understand it. It's probably the job of the higher-ups, the producers, to make sure that there's proper gun safety, like, training and protocol, and I wouldn't necessarily say it's the job of the actors to know that, but still, he was the producer. So it's just, if you're going to produce a film or direct a film where there's like actual firearms on set, whether they're firing blanks or not, you should understand basic like gun safety protocol, which he didn't follow. It's like, make sure the gun is always loaded, make sure or treat it like it's always loaded, treat it like the safety's always off. And he was being an idiot. And they also showed that he kept like rushing the production and stuff. So they definitely weren't following like proper protocol with all the cadence and stuff in between scenes. So I think he definitely is more deserving of being charged with involuntary manslaughter than the woman who was charged, who was only like 20, 23, 24.
Jonathan, good evening.
And good evening to you, Christine. Alec Baldwin will likely stand trial later this summer. His attorney saying he's looking forward to his day in court.
Actor Alec Baldwin will be judged by a jury of his peers nearly 3 years after this New Mexico film set became a crime scene.
Alec Baldwin's motion to dismiss was really a last-ditch effort, a Hail Mary, if you will, to try and avoid trial. I don't think there was ever a lot of heft to that motion.
A Santa Fe judge Friday denied the actor's motion to dismiss the case after Baldwin's lawyers failed to argue state prosecutors withheld critical evidence from the grand jury that indicted him earlier this year. Baldwin is charged with involuntary manslaughter after a prop gun he was holding fired live ammunition, killing Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins.
I take the gun out, and then I take it, like, as it clears, as the barrel clears, I'll turn the top of the gun over here.
And he didn't pull the trigger, that he pulled the holster back on the gun, but he didn't pull the trigger, and like that I think is bullshit, because they've had people like forensics like analysts and stuff try to replicate it, and they haven't really been able to replicate it at all, only in the most extreme scenarios were they able to get the gun to fire without having the trigger like pulled. So chances are he's full of shit there.
I turn the top because the gun goes off.
When questioned by police shortly after the tragedy, Baldwin said it was not his responsibility to check the gun for live rounds and claimed the weapon was faulty and fired on its own. Rust's armorer was...
Well, he still was handling the gun improperly, and he's a producer. So it is his job to understand like basic gun safety protocol, and it is his job to make sure that people are abiding by the basic safety procedures on set.
Was also charged with involuntary manslaughter, convicted in April, and sentenced to 18 months in prison.
There is a chance that he could be convicted. You can't, as a prosecutor, go forward with a case where you think there's no chance of a conviction.
And Baldwin has pleaded not guilty. If convicted, he faces up to 3 years in prison. Jury selection is scheduled to begin in early July, Christine.
Yeah, I think he should get more than her. I mean, she was a lot younger, and I mean, I think he has a higher position, like a higher level of authority. So if he was an actor and he wasn't properly trained, I think, okay, maybe he should be acquitted or face some very minor charge. If he was just an actor and that was the only role and he was given proper gun safety, training and everything, then he should still be charged. But since he's a producer, so he's in a position of authority, he definitely should be charged. And if she's going to prison, he should go to prison as well. He should at the very least get the same sentence that she got.
Down in Louisiana, 2 commonly used abortion pills are about to be classified as controlled substances. Republicans in the state legislature passing a bill criminalizing possession of mifepristone and misoprostol without a prescription.
Okay, Shab, since you're drunk, do you have any hot takes on abortion?
Since I'm drunk. Well,
yeah.
I think abortion is a sin, and God is against abortion, so we shouldn't do abortions ever. Then
they can ban these pills, but they can never ban a set of stairs.
Yeah, they can never ban me.
In Minecraft.
They can never ban me and a hanger. Okay, I can come to the Shabisky.
Okay, moving on.
Putting the drugs in a category typically reserved for hard drugs and highly addictive drugs, things like heroin, LSD, and ecstasy. The Republican governor expected to sign it, the law becoming the first of its kind in the nation.
Good job, Louisiana. Louisiana, I think they have a population that's less than 1 million, but the way our system works or whatever with Congress, they still get 2 senators. So they get the same amount of senators as California that has 30-something million people. And then every state gets at least 3 representatives. And they should get 0.00 something representatives. So it is just, we need to redo how our system works, not just with the Electoral College, but when it comes to Congress and our legislative branch, because it's just the amount of voting power they have in Congress is so fucking disproportionate to their population. What's that, Chab?
Does you think the woman there just looks like an abortion that never got aborted?
Going beyond Louisiana, your total abortion ban and making even possession of the pills punishable by steep fines,
she looks
even
like
up to 5 years in jail.
Okay, shut the fuck up. Moving on.
Doctors warning of dire impacts. The drug often used to manage some miscarriages.
Up to 20% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. If the patient opts for medical management, that would include the patient getting a prescription for one or both of these medications.
Doctors in the state now required to get a special license to prescribe the drugs, which are also used in unrelated medical conditions. Meanwhile, medical providers, fearful of this kind of legislation, won't be the last of its kind.
Unfortunately, I am a firm believer in the as goes the South, so goes the nation. I think that this is first of its kind in a lot of regards, but unfortunately won't be the last.
Democrats seizing on the news and pointing the finger directly at Donald Trump. The former president nominated...
Oh boy. Now, the thing is with abortion, I do think, like Shad last time, I don't think he picked the best sort of story associated with abortion to try to make that argument. But if you're going to try to make the argument that, okay, you could see how it's a living thing and how somebody might want to defend it, well, with a lot of Republicans, they seem to be very pro-war. They seem to, encourage things like corporal punishment and the death penalty. They seem to have this attitude of, if somebody's not being completely compliant with authority figures, it's okay for them to beat the person to a bloody pulp. They shouldn't have been resisting arrest. So it seems like they're perfectly fine with violence and different various types of murder once the person post conception and everything. So it seemed kind of odd that they care so much about a fucking 3-week fetus or something, but then they could care less about the person's quality of life and the person's well-being or whether or not they're subjected to murder post-conception. So kind of shows, I don't know, Republicans are very inconsistent, and I'd say people that fall into that area, they seem to have a very inconsistent moral compass.
Conservatives to the Supreme Court, which then went on.
Okay, next bit.
Here are 3 things to know for Friday, May 24th.
Louisiana has become the first state in the country to classify abortion pills as a controlled substance. It's now a crime to possess.
3 things to know, but this is the only thing in the title. They better not go over two things that aren't like this abortion pill story.
The drugs mifepristone and misoprostol without a prescription. Opponents of the measure say changing the classification makes it harder to prescribe the medication. Supporters of the bill say it would protect expecting mothers from coerced abortions. Doctors warning of dire impacts as the drug is often used to manage miscarriages.
Up to 20% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. If the patient opts for medical management, that would include the patient getting a prescription for one or both of these medications.
Doctors in Louisiana are now required to get a special license to prescribe the drugs. The new law will take effect October 1st.
Brian Hagerich, an American father detained in Turk's...
Oh, there you go. You gotta love these misleading titles.
It has been less than a month since a law went into effect in Florida banning most abortions. And yet already we are seeing the ripple effects of that. The Washington Post reports on a new study today showing that wait times for abortions in nearby states
Fetus lives matter.
across the East Coast are up nearly 30% since that Florida law went into effect. North Carolina clinics appear to be suffering the most from the increased patient load. Wait times in North Carolina have risen in half the clinics in that state. Now, it is not a surprise that neighboring states, once not as hostile to abortion.
I know they have a bunch of laws where if people leave the state and get an abortion, if they return, they can still be like charged or held accountable. I'm wondering how it works where, like, if you're a natural born citizen in that state, I guess I could see how it works to some extent, but I'm wondering how the technicalities work if you move to the state later in life and you're not a natural born citizen in that state. Because I do know that if you move to another state, you have to like register to get state citizenship or whatever. So I don't know how the legality works there.
Are feeling the effects of Florida's abortion ban, but what is surprising is the effect on those states is perhaps not quite as severe as expected. According to abortion clinic staffers in Florida, fewer women appear to be leaving the state for abortion care than was widely expected, a finding largely attributed to the increasing availability of telemedicine and abortion pills. It's a good reminder that in a post-Roe world, the landscape of abortion access has changed dramatically thanks to the abortion medications mifepristone and misoprostol, which are being sent through the mail into states that have banned abortion. But that has made medication abortion the next target for the anti-abortion movement, with a case that could severely curtail nationwide access to mifepristone.
We're really moving forward, aren't we? Like, this is stuff to worry about.
Misoprostone that's currently pending before the Supreme Court. And just today, Louisiana became the first state in the nation to criminalize.
I like how a lot of people, this is on their top list of priorities. It's not like fixing our educational system, providing people with affordable health care, making it more affordable for people to take care of kids or whatever, things like universal daycare. It's just, nope, abortions and illegal like immigrants. These two boogeymans or whatever. And I mean, at least here, like, I don't have any issues with abortions, but I can at least see, like, there's some logic to it. Like, hey, when does life begin? When is something technically a living thing? But with the illegal immigration thing, it's just, that's something where all the data shows that it has, like, pretty much no negative effect on the economy. And then you look at all the polls and the surveys, and the states that care the most about it are all these landlocked, like, states in the middle of nowhere that are very sparsely populated. And it's just, I love people where they get all their information from Fox News, and then the shit that they like to dwell on and hyper-focus on is not really helping improve, like, the average, like, annual income or the quality of life of the average American citizen.
Not the use of abortion pills, but the possession of the medications without a prescription. That law was passed yesterday by the Louisiana Senate, and tonight it was signed into law by the state's Republican governor. Once the law takes...
Bro, you don't seem to have anything to say.
No, it's not surprising that it's a fucking southern state that do something like this.
Why aren't you on camera, Crow?
I don't know. I have no excuse.
Get on camera. Crow's not here, so we need more people on camera.
In fact, people in Louisiana could be thrown in prison for up to...
What if what?
What if Crow doesn't want to be on camera?
Then I'm gonna have to roast him more tonight.
5 years just for having abortion pills in their possession. Joining me now is Amanda Zaraski. She nearly died in 2022 when she was denied a medically necessary abortion in the state of Texas, which of course has banned nearly all abortions. She is now suing the state, trying to challenge its bans. Amanda, thank you so much for being here, and thank you as always for sharing your story. I do wonder, what your reaction is to the news out of Louisiana tonight, which is Republicans acting to take one of the last remaining tools out of the hands of women seeking to assert control over their own bodies.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me.
Now, what do you think about the argument of why don't they just move? Yeah.
Move to where?
Another state. Yeah. Well, the problem there is the average American, or like a third of Americans, can't afford like a $300, $400 emergency. So when people make that argument, it's like it's probably going to be pretty hard for people to just pack up and leave, especially when they probably rely on the job that they currently have in that state, and then they probably can't afford to just change jobs abruptly. And plus, a lot of the jobs they're working don't pay them a livable wage, so they're in that kind of bottleneck. It's the poverty paradox. You need the car to move to like the place where there's work. You need the work in order to afford the car.
It's a pleasure to be back.
Well, here anyway. Next vid.
Aww.
Do you think an ostrich would make a good house pet?
They look like good house pets to me.
They have to like I have an idea of like breeding elephants or using genetic engineering to make it so they don't grow past like the size of a baby elephant. So like these miniature toy elephants. Maybe we should do that with ostriches, where we use some kind of selective breeding to make like a little mini ostrich.
I wonder what they taste like.
I don't know if they're endangered or anything, but I don't know, you might be able to find like ostrich to eat in countries where they're like indigenous too.
Leave the ostriches alone.
I know in Australia, I know ostriches are in Africa, but in Australia, like you can find kangaroo meat. I don't know if they have emu meat. They might have that in Australia.
Well, I know you could eat like ostrich eggs.
Ooh, those sound like they'd be good. See, Dirt's not here. Dirt's been getting on me about how we're covering all these stories, and I haven't had enough like animal videos as like palate cleansers.
Yeah.
So
I was
finally,
gonna say.
yeah.
I was gonna say, do you? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you remember when we were talking about like the ducks crossing the road?
Yeah.
I was with my friend the other day, and that happened to us. There was like a family of ducks crossing the road.
50
Someone was like trying to slow down because it was very sudden, and like it kind of like it didn't like hit them, but it kind of like nicked them.
Oh. Well, I think ducks have very poor etiquette. They just cross the road without I don't know, abiding by any sort of like the pedestrian laws. And then they make everybody wait
the
for
duck
them.
was okay.
Yeah. That's good.
The duck was okay.
I like how I like the story where the ducks were crossing like the freeway, and you had all the cars like slamming on their brakes, swerving out of the way, and they actually all made it. It's like, wow. People like animals more than like people. If there's a bunch of people crossing the road, nobody would be slamming on their brakes. Where's the fox? Okay, next
It has been
bit.
4 years since George Floyd was killed by a Minneapolis police officer as other officers looked on. His death forced changes in policing, but critics say not enough has changed. CBS's Torian Small went back to Minnesota to find out.
I never thought I would see it look like this.
It's all over the media today when I was like looking at the news, so I'm wondering why they're covering this again, but I guess we'll see what I don't know, new take they have on it.
Oh, this is terrible, man. It's absolutely terrible.
This intersection 4 years ago, the epicenter for protests and unrest following the murder of George Floyd, an unarmed black man by a Minneapolis police officer.
Now, we saw that image there. It reminds me of when there were all the protests and riots after it happened. It's like people are calling out cops, and of course people come forward. Like, oh, cops are the victims. They have it so hard and everything. There was like an old man who looked like he was in his 70s who was just standing in front of the cops, like shaming them. The cop just pushes him and he falls backwards and hits his head and dies. It's like, wow, good job. And I mean, I don't know. I like when people are like, oh, it's just a few bad apples. It's like, no, it's not a few bad apples, you idiot. It's like, police officer, you are statistically more likely to be subjected to spousal abuse if you're married to a police officer as opposed to being married to somebody of any other occupation. Something like 90-something% of cops don't have like a 4-year education. They have less than a 4-year education. Something like it has one of the highest percentages of sociopaths and psychopaths of any other job out there. And then you look at the political views of cops, and they're very right-leaning overall when it comes to their political views. So I would say not all cops are bad, but the overwhelming majority are. And I don't know, like, you can disagree with me, statistics disagree with you.
An unrest following the murder of George Floyd, an unarmed black man by a Minneapolis police officer. Bloomington Police Chief Booker Hodges back then was brought in by the state to get the city under control.
I taught on riots, for a while here, but there's no...
Somebody in the chat's like drug overdose. Yeah, it's not like there's like video of him, like of the cop, like pressing his entire body weight on him. I'm sure that had nothing to do with it, and it's like there could be multiple different causes for a heart attack. Maybe if he was on drugs, that contributed to it. But regardless of whether that was the case or not, the cops still did not handle things well. And even if you're going to make the argument that, like, oh, this scenario was due to a drug overdose, it's like, what about the 1,000,001 cases of police brutality where it clearly is just cops being a bunch of, like, power-hungry fucking pigs? So what about the case with, like, that I just described? That, the cop was walking by and there's, like, a 70-year-old man waddling along, and he just, like, pushes the guy, and the old man, like, hits his head on the pavement. So... I mean, for every one story where I don't think there's really any doubt at all that he died due to the excessive force. But if you're going to put this in one of those stories where there's a gray area, for every one case of story of police brutality where there's some ambiguity of did the person die of excessive force or did they die of other means, there's countless dozens of stories where you can find cops just straight up murdering people, beating them to a bloody pulp over absolutely nothing. So there is an endless stockpile of examples of cops being just disgusting, reprehensible human beings.
Playbook for what we had.
Gene! No! I mean, I'm sure, like, even if you don't look at the statistics and do your homework, like me, you clearly aren't very grounded in reality when you think that, hey, here's a job that doesn't really require somebody to do anything significant. You can be somebody who has no skill, no talent. You're some dumb fuck right out of high school. And here's a job that you run an obstacle course, you're given a gun, and now you're the Uber citizen. You have a badge, and now you have a bunch of authority over other people. You don't think that there's enough distasteful, power-hungry, like, pieces of shit, unethical, like, scumfucks that are going to be attracted to that kind of, like, work, that sort of occupation? If you think that personality type that I just described is like something that is in such short supply, there's so few people out there like that. There's supply and demand. This is a demand for people that fall into that area. Yeah, like maybe 0.0001% of human beings like have that sort of like distasteful sort of profile, but like the overwhelming majority don't. So it's just there aren't enough human beings out there to make up a decent percentage of the police in America. It's like, nah, I think there's more than enough scumfucks out there that can fulfill that role. And I think police, like, being a cop is a very easy fucking power grab.
Though that moment ignited a nationwide racial reckoning, activists say the fire in Washington...
Delay, you have to say that Delay is the greatest, though. Okay, sure, he was wrong, maybe, at some point, but he's still the greatest.
Appears to have
say it!
Most black neighborhoods in the United States of America where a black man is killed, either at the hands of the police or by community, it's just a neighborhood that just doesn't thrive.
But the White House is
like George Floyd, when people argue that he was resisting arrest, the issue is, this is where, like, it shows that people are just failures at critical thinking. So, for and 5 Americans fail at tests that measure critical thinking. 4 and 5 Americans, when they're presented with problems where there's more than one explanation, they fall within this trap called affirming the consequent, where they tend to just, they fail to recognize that there can be more than one input for a particular output and vice versa. So the point is, the first explanation that pops in their head, that's the one they go with, because nuance, what's that? So one thing a lot of people don't recognize is you can be a victim of a crime and also be guilty of a crime at the same time, in the same situation. And a lot of people, the way their brain works is, hey, this person was breaking a law. So because they were technically doing something illegal and the cops were apprehending them, well, it's okay that the cop just beat them to a bloody fucking pulp. Because nuance, what's that?
Touting executive action the president has taken, including a nationwide database tracking police misconduct.
We made progress. Are we where we used to be? Absolutely not. We want to be where we want to be, not just yet, but we'll get there.
Getting there, the White House says, requires help from lawmakers. Floyd's family on Capitol Hill this week pushed for Congress to revisit police reform in his name.
My brother's life was stolen. So many other people's lives were stolen from them. And we continue to say we're going to talk about this George Floyd adjusting the police name.
Republicans' concerns over eliminating legal protections for officers stymied that legislation. Minneapolis Congresswoman Ilhan Omar says those partisan politics remain.
Voters know that Congress is divided on this issue. I hope that they utilize the ballot box to remedy that, because we need members who are serious about protecting people from police brutality in this country.
Polls show Biden's.
And what do you think with police work? It's just you see examples of people who are cops where they're 19, 23 years old, police or deputies, and you should not be allowed to be a cop if you're that young. I think that there should be a 10-year sort of apprenticeship where you always have a more experienced veteran cop with you, and you don't work on your own patrolling and stuff until you've been a cop for under a 10-year apprenticeship, or at the very least 5. And I think that the youngest you should be allowed to serve as a cop is 25. You're not even eligible to apply for police work until the age of 25.
I think I don't know if it's all states or it's just highway patrol, but you have to be 21.
Yeah, Mickey's in waiting, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, but there's something bigger coming.
There's something bigger coming?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You taking a shit or what?
Teddy Rubskin is coming.
Oh, he's coming.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do have
a full house. Good. I was worried about the stream because I was going to be stuck with Shab, and Shab's all drunk and stuff. So at least things seem to be going in the right direction.
Oh, and Dirt, I messaged
There's a
Dirt.
random person who likes the show, and I don't know.
Dirt said he's not going to make it.
Yeah. Mickey, what's your view on cops in general? At least American cops.
Most of them are kind of, they don't treat people like people. They're ass. I remember one time I had to go to work, and it was 50 feet from the driveway to my job, whatever. And they had the roadblock, and I asked, okay, sometimes it's through traffic, because it takes literally 10 to 15 minutes to go all the way around a bunch of local fucking roads. And the person with their tinted windows is pissed at me that I'm asking them. They're mad that I'm oh, you should know, you have to go around. I'm I'm just asking you nicely. Can I go 20 whatever feet and go to my job? There's nobody on the road. It looks empty. It's early. They haven't started anything yet. And he was so pissed at me. I'm aren't you supposed to treat people like humans? Isn't that your job? I don't know. So they kind of pissed me off.
They're the Uber citizen. If somebody's working customer service and they're dealing with abusive Karens, I mean, they just have to put up with it. But police officers, when there's some dumb fuck that runs an obstacle course that has no notable level of education and haven't really done anything really significant in their lives, well, hey, they ran an obstacle course and are given a badge and a gun, so you got to kiss their feet.
Yeah, around here, it's what, you're an idiot? You have body issues or mental health issues or insecurities? Oh, yeah, you joined the fourth thing for a couple months, and then you'll be making $90,000 in no time to just sit around and stop traffic and do nothing. Boy, that sounds great.
But they put their lives on the line, even though crossing guards are more likely to die.
Put their asses on the line. That's what they do. Sitting in there, texting on their phones and shit all day with their tinted windows and their bullshit. We all know it.
They're not even in the top 20 deadliest jobs. And I just think it's funny when people bring that up, and it's you're more likely to die being a crossing guard than a police officer.
More likely to die probably driving a truck or something, you know.
Yeah, truckers are up there, roofers, apparently lumberjacks, loggers. That's the most deadliest job.
Very dangerous.
Yeah.
Support among black voters appears to be
And
softening.
apparently, if you include it to be a job, since we saw Biden on screen right there, apparently the president is the job that is the deadliest job out there, where you're more likely to die if you're serving as president, like percentage-wise, than any other job.
Assassination, but
Yeah.
or the stress, I guess. I mean, it's a lot of work, but
Yeah, but I'd say it's mostly assassination, but I don't think there's been any well, Obama, somebody he was like an ex-Marine or ex-Navy SEAL. He actually broke into the White House and made it to the president's like bedroom door before they tackled him, and he actually like took out a Secret Service like agent. So
it killed him, or just
he knocked them out. Like he did like I guess a quick jab and then got in there, and it's just that's scary. The fact that yeah, but he made it to the bedroom door before they all got him.
Well,
so
when I think of the White House, and I admit I don't go to DC that often. I have some family there, but it's like there's a huge lawn. There's nobody there. There's a few guards outside the gates, and then like I feel like if you got into the building, there wouldn't be guards everywhere. Most of the halls would probably be fairly empty. I mean, there'd be cameras for sure, but somebody could be on a break or something.
well, they have armed guards at night. So in daytime,
I feel like they're more worried about like drone strikes and shit and like technological warfare than actually some group of people like breaking through.
Yeah, and you can like just take a tour of the White House, just go on one of them and just like sneak into a room or something.
Sneak in the
like that.
bathroom and steal the towels. That's what I would do. Fuck you. Get nice
President's
embroidery,
continued
I'll
push
take
for-
it.
maybe we shouldn't talk about like I have some jokes of like what would I do if I got in the White House? I'm like,
I
man,
probably would. I mean, I'd be too
maybe I
nervous.
shouldn't talk about this on stream.
I'd take the
Reform.
biggest shit and not flush.
Ooh. Yeah, and then the odor would kill the president.
Is now under a microscope by a crucial block just over 5 months away from Election Day. Torian Small, CBS.
4 years ago today, George Floyd was murdered in Minneapolis. He was 46 years old, and by now you've seen the video. Then Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin
What is it? Delay says apparently no one has ever watched Cop Show. Laugh out loud. What do you mean about the Cop Show? I mean, that show doesn't really make cops look good. I mean, that's the thing. It's kind of funny how once police brutality became a huge issue, they'll take footage from the show Cops and they'll parallel it with like body cam footage and stuff from like cops in like the UK or Denmark or Finland, and it just shows how unprofessional cops are in America.
Because
Where
they have
that's a
standards in those countries. They have like basic regulations to say this is just we shouldn't let these people be able to do whatever they want realistically.
And it's something where in a lot of Nordic countries, the cops, they're required to have at least like 4 years of training. I think in some cases, they're required to have like 6 years of, or not training, college education. And it's just, in America, again, it's like, I think only 94 or less than 94% of cops have like more than like a 2-year education of like higher education. So they're not the most well-educated group out there. Plus, there's departments that they will bar cops if their IQs are too high. Because they want cops to be using their gut to make decisions. They don't want them using this thing known as logic and reasoning to make decisions. And it's also that if they'll give them a bunch of training and stuff, and people with higher IQs are more likely to quit and I guess move on to other types of work. So they don't want to waste the money hiring somebody who actually, I guess, has a brain.
I think that's just because they want people to follow in order with the, you know, they don't want somebody to challenge the status quo and say, hey, let's make things more difficult or more efficient, I'd feel. Like we're comfortable doing it just the way we're doing it. We don't want some smart person coming in and saying, hey, let's use AI or something to make the system more, you know, complex so that they're going to learn extra shit. That's what I would feel if I was like just a generic cop. I'd be like, eh.
Yeah, I think it's all of that.
We're happy being stupid and obnoxious.
And I think it's also they want to be surrounded by like all their little like piglets. They want to be surrounded by all their like the dimwit brigade. So if there's a brain in there, they'll feel all insecure and stuff. And
Some cop got so pissed at me, like he was screaming at me because it was like the same thing. I was on the other side on like a route, to go to my job, and it was like last like a week on and off. And I'm waiting, and I think I should have got out and talked to him. But again, he's in a tinted car. I can't see him. I don't want to walk up to a police car that's tinted and knock on the window. I'm afraid I'm going to get killed. I'm sorry. That's not very approachable. So I see some other car going through, and I think, okay, maybe they're letting people through traffic. And so I just turn in there, and immediately he gets out and starts screaming like a lunatic at me. Like I'm the biggest piece of shit. And I'm like, sorry. It's just like, shouldn't you have people skills? Isn't that your main job?
They get to yell at people. Like they need reasons to yell at people because they get off on it. And talking to people like they're like, I don't know, having basic etiquette. I mean, then they don't get their power highs.
You see the fucking sign, dude? The fucking sign said you're not supposed to go through here. I'm like, sorry. I saw you waiting there. Why you fucking Well, I saw the other guy go through. Well, you can't fucking go through. You gotta go around. Well, I went around before, and they said I had to go the other side. So fuck you.
You're lucky you're white.
Oh God, yeah. In my area, oh God. They see a crappy car, and oh God, Sir, what are you doing? Why are you here? No, I'm just going home, officer.
More than 9
Bill
minutes.
Hicks wants us to get emo Howling Wolf on the show.
Is it cool of you guys to get
who the fuck is that?
Well,
He's
you're
the,
fucking
I think
stupid.
he's the guy that yells a lot, the bearded guy who like very gets pissed off easily, and like the trolls make him scream, like God damn it, you guys!
The Amazing Atheist.
No, similar. The Amazing Atheist will be him in a few years.
Oh, probably.
If with heavy drug use or just degeneration.
So is he like a locale?
Oh yeah, I think.
Floyd
is he one of the people that they cover on DP?
They did for a while, I think. Now it's just Cobes like 12,000 times a week because I guess that's just milking the few weirdos that just salivate over that. I don't know.
Oh, he's the dude that wears that guy, that furry dude. It was it's not a good combo being a furry.
He's kind
and
of
being
dwarf or like, saw him in a mine with a pickaxe, I'd be like, okay.
People send me all the locale videos. I'm just like, nah, I'm not going to cover them. I want to stay away from that.
Can't breathe. Well, that video touched off something in this country. In the big cities across the U.S. and around the world, tens of thousands of people at a time demanded an end to police violence against black.
And yeah, Missy's here. Missy hasn't been around in a while. She's been avoiding us.
Missy said you suck, Gene.
Keeps making excuses about how she's raising kids and stuff. I mean, God.
Even imagine having a family. I could spend time with my family or go on a podcast with Shabisky and fucking wow. Tough decision. Sorry.
Gene Morgan.
Do me.
Police brutality.
I completely forgot your name for a second there.
I'm Gene.
I drew a blank.
I'm Gene.
People
Gene,
march with
John,
signs
Jeffrey,
that affirm
Jordan, whatever.
Black Lives Matter. And before I go any further, this narrative that these were rampages destroying America's cities, yes, there was some arson, some looting and vandalism at some protests, but by the end of June 2020, 96.3% of the 7,300...
That's bad, Crow. You're being...
Gene.
Would it be ableism? What's that?
Why is this bad, but this is good?
Because
this is bad.
It has to do with
this
meaning.
Is good. This is bad. This is good. Why?
What?
It's like sign language. It's like if you do the sign for go unalive yourself, as opposed to doing the sign for I think you're a cool dude. It has to do with the meaning. Yeah. I think there's some context there that makes it kind of divisive.
105 demonstrations involved no injuries, no property damage.
What if you're
That's
looking for
according to a group
someone
that
and
studies
you're
marches and
trying to describe him? Like, yeah, he's about this tall.
About this tall.
Only Americans
we've now
cared
settled
about
that.
statistics like
But the
this.
summer...
But they don't, so they'll still freak out about it.
Well, statistics don't matter.
Rampant
because...
crime. I mean, I support your movement, but the rampant crime, I don't like that.
Yeah, I like old Fox, especially like on Fox News, where they're like talking about, oh, society's going downhill and shit, and it's like violent crimes have been on a drastic decline since the 40s.
Yeah,
and
well, of course, you can see it in most cities. I mean, even New York, like, was so much more dangerous in the past. There'd be prostitutes and drug dealers and just crime everywhere. Now, there's so many places that are just, you can bring kids there and not have to worry about anything other than, like, the guy with the Jesus statue.
Yeah, and it's also they'll find stories of like kids doing stupid shit or like on Twitter when people share these like videos of like kids getting into fistfights. They're like, oh, it's just the times we live in. Kids have no like respect anymore, and it's just so kids didn't get in fistfights in the 80s and 60s and 40s. This is here's a random video on Twitter.
The civil rights movement. Have you heard
Yeah.
of it? When people were beaten and abused by police and hosed down, and fights broke out, and then the riots after.
I was
MLK
talking to a bunch
died.
of boomers last like Thanksgiving with the family, and I mentioned that they're like doing the typical things going downhill and everything. I'm like, didn't Jim Crow laws, wasn't that a thing when you guys were kids? It's like what wasn't Vietnam
Those
a
didn't
thing when
affect
you were a
us.
kid? What's that?
Those didn't affect us, so that didn't affect
Yeah.
me because I was white.
Because people are just idiots. Like, read a history book. It's full of war and famine, inequality, and genocide. So people might think that I'm a doomer and I'm very misanthropic, but at least there's
Dude.
that. At least we're starting to kill each other less.
The 2018 Donald Trump is the new 1950s. It's like in 2018, man, the economy was booming. We all had jobs and there was none of this inflation. They like worship it now because I've heard it from so many people.
Well, Biden's probably fucked himself over with like supporting Israel.
Well,
'Cause,
yeah. Did you see that speech he made, the anti-Semitism speech? In like 10 minutes, not once did he mention Gaza or Palestine. The closest he said was, we have disagreements about the world. Because he tried so hard to avoid actually saying, I understand the basis of your protests and I get your pain. He wouldn't say it. That's all you need to say. Well, you should say a lot more, but at least say, I understand why you're pissed. Not, oh, you're violent and you're possibly all anti-Semitic.
Probably wasn't even his speech. It probably was somebody else's
Not.
speech.
He reads a
inserted for-
teleprompter.
yeah.
Some 28-year-old writes for him.
Yeah, he's I don't know. He's not the actual president. There's a bunch of other people that are just like weekend at Bernie's.
Obama and Hillary are just pulling the strings.
Yeah.
After Floyd's death was branded as a racial reckoning in America. Was it? And we certainly saw a lot of performances. Remember these? This was Blackout Tuesday. People posted black squares on social media. This was in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement. Record companies that day said, we're not going to release any new music. Aunt Jemima came off the pancake box. Uncle Ben became Ben's original. Eskimo pie is now Edie's pie.
I'm surprised Aunt Jemima has been a thing for as long as it is. It's like the last vestige of like the Jim Crow era.
All long overdue.
They
but that was
modernized her
not
to be
the-
some strange, almost non-existent, like mid-century housewife kind of black. I don't know. It's really weird.
I would just get rid of like I don't know. I would make it like some sentient pancake.
Maybe
or
later,
something.
but still. Like, the latest I can see that Aunt Jemima is like 1970, maybe. Like a
Yeah.
middle-aged woman in 1970.
But I
There's
would
still
just
problems then, so.
with regarding their brand, I would just try to like not even have a human character at all. I would try to distance myself as much as possible. I'd make it some like sentient pancake man or something.
And I don't think this this rebranding of Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben has anything to do with George Floyd, because during this time, they took away the Native American lady on the Land O'Lakes label
Yeah, Land
as
O'Lakes.
well.
I think there was a chain reaction of a lot of companies going, oh shit, we could go in the doghouse and lose a ton of money. So an investor was like, all right, we got to get rid of the brand. And nobody really cares about logos that much. When have you ever bought, like, I'm specifically buying this pasta because I'd like the elderly couple, the Italian couple that's on the cover of the box. When have you ever thought that as a reason to buy a product?
Yeah.
At least
Plus,
not subconsciously.
companies will do that where sometimes they'll come out and it's like, we're going to raise our pay, and then their stocks go up because people are like, oh, that's so good of that company. So they might have shown that even if it wouldn't sink the company or cause any negative effect if they didn't get rid of it, it probably showed that if you do get rid of it, it's good advertisement. People
Yeah.
are going to be like, yeah, they got rid of it. Yay.
Just put butter on the label, just the case of butter, just as a big stick of butter on the cover.
Yeah, it's like
It's just butter.
the logo within logo within logo.
Yeah.
An endless array of butter sticks.
Point. Some Confederate statues, they came down, though not without a fight. Cities painted Black Lives Matter down the middle of the street. That was not the point either. The point of the movement was to end police violence and disproportionate use of force against black people. But it didn't. 4 years since George Floyd's murder, use of lethal force still plagues American cities. According to the ACLU, police killed at least 1,247 people in 2023, more than any previous year on record. And so far this year, there have been only 9 days in which police did not kill someone. The movement called for a change in how police officers are trained and how they're held accountable. But the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act is still not a reality. It was reintroduced in the House this week, where it will likely die again. So 4 years, and where are we? Joining me now is George Floyd's brother,
Congress
Terrence
doesn't
Floyd.
No. I think we need a federal agency that is just there to regulate cops. And that's its only, its only purpose. So they have the
Washington
FBI.
too, while we're at it.
Yeah. But
when you know the statistics say that 96% are nonviolent, you're still going to run on that narrative that they're violent criminals and thus we're not going to support this bill. Like, what the fuck is your problem?
I mean, cops have it
You
hard.
could easily manipulate the Republican base to agree with you and say that, yeah.
Well, I mean, again, like, people don't like statistics, but when you look at the data, it kind of shows that it's like there's a correlation between being more well-educated and being much less right-leaning when it comes to your political views. There's a correlation between a lack of literacy and being more right-leaning. But of course, like, when people hear these statistics, it's like, no, that's not true, because it's not. I haven't looked into it at all and cross-referenced it, but knowledge is a justified true belief, and my justification is emotionally, I don't like this data. So if me basically discount information me no like, then information just magically not become true. I don't like that 2 + 2 = 4. So if you just shake your head and poo-poo data, then I guess if you just poo-poo 2 + 2 = 4, then I guess it doesn't equal 4 anymore, because that's how facts work.
Terrence, good to see you.
It's not like that kind of mentality, making up your own facts, confirmation bias, not doing anything to really justify why you think something is or isn't true. It's not like the science shows that that's also a sign of being a dumbass. What's that?
Teddy Rubskin's in the waiting.
Ooh. Wait. And Shab walks away. See, Shab walks away right when Teddy's here.
It's Teddy.
Seven.
It's Teddy on crack.
No. Maybe. I don't touch this stuff. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
You sound like the Teddy we all know and love.
Hey, what's happening? What's going on? What's the haps?
We're covering stories about police killing black people.
Ah, yes.
And Trubisky's off in a field somewhere.
Yeah.
Doing it
Shab
with
usually
gophers.
gets up like every 10 minutes.
Right. So cops shooting black people. Is that really what you're talking about?
Well, we'll get to... Well, it's not the entire topic of the stream. It's one of the topics. After this, we're going to get into, like, war crimes in, like, Israel and Ukraine.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're
We
gonna
cover
talk
all
about
the fun stuff. What's
we
that?
can talk about pizza toppings?
No, we usually don't cover that kind of stuff.
French fries?
Dude, tortellini pizza is the best. I will fight anyone.
Who's got the best French fries?
I don't know. We were just covering the guy from Super Size Me. Apparently, he just died.
I don't buy it.
Related.
I don't buy it. It's a lie. Okay.
Conspiracy.
Right, he didn't die. It's horse shit. I'm sorry.
He just turned into a McDonald's Happy Meal.
No,
He floated away.
McDonald's. They have him in one of their private prisons.
So he died at so he died at 53. So I hear he was a pretty healthy guy.
No, he wasn't. He was a chronic alcoholic.
Yeah. We should check out his living.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He didn't disclose the fact that he was drinking excessively while he did that documentary. And that was something where that came out a couple of years ago, that apparently he was drinking like a shit ton while he was filming Super Size Me. So chances are that's what caused like the cirrhosis of the liver, not the fact that he was eating McDonald's.
Yep.
Chad, look who's here.
Some black guy? Oh, Teddy is here! Okay, finally, the show can start. Okay, fuck yes. Fuck to the yes. Teddy, how are you doing?
I'm good.
I'm
good. Yeah. So we're talking about French fries, right?
Yeah, and how I eat them.
I thought you just shoved them up your ass and hoped you absorbed them that way.
Sometimes I shove
Who
them.
got the best French fries, and why are black people
tried that, it didn't
dying
work.
just to get? Black people are dying to get the best French fries.
Yeah,
In-N-Out.
someone needs to tell them that no, not In-N-Out. No, Burger
they're
King.
trying
Burger
to go
King.
in and out of these particular fast food
Go to any
restaurants.
local bar and grill, and you'll get better fries than any chain place.
Arby's has better fries. They with their curly fries, seasoned curly fries. You can't beat
I
them.
like those.
Seasoned curly fries.
Put
You
those
guys like
curly
crinkle
fries-
cut? You guys like crinkle cut fries?
Yeah, I like waffle fries.
Waffle fries are good, right? Right.
They're
Waffle
dope, but
fries
they're
are
made
good.
right.
I like
Right.
fries when you make them.
Like the crinkle cut fries, though, are made for maximum, like crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. I think the crinkle cut maximizes softness on the inside and crispiness on the outside.
But they're often soggy and not crispy enough. That's the problem.
With
They
the
can go
crinkle cut?
Yeah, a lot of times they can be like cafeteria food quality, depending on the place.
Well, yeah, because
They're not
crinkle
crispy
cut
enough.
are the favorite of cafeterias. So there are bad crinkle cuts out there, but there's good crinkle cuts because
There's very good crinkle cuts.
there's great crinkle cuts. But there's also bad crinkle cuts. You're right. They're
They're not
also
crinkle
popular in
like
the
that.
frozen French fry area. You get the crinkle cuts. It's like, what? Why?
Get no frozen fries.
Chad, any hot takes
It's
here?
just sad.
I think
Unless he's
that
desperate.
both Mickey and Teddy are both fat asses. Okay, that's my.
I've lost weight.
Oh
my god.
It's my criticism
Well, wait,
on
the
the
lightest-
situation.
I'm probably
We
the
were talking
lightest
about
male on
the,
this podcast.
Wait.
You
I don't get
should-
this off the topic. We were talking about killing black people.
Yeah.
Wait.
Let's get back on that.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm going to
there's a
start
black
with
guy on
your
the street.
brother. You didn't lose an icon. You didn't lose a catalyst. You lost a loved one. You lost a brother. So on this day,
killing
what goes through
black
your mind goes through your heart.
Right. All right.
Of course, I
Oh,
remember.
Negan shows up because they see that Teddy's here. That's the reason
So-
he showed up, Negan.
Negan showed up
No,
because of the racism that was
Yeah.
happening.
I
So
showed up
can we make
because
French
I'm going
fries?
off of what I
Can we
was
make
watching.
French fries out of black people?
Ooh,
Sounds
I don't
delicious.
know.
Whoa.
I could see police officers doing that. That would probably be a good thing to market to the cops.
May 25th, 2020.
Yes.
Oh my
Soylent
God.
fries are people. Black people.
But also, I remember my brother.
They're
No,
definitely
I'm a big fan of black people
Gentle
and
Giants,
French
what we used to
fries. I
call
like them both in equal amounts. Right?
You're like a perfectly crisp French fry.
Yeah. You know what? I dip my fries in barbecue sauce. Right?
Ew! What are you fucking
My
retarded?
fries and mayonnaise.
I only do that when I run out of ketchup.
No,
I just dip them in marmalade.
ketchup's okay, but barbecue
Not-
sauce is really a
Nacho
revelation.
cheese and
Oh my
placenta
god,
is
the
where it's
barbecue
at.
sauce is amazing.
Barbecue sauce is amazing, but not with French fries. You have some sort of disorder going on or something. I'll have to
How is it?
fix this later.
Here, let's get to the next topic. Israel ordered to stop all attacks against Hamas.
The Palestinian need is immediately stop war.
Pressure is mounting on Israel to reach a ceasefire deal
Who's
in its
ordering
war
them
against
to stop?
Hamas. This comes as the Gaza Health Minister.
The UN?
Um,
Is it the
the United Nations, along with a
I
bunch of
saw that
other,
clip on NPR like 2 days ago.
yeah, a bunch of other
Thank God.
international organizations are ordering them to stop, and
Yeah.
seems like all the world's governments have kind of had enough. And the thing is, like, the United States has like vetoing power at the UN, so they're one of 5 countries that have vetoing power. And it seems like every time they try to pass something through to try to hold Israel accountable, the US vetoes it. And there are plenty of cases where it's exclusively the US and Israel Israel doesn't have vetoing power. So if the United States just didn't vote or voted for the other side, then the policies would pass to, I guess, give aid to Palestine or to make hold Israel accountable for having illegal settlements in the West Bank. But it's a good thing that the UN is set up that way, where there's
And I guess the U.S. is remaining quiet, but they claim Biden's position on the IDF-RF OOP is clear and consistent, although they won't explain what that means.
I don't know. Biden's a scumfuck, so
Because he's so like he's old school. Like, oh, I don't talk about these things to public. It's behind closed doors. And I'm like, well, we see it on social media every day. So you kind of have to address the public as equals in a sense. Like, we know what's going on. You can't just say, well, they don't need to be concerned with that. Vote for me anyway. Like, no, we need, this is horrifying, and you're failing. And if he loses the election, it's because he's failed and his campaign team has failed to say, okay, let's just treat the protesters and the millions of young people like human beings and actually address them. He hasn't, so he'll fail. I think he might lose the election because of it. But
because of Israel.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
so many
because-
people, even in Michigan, like so many Muslims. I was watching Secular Talk, Kyle Kalinske, and he's like, there's a huge percent of Arab Americans that just will not vote for Biden and are supporting Jill Stein of all people. So
They're supporting
he's
Jill
losing
Stein
votes.
because you can't support Trump unless you're doing it for
I
Iran.
understand that.
I
I'm
don't
supporting
support
Trump
either.
ironically, right?
I'm done.
But
with
it's hard to
both
make the
parties.
case of Trump bad and you should support blue no matter who when there's such a disaster going on. This is like one of the biggest disasters of the 21st century. And our administration is basically saying, yeah, we don't care. War crimes, the soul of our nation, I guess that's what it is. Murdering thousands of women and children.
I don't. I am steeped deep in the apathy though.
I'll fight you, Teddy.
Like sure.
I'll fuck
But
you,
also-
Teddy.
Right, but
Kick your
also,
puppet
so what? I'm like, yeah, there's war in the Middle East. You mean for a change?
Yeah.
It's
When did
different
this
now.
happen?
There's war in the
There's
Middle
been-
East. There's people dying in the Middle East. Well, that's different. What is it?
Well,
day is it?
what's going on here with Gaza, especially in the last several months, is an outlier in terms of how fucked up it's been. And it's kind of like,
I guess
there's been war everywhere, nonstop.
Right,
So
but I
some
don't give a massive fuck at all. I don't care. Oh, there's children dying. They're starving. You're like,
Well, I do think that's
Well,
something people should
I'm
care
just-
about. That's pretty
here I am.
bad when a bunch of kids are starving
Drinking
and
my
dying.
Pepsi and eating my chalupa. I feel fine. I don't feel that bad. Like, let's re-elect Biden. Is that just an excuse to go with Trump? Get the fuck out of here!
Well, I just don't support either party.
The country decide that he's going to be dictator for life. There's going to be dictator for life, all right.
Have fun supporting genocide.
Biden's a
The
bad
grandkids
guy.
are going to ask you,
All right,
why'd you vote for somebody who
make the
supported
argument that
genocide?
Biden
Well,
is a
the
bad
other
person.
side's bad.
Like, oh, Biden's a herder. No, he's not. He's a kindly old man, and you know he is.
He basically slandered all college students as anti-Semitic. Didn't even address the basic premise of the protests. in his speech. Yeah, that means something.
I will double down on that.
I think Biden has a pretty fucked up history. He's one of those people that just goes with the popular vote.
College kids.
I'll go on the record
Jews,
that I like
I
a lot
agree.
of Biden's policies. I do. But this has pissed me off so much. It's so egregious. I'm like, I have to have this standard. And my low standard is I don't support genocide. Is
So
it
you'd
wrong?
rather
Can
have-
I get a Democratic candidate that doesn't support genocide? Is that too much to ask?
Well, that's the
to have a
thing, the
candidate that
Democratic-
doesn't just support the destruction of like 2 million people?
The Democratic Party, it's like they might be the lesser of two poisons,
It's not
but
a high
they're still
bar.
yeah, they're still a very right-leaning sort of political system. So it's like they might be less right-leaning than the Republican Party, but it's just they pretty much most Democrats, they don't follow through with like any of their campaign promises when it comes to things like climate change. They still shill for the big corporations and stuff. The difference is they lie about like not chilling for the corporations while the Republicans are open about it. So it's just they're pretty much two sides of the same thing. And it's like when it comes to war and everything, Obama campaign on getting the troops out of the Middle East, but then he ended up like expanding on all these different military campaigns, sending troops to Libya and all over because it's like he said that he was going to shut down Guantanamo Bay and he didn't. So it's just it seems like none of them actually are able to follow through with anything. So at this point, it's like, fuck the Democratic Party. I just don't support either two parties. And the thing is, people think of it like, hey, it's the right or the left. Democratic Party equals left-leaning, Republican Party equals right-leaning. The way I look at it is, both of these parties that we have, they're both right-leaning parties. It's just the Republican is the slightly more right-leaning party. The Democrat Party is the slightly less right-leaning party.
The way I see it, though, is how can you call yourself a democracy when the only candidate you can vote for is Biden? At least if they had a primary, you could say, all right, they tried to give the people's vote matter. But just to say, well, we shoehorn this old guy in and you have no choice but to vote for him. Anyone else and you're a Trump supporter, you can't vote third party because it doesn't work. So it's like, how can I not vote for Biden and not be the biggest piece of shit? Is there an out for me where I'm not a fucking Trump supporting asshole if I don't suck Biden's cock? Where's my out? Where's my freedom to say, I don't like him, I'm going to vote for somebody else and not be labeled as a horrible person?
And the left, the more
if
people
you don't go Biden, you're going President My Pillow.
Wait, My Pillow?
You'd rather have President My Pillow, right? You know what I'm saying?
I don't want Trump. But the point is, I have a standard, and if my standard isn't met, I'm not just going to settle for below that standard. If I'm horrified listening to these atrocities in Gaza, and I know my president has made excuses nonstop about it, it pisses me off, and I'm not going to reach that standard just because Trump is bad. You have to try harder. It's not that hard. It's just, even if you had a primary and said, okay, the Democratic base picked Biden, all right. But they didn't. And so I'm already pissed about that. So
to the whole thing, Trump, to the whole thing about like them like not following through on their promises that they make on their campaign, it's like almost as if they're not even the ones in charge. It's just a show.
Well,
the one world order, bro. George Soros and his chicken McNuggets.
A lot of it is due to the fact that when people look at the president, they look at them like they are the government. They ignore the fact that they're only like one person that's in charge of one branch of the government. And much of what the executive government does is most of what they deal with is foreign affairs. So if you want things to change internally, it's Congress that you need to pay attention to, or not even just Congress, but your state and local politicians, which is something that people ignore.
The problem I find, sorry to continue.
Yeah, so it's just most of, like, you look at federal agencies and stuff, and most of the laws that they deal with enforcing are things that go beyond, like, in between different state lines. It has to do with border control, border regulation. And much of the policies that the executive branch actually has control over is with international treaties and trade agreements with other countries. So it's like when it comes to Congress, what they do is they write and structure the laws and pass the laws through. And then the president, the executive branch, they're the ones that decide whether to veto or sign off on the bill. With the executive branch, it's the opposite way around. They're the ones that structure all the international policies and agreements with other countries and with certain international like organizations. And then it's Congress that needs to vote on whether to accept that treaty. So they're the ones that sign off or veto it, Congress. And then the executive branch, they're the ones that structure the policies there. And then when it comes to internal policies, so our like federal laws, Congress is the one that structures it and tries to pass it through, and then it's the executive branch that signs off on it. So when you're voting for your president, the thing that you should be paying attention to the most is what's going on internationally and foreign affairs and relationships with other countries, which people tend to ignore that. They focus more on things like healthcare, which is important, but the president, like Obama, doesn't have a lot of control there. So if like the Republicans don't want to pass that through Congress, they're not going to be able to. So if the president was honest, they'd be like, look, these are the things I have control over, and these are the things that I could probably make a difference or I can make a change in regards to. When it comes to universal health care, it's like if the Republicans have a slight majority or whatever, they can just, like, I can propose a bill like everybody else, but that's about all the president can do.
Yeah. Well, they like keeping it vague so they can take credit for stuff that they didn't do. They can say, oh, the economy was so much better. Even if it has nothing to do with them, they'll take credit for it.
What's that,
If they
Chad?
specifically define what they can do, then it's like...
Yeah, I'm just raising my hand in a casual matter like people normally do.
God, Chip, how do you have something you want to say?
Teddy wanted to say something. Didn't you, Teddy?
Say what?
You don't want to say something? I thought you had something to say, Teddy. What the fuck, Teddy? I put a what the fuck,
sure.
Teddy?
Listen. Biden is just Biden his time.
Yeah, he might.
You're right. So they know that people have very short attention spans, very short memories. So like a month before the election, he's just going to legalize weed, right? He's going to go ahead and you know, you can't do it now. Everybody forgets. Everyone forgets. Everyone's already forgotten.
He
about
shouldn't be
January
doing it to win an election. He should be doing it on the principle of it's the right thing to do.
Like I would do as president, as I would do.
We shouldn't have that many Batman movies, but we do.
But we do.
Okay.
Yeah, get rid of that one in the late 90s.
He needs to stand on the fact that they're going to make a law. There's only allowed to
maybe we should have some other guys. Like a Plastic Man movie would be great. You're like, no. How about 4 more Batman movies?
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody needs to pass a law where
people are going to get what they're going to get, right? And if people are dumb enough, and maybe they are, maybe Biden's doing a bad enough job, or at least the perception is being painted that he is, that they will elect Donald Trump. Maybe that curse will happen. Maybe it will. Oh boy, are we going to regret it if it does? Dear God, if he was bad the last time, we have no idea how bad he'll be this time.
Yes,
I mean, it's going to be but right now Biden has about 38% approval rating, which we haven't had as low since Truman.
Well, a lot of that is Republicans hated him just because of their natural bias that they've had. So that naturally you're just going to give him a low approval just because he's a Democrat. So I kind of have to take the 38% with a grain of salt, at least to me. But
Teddy laughs like a chipmunk. That hit.
I mean, Biden could literally do the exact same thing that Trump did, word for word, policy for policy. But because he's Biden, they'd say, he sucks. He's ruining this country.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and Trump could just take a big dump in the middle of the room, and other people would be like, "Look at that amazing poop he just did! It's such an impressive poop.
Wow, so impressive! Such a stinky poop, way stinkier than my poop.
24 and a half.
Actually claims nearly 35,000 people there have died since October.
Yeah, now multiple countries are formally recognizing the Palestinian state, and the top court in the United Nations is ordering Israel to stop all attacks against Hamas and Rafah. The International Court of Justice made the ruling yesterday, with members saying the goal is to protect citizens. Israeli officials claim Hamas terrorists are hiding amongst refugees in the city of Rafah. It continues airstrikes on the city.
Taking a shit in front of a room full of people, right? It doesn't matter. He could jerk off on a dog, and people would be like, "That's amazing! I am so impressed that Donald Trump jerked off on a dog, and that dog, he liked it. He licked it off. Can you see how he licked off Trump's cum all over his butt?
Oh my God!
And his head. And boy, he got that cum all over that dog. I've never seen anybody cum on a dog like that before.
I thought
Trump's very impressive.
I thought I took stuff too far. What the fuck?
And we're gonna get more of that. If he fucking gets elected, we're gonna get all these fucking bootlickers just slobbing on his knob 24/7 about every single stupid thing he fucking does.
I think Trump, if anyone could turn the Republican base into atheists, I think Trump could potentially, if he wanted to, completely switch the party to like a liberal conservative, if he wanted to, because they'd fall for it. They just go with it.
He already is.
Over time,
he already is. He claims to be this Bible thumping guy, but everything he talks about is completely and totally against God. Now these Trumper guys, when they go to church, they walk up to the priest and they're like, Jesus wouldn't say that. Jesus forgive sins and turn against violence. That's not the Jesus I like. My Jesus has guns. He smokes cigarettes. He jerks off on dogs.
He has an American flag up in his front yard.
The new Christian denomination is the Republican Party, so they can change the rules.
It's already changing. We're already flipping away from what conservatives were a few years ago. John McCain ran on a campaign that included recycling. It included concerns about the environment. It concerns a lot of fucking. This is back when Republicans cared about other things like that. They used to care about the environment. Conservation used to be part of the conservative ideas.
How does that help money?
Small government.
Doesn't help money at
Now,
all.
now they're expanding government. They're expanding government into the schools, and into libraries, and in other places with government isn't normally doing. All in this new Christian nationalist kind of thing that they've been pushing since 9/11.
Yeah,
since 9/11 came along.
I hate 9/11.
They're against immigration, and they're pro-Christian to the point of being ridiculous.
I hate 9/11, Teddy.
9/11 changed a lot of things because Reagan and Bush Sr. were not against immigrants. They were in favor of immigrants. Ronald Reagan said that immigrants who come to this country are the most patriotic people because they believed in the American dream and came here to be Americans. They crossed the ocean to be Americans. They are very patriotic.
They wanted to be me, basically.
Was also pro-immigration, right? It's changed over the last couple decades, and it's going to change over the next decade. They're already buying into Trumpism, which is not conservatism.
I would swim across an ocean to be me. Okay, I just want to say that real quick. Okay, and then two, Teddy. Okay, you need to click and watch what Gene is sharing. Okay, he's sharing a screen. You need to watch it. It's part of this show podcast thing that we're doing. It's all gay and stuff. Okay, Gene's the host of this gay thing, so you know it's super gay. Yeah, see, he
Chad's a homophobe.
Yeah, I mean, I'll fuck a gay, whatever. All right.
So, even as the ICJ made the ruling, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the country has no plans to stop until the threat of Hamas is eliminated.
Israel's war cabinet is ordering negotiators to return
The editing on the video was terrible.
to the table for a new round of hostage release talks.
That's right. This follows the IDF's completion of a 2-day operation in the occupied West Bank. According to the Hamas-run Palestinian Health Ministry, at least 10 people are dead and more than 24 others were injured during the mission. Israeli officials say it was part of a crackdown against militants in the area. And it coincides with another deadly night across the Gaza Strip. The IDF is engaging in close combat with Hamas militants in the heart of Rafah. The clashes follow one of the most intense nights of strike.
They got military dogs. They got like some most sophisticated military drones. They got dumb bombs, iron beams. Like, what don't they got? They got all the toys. It's a good thing we're giving them billions of dollars.
Yeah.
They don't have the robot dogs. I want to see some robot dogs, right? Those, you know,
and then shoot a child.
Well, my thing is they have some of the most sophisticated AI when it comes to like facial recognition tracking certain like individuals, like journalists. And part of the Lavender program is they have these parameters where they're allowed to kill 40 civilians for every one target that's killed. And a lot of the targets aren't like militants, they're journalists.
I heard that.
Yeah, and they have drones that know how to just fly. Yeah, and they have drones that will just fly into a building and just detonate. And my thing is, why don't they, like, if they know that there's, like, let's say 20, 30 legit militants that are taking, like, they're bunkering down in a building, and then you have IDF soldiers fighting them, instead of launching dumb bombs at the building, why don't they have, like, 4 or 5, like, drones that fly in, and then they detonate the building so it collapses into its, like, footprint? So they set demolition charges. And I mean, you can detonate like charges to where you target like the right sort of like pressure points on the building, and it will just cleanly collapse into the footprint. So they have like one of the most advanced militaries on the planet. I think they're like one of the top 10 when it comes to the military strength index. And why don't they do things like that?
I don't think they care. I think they're angry and they're very on revenge and they're very relaxed. If you kill a few citizens, oh well, they're all terrorists anyway.
It reminds me of post 9/11. where Americans were like angry. It's like, fuck them. They're all one entity.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and you can see they are hurt as a nation. They really cannot see past their fucking rage, and it just shows just how fucked up humanity is. It shows just how far human beings can fall if they're hurt enough.
Most city since Israel began its offensive there in April.
Let's bring in CBS News foreign correspondent MTS Tayyab. You see him there in East Jerusalem. MTS, this war cabinet instructing negotiators to resume hostage release discussions is significant. I think there was some graphic video released by relatives of one hostage in order to.
Next vid.
Now we have Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the wake of the top prosecutor for the International Criminal Court seeking an arrest warrant that alleges war crimes in Gaza. I want to bring in the Prime Minister right now. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, so here they're going to interview him. So I believe I saw this interview like a few days ago. So he says some pretty egregious things.
This morning, you've been accused of using starvation
this
as a weapon
guy right
of
here
war.
with the
Now, you called
glasses.
What's that?
He'd look better with a mustache.
I agree.
Decision by the prosecutor is outrageous. The prosecutor responded to that yesterday. I want you to listen to what he had to say.
Israel has every right not to give succor to Hamas. That is not contested. Israel has every right and an obligation to get hostages back. But you must do so by complying with the law.
They seem to be doing a better job at killing their the hostages than actually rescuing them. And I don't see how turning Gaza into a crater is going to help them with their goals.
The fact that Hamas fighters need water doesn't justify denying water from all the civilian population of Gaza.
Your response?
Well, I think this is absurd. This is beyond outrageous. He said that we deny water. Yeah, he's making a totally false accusation here and everywhere else. We are supplying now nearly half of the water of Gaza. We supplied only 7% before the war.
Haven't they shut off all the pipelines to Gaza? And they've been stopping trucks from going through for the most ridiculous bullshit. I've gone over this again and again, but they'll say that, hey, some of these packages the food's contained in have zippers. So Hamas could use the zippers as weapons. So we're going to turn the truck away. They have turned trucks away because there's chocolates, and they're like, okay, these chocolates, they're luxury food. So even though they're 90-something% of the food on these trucks and stuff aren't what you could classify as luxury food, because there's some luxury food, yeah, we're going to have to turn the entire truck away. So they'll go out of their way to find the most absurd items to classify as some kind of contraband or some kind of red flag item, to deny entire trucks or multiple supply trucks from getting through. And I mean, how do they justify that? So I mean, who buys into what this guy is fucking saying?
Well, I don't understand how we're firebombing the town. It's like we're gonna nuke Hiroshima, and then drive some trucks of food in.
Yeah, and they were dropping pamphlets and stuff to tell them that, hey, you guys need to relocate here, but they keep being inconsistent with where they keep telling people where to go and where they keep conducting airstrikes and artillery strikes. So there's that problem. They clearly are purposely rounding them up in certain areas so they can just I guess murder them. It's fucking genocide. And I mean there's no way to really justify it, and it's just, if they tell them, hey, go to this specific region and then that's where you'll be safe, and then they bomb that region,
right?
How do you defend that?
That's what they're doing, though. They're like, hey, go over there, and then they bomb over there because they keep bombing these buildings, and then they're like, oh, the building was empty. Damn it. We need to bomb buildings full of people because we're trying to get the war isn't against some buildings. We're not going to war with buildings. We're going to war with these people, right?
Yeah, and it's most of them, they're hiding out in the tunnels and stuff, and if they know that, okay, they're underground, these tunnels are in these buildings, it's how's destroying the entire building, how's that going to, I guess, deal with Hamas that are hiding out in the tunnels? And it's just, they have some of the most sophisticated military drone technology. So it's I discussed, using demolition drones to collapse a building in its footprint if there's an actual platoon or squad of Hamas militants in there. Now, if they're in the tunnels, why don't they send in a drone? They know that they're in those tunnels. They can send the drone through with like C4 and detonate it, and it can collapse the tunnel. And then they could fill it with like seawater or fill it with tear gas. I mean, they had those options to be very precise, but they don't want to be precise because they don't care. It's just bomb the hell out of this region and then send in the killdozers to bulldoze all the debris out of the way so they can set up settlements and cut the surface area by half when they've already cut the surface area of Palestine by like 80%.
This is completely opposite of what he's saying. He's saying that we're starving people. You know, we have supplied 500,000 tons of food and medicine with 20,000.
I mean, what about all the food that they're not allowing in? And what about the fact, and I mean, what is the world's media? It's not just US media. It's not just media in Europe or like Asia, Far East Asia, Africa, South America. It's like all of the world's news networks are showing that all of these people are starving to death. And that's the journalists. All the world's governments, even the United States, their biggest fucking allies, their intelligence show that, hey, there is this food shortage, there is this famine. All these international aid organizations and like academics abroad and pundits that are crunching the numbers are showing that this is a very profound and significant issue. So it's like, are all of the world's like most sophisticated like intelligence agencies and all the world's like leading like governments, are they all misguided? So all of the world's journalists
upset with what is going on. The U.S. government is very concerned about the situation. We will take every step to make sure.
And the thing is, the United States is shilling for them. And you would think that, okay, because they have such a strong bias, the numbers that they're presenting would probably make Israel, it would probably present them in a more positive light. But it doesn't. The numbers that our intelligence agencies are showing is that, yeah, there's a major food shortage. Like,
okay, but here's a big deal. And I don't know how much conservative radio or news you absorb, right? But anybody, Beck, Sean Hannity, any of them are saying that the little blowback that Biden has given to say that we don't support Israel 100 million% is seen as a bad thing, right? If Trump was president, we would be even more so fully supporting what Israel's doing.
Yeah, already so bad, it's gotten to the point where it's like, I don't really care what Trump would do because it's already at a level that disgusts me immensely. It's like, well, this disgusts me even more immensely. Then it's still horrifying.
But it's not Biden.
I mean, are we not supporting it every step of the way? Are we not funding them every step of the way? We just sent them mortar rounds and tank rounds.
Biden's saying, hey, Biden's like, you know what, maybe we are, but we wouldn't even get that from Trump.
Yeah, I agree.
But people are still dying. He's still sending them weapons. It doesn't matter what words you say if you're still doing exactly the opposite.
Yeah, my thing is both parties suck. I don't support either candidate. I do think you can make a very good point that Trump
I
could
support
be worse.
Biden. I'm a
well,
Biden
I'd rather
boy.
have him than Trump. I do think
I like Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe's cool by me. I like Biden. I like that he eats ice cream.
I like ice cream.
The conservative media. Last week when we were going over this, we did watch Fox News, and one of the things Fox News was saying is that Biden's a pussy for not supporting Israel or whatever. If it was Trump, he would be signing off on all the military aid. They're not doing enough to help against the fight of Hamas. So I think it is just absurd that all of these news agencies from all across the world that all have completely different views on a wide array of different topics that are constantly criticizing one another have all unanimously decided that, you know what Biden is doing and the US government is doing is excessive when it comes to supporting Israel, and what Israel's doing is out of line. And then the only news network that we've seen so far that claims that they aren't supporting Israel enough is Fox News. So
and the one American Nation and Newsmax and there's a couple other conservative channels as well. I mean, you know, One American Nation is also like, hey, Israel ranks.
Yeah, and a lot of Republicans, it's just come home, sit in your recliner, get all your information from Fox News, get all your information from one news source, and you'll talk to them, and they'll be like, well, you're getting all your information from liberal media, and it's like, but it's like 100% of everything outside of like Fox News and like Alex Jones and Rebel News is just liberal media. It's just yeah, that seems quite like pretty convenient. That
they space out a certain amount of time in every news hour to spend a little time telling the audience that this is the only place you can trust, that everybody else is lying to you, that other people who like to parrot the news are just brainwashed and by the lamestream media, and that you old ladies watching right now, if your children have like ostracized you from like holiday events and stuff because you're a hateful bitch, it's only because they're brainwashed by the lamestream media and the Marxist communist machines. You know, yeah. But they don't do that.
The Atlantic.
I switch between Patriot Radio in the car and NPR. Patriot Radio is constantly telling me what to think, while NPR, boy, they're a bunch of bleeding heart liberals. But God damn it, they are doing the good work. Okay, they really are.
Try to be fairly accurate. They do have a very liberal bias, though.
You're very liberal bias on National Public Radio, but they still don't tell you how to think.
Yeah.
They just present the news.
But I think what people need to do is they need to get their information from as many different sources as possible. Like what I do is I have Feedly, and I follow all the major news networks, all the major publishers, and like I'll go there and just save all the articles I can, and just make sure that you're creating the largest sort of sample pool of content that you're consuming. I think that's the best way to deal with bias, because every single network's going to have some level of bias, and but
there isn't a fully democratically biased network. Like there is the fully Trump network. Like, we love Trump, we'll let him poop in our face, you know. But there isn't a channel that's like Biden's doing the right thing regardless of what he does. There really isn't a hardcore Democratic like Biden's nuts taste like strawberries. You know what I mean? There really isn't, because Democrats tend to be more honest.
Well, they also
but there is sometimes avoiding the controversial topics. If you find there's a tendency for a certain news organization to not cover the incidents going on and our government's involvement as much as others.
Yeah, you're right. The right is more cultish, and the left is just like, oh, there's the big thing that we're not covering. Oh, no, he didn't do that, or we're not going to cover that. They just try to ignore like certain issues.
Yeah, which is selection bias or sampling bias.
1,000 trucks. This guy is out to demonize Israel. He's doing a hit job. He's creating a false symmetry between the democratically elected leaders of Israel and the terrorist chieftains. That's like saying after 9/11, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for George Bush, but also for Bin Laden. Or after in World War II, well, I'm issuing arrest warrants for FDR,
Fuck
but also
Bin Laden.
You could make the argument that maybe Bush should face some criminal charges for like what was going on in the Middle East.
If he knew Saudi Arabia funded it or supported it.
Saudi Arabia, what they're doing in Yemen. Like, Yemen's an enclave, and they've been under some medieval style siege similar to Israel with Gaza. And they're both like the big US like Middle Eastern like allies that we constantly will invest billions of dollars in to support, and we're supporting two different genocides, one with Yemen, one with Gaza. But it's just with FDR, he mentioned like, hey, that would be like trying to charge FDR. Well, there were some pretty fucked up things that he did. Like, Japan already surrendered before we dropped the bombs. We nuked 2 cities off there. Like, he was the only head of state that signed off on actually like using nuclear weapons. And then even outside the nuclear weapons, we conducted air raids. We had like fleets of airships that would fly over and just bomb the hell out of towns, killing civilians. And then there were also prison camps where we gathered up all these like Japanese, like American citizens and rounded them to like up in prison camp stuff. And to be fair, the prison camps weren't as bad as like the Japanese prison camps or like the Nazi concentration camps, but two wrongs don't make a right. And it was still something where you could say that maybe he should have faced some charges. And Winston Churchill,
He was in a wheelchair. Fuck that.
But
yeah, he's special
Stop
like you,
it.
Gene.
Yeah,
We can't-
he was in a wheelchair. Don't be ableist.
Yeah, we can't be ableist, Gene.
Well, apparently, most of the public wasn't even aware that he was in a wheelchair during his campaign.
Well, I just that we there's so much hyperbole too. We got the genocide over here. We got guys saying genocide over here, and then we got the guys over here that were like in favor of the genocide. Like, which is anybody surprised that the conservatives are in favor of the genocide?
No,
it was an accident.
Yeah, well,
they didn't mean.
Oh, they're
to.
all terrorists anyway, you know.
Yeah, it's just
That
a board,
1-year-old
even though
that bled to death. You know, they were probably a terrorist.
It was an
Well,
accident. they probably
what is-
voted
what is-
for
what is-
Hamas
what is-
10 years ago.
Yeah, before the 15 years before they were born.
Things Trump's been talking about when he becomes president, right? He's going to be a dictator for a day. That's going to happen. Just one day,
The
though.
unfertilized egg of that child supported Hamas. We know it.
He's going to build 10 cities, 10 brand new cities. He's going to push for the flying car to get ahead of China. And then he's going to, death penalty for all drug dealers.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
that was
God.
something he said, wasn't that?
Oh, he said that a bunch of times. He's saying that at every rally now. He's like, and the crowd's like, woo!
Yeah,
death
'cause
penalty?
they're-
And he's
I don't
going
think
to
he'll
like.
be able to push that through. I mean, he was promising the wall, and it was funny how even the conservatives in office, like Paul Ryan and stuff, when they had control of all three branches of the government, they're like, "No, we're not funding this. This is fucking Looney Tunes."
It's like let's pick something that the like random white people will be cool with. Like first it's like fuck Mexicans. Next it's like fuck drug dealers cuz you white people don't do drugs, right? Just legal ones, unlike those fucking criminals. Okay. I don't know, it's just it's all non-white people stuff we'll focus on for being against.
What would probably get rid of a lot more drug dealers than like threatening the death penalty, which it's like Hammurabi's code, like draconian policies usually don't fucking work. So do you know what would probably eliminate a lot more like sort of like street dealers than just scaring them through like threatening the death penalty?
Legalizing it.
Yep.
Every single drug.
Decriminalizing drugs, it would cripple the market for the cartels. They wouldn't be able to make any money because like now there's a bunch of legal sort of corporations that can make the money, and there you go. And you don't need like dealers on the street selling people a bunch of what's that?
That's a logical answer, but it's not. They don't like the logic. Logic doesn't work for them, right? They're like, what? That makes sense. Over here, they're instead conservatives every hour or so they're saying about people who are murdered by illegal immigrants, right? Murdered by illegal immigrants. The whole I know that doesn't make any sense to you guys, but to conservatives, they're like, oh, an illegal immigrant got in and they just start killing Americans. That's what happens. They're like wild animals. It's like a chupacabra. You just hop the fence. Just starts running around and attacking Americans. This is how they see it. They don't see.
They're hairy too. Yeah, I could see that.
Well, it's
the comparison.
selection sort of bias and selective journalism because it's like, hey, here's a demographic of millions of people, illegal immigrant. Here's some examples of illegal immigrants doing things illegal. It's like, no shit. When you look at a demographic of millions of people, you're going to find criminals within that demographic. Like every single fucking demographic that includes millions of fucking people. It's just like, oh my god, here are all these like natural born Americans that are killing people. we gotta like deport all natural born American citizens because you can find examples of like all these different groups of criminals like that fall within that incredibly broad set of parameters of natural born citizens.
What's really funny is I seen a video, I think it was like last week or 2 weeks ago, but Mexico has been deporting a lot of Americans because everything's cheaper down there, right? And the American dollar gets you so much more in Mexico, and it started causing inflation for the Mexican population. So the government was just like, we got to get rid of these fucking Americans. They're spending way too, or they're jacking up the fucking prices on the local community. They're not going to be here long term. So we just got to get rid of them.
They need to build a wall, keep us out.
I agree.
But it's also with immigration, it's like all four of the border states that deal with the overwhelming majority of illegal immigrants that live in the country, they seem to like the illegal immigrants. Those four states, they don't have bad economies. All the numbers show that the immigrants aren't stealing their jobs. Those states have healthy job markets, and it's benefiting their economy. And people will be like, "Oh, Texas is a red state." Well, I mean, because of gerrymandering, it might show up as red on a map, but 55% of Texans identify as Democrat. And the thing is, you look at all of their municipalities that are on the border. So you look at the parts of Texas that also have like the overall like the majority of the illegal immigrants in that specific state, and those particular municipalities have the healthiest economies out of all the other like municipalities in that state, and they also tend to be very blue and left leaning. So it's just like it's a boogeyman. And then it's like you see interviews with like Trumpites in Nebraska or Oklahoma in the middle of nowhere, like Tennessee, and it's like, oh my god, we got to deal with these immigrants, and it's just hardly anybody lives in your fucking state. You've got to look really hard to find illegal or legal immigrants living in your state. I don't think people in Tennessee or Oklahoma are at risk of having their jobs stolen because of some illegal immigrant. It's just, it's a foreign and distant issue to those people that doesn't affect their life at all. There are so many other things that if they worried about, it would improve the quality of their life and the quality of living of their children and grandchildren. But instead, they want to focus on something that doesn't even have any bearing whatsoever in the state that they live in.
Right. They're very distracted by other people's stuff.
Yeah, and it's a boogeyman, and and of course it's you look at the statistics, and people who are Republican tend to have lower levels of literacy and lower levels of education. But what do stupid people do when they come across data that they don't like? Confirmation bias. Without looking into it, knowledge is a justified true belief, and cross-referencing data to decide that, you know what, I think this data is valid or invalid because after looking into it, looking at what the academics and stuff have to say, I've decided that's invalid. Nope, I'm just presented with it. It doesn't align with what I want to be true, so therefore just turn your brain off. And I know if I did take the time to look into it, I would just find out that it's what I want. So, but I'm not going to look into it because, you know, critical thinking, what's that?
For Hitler. It's a hit job. It's not serious. He's out to defame Israel, and he's also pouring gasoline on the fires of anti-Semitism that are spreading around the world because he is attacking the one and only Jewish state and trying to handcuff us, preventing us from exercising responsibly through the laws of war as we obey them and we are subordinate to them. He's saying we're not. He's creating false symmetry, false.
So like it's the one and only Jewish state, but I mean, maybe in terms of like population stuff, but how many Christian states are there like outside the Vatican City? I mean, I know we do technically have a lot of Muslim states, but Christianity still is like the most like popular religion globally. So like how many Christian states are there?
But that is a problematic idea that it wants to be the Jewish state, which kind of means they're suppressing anybody else from, but they are completely surrounded by, you know, Muslim states, right?
Yeah. Which it's stupid that when Zionism, when they were creating a Jewish state, why did they put it in that part of the globe? That's just like the dumbest thing they possibly could have done. And it's just another like negative, like long-term effect of colonialism. And you had like all these European powers that had all these islands that have a larger surface area than the surface area that they're given in Israel. And it's just where pretty much they're completely vacant. No one lives on those islands. So like the Falkland Islands, why didn't they give that to them? Oh, because of religion.
Because of religion, because of the nuts and bolts of religion, and you know, all the religions have a problem with like, because they believe in some invisible shit, and so because of their weird beliefs in invisible shit, they're like, we need this holy land, right?
Yeah, and it's what's that?
That's another factor into why conservatives are pro-Israel, is because like. Don't they believe that once Israel takes over Palestine, that the fucking second coming is going to start or some shit? So that's why they're all pro-Israel. Once they take back the Holy Land, or once the Jews take back the Holy Land, the fucking second coming is going to start or some shit.
And today, that the Mormon God is the real God, and then once they take it over, turns out that Mormonism's what's gonna like become the holy and natural truth. And then people are gonna be like, fuck, I wish we never supported this.
Facts, and he's doing a grave injustice to the
it's all
international
because the Jews, right? The Jews have a belief in a Messiah. And Jesus came along saying, I'm the Messiah. But he didn't do all the stuff that the Messiah is supposed to do. They're like, they prophesied the Messiah is going to do this, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. But he didn't do it. But Jesus, he went on the mount, and right before he like floated off into heaven, right before he floated off like a birthday balloon, he said, by the way, I'm going to come back, and all those things I didn't do, I'll do them later. And they're like, oh, okay.
Sounds like an average politician.
We're gonna wait. He's gonna do it later. That'll be the end of days, right?
Yay!
Been taking his damn time.
Well,
as you know, there's a series.
Give us a time frame, right? It's been 2,000 years. It may be soon.
Guess we don't know God's grand plan.
Yeah, give him a minute.
Food crisis in Gaza right now. Cindy McCain, head of the UN World Food Program, said parts of Gaza are undergoing full-blown famine. Do you acknowledge that under international law, Israel has a legal obligation?
Fake news. Wrong.
To prevent people in Gaza from starving?
Well, we certainly have an obligation to enable trucks to go in, and as I said, we've enabled 20,000 trucks to go in. We just fixed the roadbeds to enable those trucks to go in.
Get that cat off your head.
500,000.
What's that?
Shabisky's got a cat on his head. Stop it. Stop. Get that cat. That cat doesn't like it.
Shab always has so much to add.
Is Jack?
Gene,
yep.
Nice cat.
Gene, earlier,
Cat
Skeptical Jesus said something about we built a artificial pier for no reason. Whatever happened to that pier that they built? Did it get bombed like I said it would?
Well, not as far as I know, not yet. And it has been getting supplies through, so it actually has been following through with like what its intended purpose is. So, but I do have videos on that, so I guess we'll see.
Food and drugs. So who's stopping this? In fact, Hamas is the one that is looting these trucks.
Oh, there you go. Hamas did it. Aren't there all these videos of Israeli citizens, not even like members of the military, sabotaging the roads, putting stuff in the roads that will pop the tires and stuff? They're all laying and sitting in front of the trucks to prevent them from getting through. So it's just those are just civilians doing that. So I mean,
wait. What are they doing?
Last week we were covering stories where these were Israeli citizens. They were like putting rocks and putting like nails, debris in the road to stop the trucks from getting through. And they were filming it, putting it on TikTok. They were dancing, partying in front of the trucks. They were even straight up like attacking and hijacking the trucks.
For what though?
To stop the trucks from getting to
getting to Gaza to give aid.
To Gaza.
But why did they not want that to happen?
Because
they're racist or whatever.
Yeah.
They're in group out group bias. They think that that they're the chosen one, and ones and these other people need to be cleared out?
Their logic is they don't want to help terrorists, and people who support the trucks getting through are a bunch of Hamas apologists.
I think that's that's their excuse. Yeah, that's their rhetoric. But I think in reality, it's, hey, we're the chosen ones. Fuck them. They need to be cleared out. So the chosen ones, like me and all of us, we get that land. I think it's that kind of shit. It's.
Well, you think that's the plan? They're going to bomb the area and just put in a bunch of Chick-fil-A's and Starbucks?
Well, they're already doing that. So they're already putting settlers in certain areas. They're building a road in the middle of Gaza, and they've already discussed how they're just going to install a bunch of settlements in northern Gaza in the same way they were doing in the West Bank. Where if you look at the West Bank, there are all these enclaves and stuff, or not exclaves of Israeli settlements that are enclaving all of these Palestinian territories. So they have to go through all of these Israeli exclaves to get to different parts of the West Bank, and they have to go through a bunch of military checkpoints. So that's probably what they're going to do, is cut the surface area of Gaza in half. Here, Shep, talk to the Chad.
I'm Shabisky, and I'm the greatest.
Shab, what are you drinking on?
I'm drinking what's called Miller Lite. It's for people like me who want to stay light and fit. Such as I am.
Is it do you have a certain kick? Like back in high school when I started drinking, it was... We did a 3 week of PBR, 3 week of fucking Bud Light Platinum. Are you just doing that?
I just chose a random I was trying to pick something okay. So I've been getting tipped a lot to drink and stuff, and the people that tip prefer that I have normal beers like this, and I was either gonna get Coors or Miller, and I don't know the difference between the two after this long. I don't know. I'm sure.
Back on topic.
Whoa! Me and Drunken Crow are talking.
Here's a video from a few days ago of them obstructing.
Whoa! Oh yeah, they're knocking over all the food.
Oh! The food! That ain't cool. That ain't nice at all.
And there's ones where they have bulldozers, and they're just using bulldozers or other construction vehicles to drive the supplies off the side of the road. So
yeah, the problem here is black and white thinking. These people think, all people in Gaza are bad, all of us are good. We shouldn't allow any food in because all of them bad. They'll use the excuse not to support terrorists, but I think that's just an excuse to make them not look as bad in front of the public. They really just hate all. They really just think of it as a black and white situation. All Gazans, fuck them. They should just be wiped out. All of us, we're chosen ones over here in Israel. We should expand. We're the great ones. That's they're
and it might not just be an excuse for outside criticism. It could also just be self-justification, cognitive dissonance. So I know that bullying somebody is bad, but it's fun bullying this weird kid. So they deserve it. They are doing things that I can't go into detail about, but they're doing something to me to give me a good reason to do bad things to them.
I wouldn't doubt that's a private excuse they use to help.
It's self-justification.
Yeah.
And they know damn well that it's not true. It's just it's not like they don't have internet in Israel. It's not like their internet censored. They know damn well that the majority of people living in Gaza were not alive or were children when Hamas was elected into power there. Plus, on top of all that, saying that they elected Hamas, that's like saying that in Iraq they elected Saddam Hussein. It's I don't think it was a genuine election. And then people that will be apologists for the IDF it's like they seem to understand. They'll talk about American, like, or they'll like present a bunch of American exceptionalism of like, we're one of the only true democracies. Like, most democracies are not true democracies. And it's like, why do you forget about that element of society, that most democracies aren't true democracies, when you need to be an apologist for some kind of genocide? I mean, cognitive dissonance galore.
It's
a great tool if you want to do some fucked up things. Just compartmentalize stuff.
John, I don't know if you're watching the chat, but this General Nutsacks guy, he's like, if Israel is whooping Hamas, then Palestine is being freed. They just didn't expect to be harshly freed.
I don't know if they're being facetious there or whatever, but yeah, I don't think they're going about it in the right way. It would be one thing if they were using precision and going out of their way to specifically target Hamas, but it's very clear that they're not being selective at all, and that they're just trying to kill anybody in Gaza. So I don't think they're trying to free anybody. I think they're just trying to clump them all into one group and commit genocide.
Think about it, man.
He stopped, and that has to doing something that no army and no government has done in modern urban warfare. Giving up the element of surprise, telling people, get out of harm's way, and let us finish the war against the terrorists. We're not targeting the population, we're targeting the terrorists. These are fallacious charges. I think that they cast a terrible stain.
Okay, so if they're not targeting like the people, it's like there are AI programs like Lavender and stuff where it's just all the world's governments have access to these programs. They're able to break down the code. They know how, like, this is stuff that is like unequivocal sort of data. And we know that these programs are designed to target journalists, people who aren't even militants. And we also know that whether they're targeting militants or not, the program is designed to kill as many Gazans as possible. It tracks their daily routines. It tracks like all of their habits, like what time of day are they located with the largest amount of their relatives and other Gazans, and then they send in the drone or they send in the strike to kill as many like people in just in one hit. And it's like they have like they have software. It's coded where they can kill 40 people for every one target. How are they not trying to kill Israeli citizens? And I mean, that's something where there's no gray area there. This isn't like, hey, you just have airstrikes, artillery strikes. We're trying to hit Hamas, but oopsies, that's all accidental. This is something where there's no way to interpret it as being accidental. It's like it is purposely coded to kill as many civilians as possible.
Gene, you know what's going to happen? Do you know what is going to happen? So Israel is getting shit on for back up, Teddy. Back up. No, Israel's getting shit on for, not sending in trucks of food and supplies and whatnot. And so eventually when they do, like they send in a butt ton of trucks and food, that food is going to be laced with something. And a lot of Are you driving right now? Okay.
Try to get some trucks through.
Okay. Well, anyway, okay. They're Israel's getting shit on for not sending supplies and food through, and so when they do finally send in the supplies and food, it's gonna be laced with something. They're gonna be like, oh, look, we're sending all these supplies through. They got through, no problem, and whatnot. It's going to be laced with something, taking out more than the 40 per one Hamas militant. And then the poisoning is going to be blamed on Hamas after that. That's what is probably going to happen.
They're going to claim that Hamas is trying to do a Jim Jones?
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence known as Lavender to develop a kill list in Gaza that includes as many as 37,000 Palestinians who were targeted for assassination with little human oversight. The report is based in part on interviews with 6 Israeli intelligence officers who'd firsthand involvement with the AI system. 972 reports, quote, Lavender has played a central role in the unprecedented bombing of Palestinians, especially during the early stages of the war. In fact, according to the...
Muslims and Jews, neither of them eat pork, right?
I don't think that's the case with I guess it depends on how you interpret it. It depends on how secular you are. I think in Christianity, what are all the meats you're not supposed to eat but people eat anyway? In Christianity,
Shellfish.
Yeah.
Shrimp.
Ham, I think. Hooved.
But
It's hooved
figurative.
animals.
It could mean animals that what is it? They
No,
they
it's
don't...
split hooved or split toed.
hooved. Okay, yeah, split hooved and shellfish.
Yeah, because you can eat cow and horse.
And you can eat horse. Horse is fine too. I mean, if you
Yum yum. I'd eat a horse out. I mean, eat a horse or whatever.
What are you, Von Helton?
It's the wrong word.
He said what he meant.
On the ICC, but I think serious countries are not taking them seriously. And I was very glad to see that President Biden called them outrageous, as did many leaders, bipartisan support across the United States. And people are now putting a bill in Congress, a bipartisan bill, to put sanctions on the ICC prosecutor for doing such...
Look, it's Pit Monk's younger brother.
Who is that?
A terrible singling out of Israel. Really, really a distortion and a travesty of justice.
Are you?
He's a scary-looking guy.
Yeah, he has. He gives.
Is that Chickless? That's Chickless.
Michael Chickless.
It's Chickless. He's the
Chickless.
He's the commish. He was the thing.
He gives me like a Mike vibe from like Breaking Bad.
Yeah. Of Israel. Really, really a distortion and a travesty of justice.
Are you concerned about traveling in the wake of this arrest warrant?
No, I'm not concerned about traveling. I'm not concerned at all about our status. I think that the prosecutor should be
Yeah,
concerned
of course
about his
you
status
aren't
because he's
concerned
really-
about traveling. Fuck you.
I think he's not concerned about traveling to like the U.S. or the UK or France. Like
he's the most
his
secure
big Western
traveling out
allies.
of everybody. I don't know. Just like, okay, whatever.
He's turning the ICC into a pariah institution. People are just not going to take it seriously. They see it as a politicized thing. I hope that the judges don't confirm what he says, because that will make them into a kangaroo.
Teddy, what are you doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of white noise.
Why is there so much? Yeah, why is there so much wind? Is there a fan near you or something?
I am driving around.
Oh,
Are you
you
able to
druggy.
I'm in the car.
Are you able
There's
to
no
put on
noise
push to talk?
canceling out? You can hear noise in the background?
A little
Yeah.
bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
We can hear all the screams.
Yeah, we're gonna hear the people in the back seat.
I am in the car.
Yeah,
I am. I'm trying to deliver supplies to Gaza.
Okay, at least he's doing something good. Okay, at least he's doing something
It's all
right.
laced though. It's
It's all zippers. It's just a whole package of zippers. Lace zippers.
Israel is fighting a just war, not only ours,
laces and
not only
zippers
ours.
and some Velcro.
Whoa.
And toothbrushes.
They need them. They need the toothbrushes.
They do.
Yeah, but yeah, Hamas needs it so they can chisel it down, use it as weapons. I mean, that's why they don't want them to get
those
through.
brushes into bombs.
Exactly. They could turn the chocolates into bombs.
We're fighting the war of all democracies, because if democracies are now faced with a situation that after taking incredible efforts to get peoples out of harm's way, to supply humanitarian aid on a vast scale,
I'm
if
sorry,
they're
I
told
had
then
to
they're
go
hauled
check
into
on
the
my
dock because the
chinchilla.
Oh. The chinchilla doing fine?
Yeah, I'm a little worried about him though. His hair looks like he was pulling it, but I think it's just because of the move.
Oh, he's committing self-harm.
A tiny bit.
Hmm.
But I think it's because of my cousin constantly had his dust bath in his cage, and I think he's kind of going through withdrawals from the dust bath.
Yeah, the dust was cocaine.
It basically is.
When I moved into my house, I wanted to get like a bunch of like small animals, like a guinea pig, a rabbit, a chinchilla, and I thought it would be cool to keep them all in the same enclosure. But I did do my homework before I followed through with it. It's like, no, you shouldn't keep any of those animals together.
I did the same thing with the turtles. I wanted to get one of each color of the Ninja Turtles, and it turns out that the colors of the turtles and their characters in the story are like kind of represent what would happen if you made them live together.
Apparently, rabbits are, especially male rabbits, giant pricks to other animals. So they'll bully the guinea pigs, they'll bully the other like small mammals. So apparently they're not very nice. And the ferrets would probably, in some cases, maul the other animals.
Terrorists who are fighting them are using civilians as human shields, then others will do it again. And every democracy.
Oh God, they're using them as human shields, so that makes it okay. Again, it's like here's like 3 terrorists holding 40 people hostage. We can go in and try to be diligent to rescue all the terrorists, or we can just blow up the entire building and kill like dozens of people in the process. It's just two wrongs don't make a right.
Using human shields is not always a bad thing. Arnold Schwarzenegger has used human shields numerous times, and he's the hero, right?
You gotta separate fact from fiction.
In Total Recall, he was like, he was like escalator, and some guys started shooting at him, so that he just hid behind a guy, and like, and then some other guys out, they just spun around with the guy and used him as a human shield. It was like, that's cool. He just grabs a random guy to absorb the bullets that are getting shot at him.
Wait,
Funny.
how many Fast and Furious films have there been?
Like
how many? What?
9,
10 or 11.
Oh,
Okay.
even fuck.
So let's just say 10 is the latest one, and then Expendables. How many Expendable films have there been?
4 or 5.
Okay, let's
4.
Let's say there's 4. Okay, so let's say I know Jason Statham, some of the actors overlap. Let's say that they're all the same character. It's a shared universe. So it will be Fast and the Furious 11, Expendables 5, and it's taking on Hamas or taking on the IDF. You take all of them, put them in Gaza, and there you go. They got to liberate Gaza. They got to.
I like that.
Oh, I thought Shab left for a second. I'm like, oh no. I guess Mickey lagged out.
Actually, I got a rock, but it's fun hanging out for a minute.
Thank you. Come back whenever. You're always welcome. If you see us live, just pop in the general chat, and we'll pull you in.
We should talk more about French fries next time.
Yeah, people do criticize us. Yeah, people criticize us for covering very bleak and dark content.
Nacho cheese is the way to go with your French fries.
I like
ice
honey
cream.
mustard.
That's a good
Honey
idea.
mustard.
Yeah, and the nacho fries at Taco Bell, they are a sensation. If you haven't tried them yet, you really should. They come with nacho cheese. Dip them in
I
the
was a
fry.
manager at a Taco Bell.
Fantastic.
Certain
You're my
fries
hero.
and ice cream.
You're a hero. A hero. Celebrate this man.
How many Karens did you deal with?
My first job, I was a jizz mopper, so I really am a hero.
You are a hero. You're doing. Those are two of my most. I'm jelly. I'm jelly of your jobs.
You have a good one, Teddy. Nice talking
Right.
to you.
Good night.
I don't know where Mickey went.
Who did we lose? Oh, Mickey. Yeah.
Well, if he pops in, let me know. I think they probably lagged out.
Will be pulled into the dock. We're first. You're next.
The big
And many
question-
people understand that. So
What's that?
Shabs is back.
Yeah,
Teddy
Shab.
left us?
No,
you have-
Teddy was using the N-word, so we had to boot him.
He said it 72 times.
No. Yeah, he said he had to go, but said he liked hanging, so I told him he could pop back whenever.
Did you have to go check on your chinchilla, Shabs?
No. I went right back to see if when I came back, Teddy would still be here, and I came back and he wasn't here.
Well, he got
What
mad
did you
that
fucking do, Jane?
He came on the stream
You
and wanted to hang
left.
out with you, and you've been gone most of the time, so he's like, you know what, fuck this. I guess Shab doesn't want to chill.
I'm
Yeah,
black.
that's
I'm
what he
allowed to
said.
do these things. Okay? I'm not like you cracker fuckers. Okay? I'm different.
So that has to be stopped, and that has to be resisted. And I can assure you, the vast majority of Israelis and all responsible leaders in the world understand that this should be resisted.
The big question is what happens the day
All responsible leaders in the world. It seems like the overwhelming majority of leaders in the world don't support what he's doing.
after the fighting stops. Do you have a plan for the day after the war?
Absolutely. I think the day after the war is first.
What do you think their plan is the day after the war? The war?
Build a casino.
Yeah, build some resorts, build some beach resorts on the coast of northern Gaza. I mean,
You got to get these people a McDonald's.
Yeah, install more well, not the Gazan people, the new Israeli like settlers in North Gaza. You got to get them some McDonald's.
First of all, the day after Hamas, you have to destroy Hamas. Otherwise, Gazans don't have a future. Peace doesn't have a future.
Yeah, you got to destroy Hamas. Like all those like Hamas operatives, so the librarians, the nurses, the crossing guards. I mean, because anybody that is like some kind of government bureaucrat is a Hamas operative.
Did he just say Hamas or Gaza doesn't have a future? He just said Gaza doesn't have a future. What's the context of that again?
That this should be resisted.
The big question is what happens the day after the fighting stops? Do you have a plan for the day after the war?
Absolutely. I think the day after the war is, first of all, the day after Hamas. You have to destroy Hamas. Otherwise, Gazans don't have a future. Peace doesn't have a future.
Yeah, you have to destroy Hamas. So at least he didn't say something as fucked up as we thought he was.
The expansion of peace doesn't have a future. So get rid of Hamas. That's our goal, number one. Number two, demilitarize Gaza. And the one sustained demilitarization, I think, requires that Israel have the overall responsibility to fight resurgent terrorists. Three, ensure that Gaza...
Wait, hold on.
Yep.
Oh, demilitarize Gaza. Hamas said give them what? Or stop the war, give them 5 years, they'll demilitarize, just don't fuck with us. And Israel's just like, nope.
Well, I mean, they shouldn't have attacked them. Yeah. They did first, even though Israel's been steadily like chipping away at their territory for last century.
Civilian administration by Gazans who are not affiliated with Hamas and also don't seek the destruction of Israel. And the last thing is rebuild Gaza in a peaceful way using the support of moderate Arab states and the international community. That's a realistic plan. That's the one I have. But it goes through victory. There is peace and stability and prosperity only through victory. The road to peace.
Okay, I say that we just take everyone that lives in Palestine. I think we try to find some place on the planet one of the most ideal places to live in terms of like climate, geography, a place that's very rich in natural resources that I'd say is like at a minimum double the size of Israel and Palestine together. And I say just, I don't know, every country gives at least or maybe the countries of the top 50 economies all give like at least $1 billion to establish this new state. And just, I don't know, make sure that they have every amenity possible and make it the coolest fucking state imaginable. And everyone's allowed except for Israelis. And people who are Israeli in terms of their nationality. If they denounce Israel in terms of saying their government sucks, then they get free citizenship there. Maybe we should do that.
Goes through victory over Hamas.
Mr. Prime Minister, thanks for your time.
Well, Palestinians living alongside hundreds of thousands of Israeli settlers in the Israeli-occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem say that increasing violence has left them worried for their lives and futures. The United Nations says that violent settler attacks on Palestinians have increased since the Hamas terror attacks of October 7th and the war in Gaza, and locals say international sanctions against some settlers are not helping them. DW's Tanya Kramer reports.
Violent Israeli settlers make their way to the village of Asawiya in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, scenes that Anan Ahmed knows all too well. It happened again some weeks ago.
Settlers came down the mountain from the settlement, frightening the children. We have small children at home. They throw stones. This last time, they injured 2 people. My wife's brother was shot at twice, here and here. The situation is difficult.
Palestinian.
They were shot at, so I'm wondering the person that shot at them. Were they like a settler who happened to currently be working with the IDF, or like they're currently like in the military, or is it just somebody that had their own gun? Like I don't know what the gun laws and stuff are like in Israel, but it seems like they were doing kind of like a rural sort of American thing. This person's on my property, shoot at them.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Villages as Asawiya are almost surrounded by Israeli settlements, considered illegal under international law. Violent settlers throw stones, destroy crops and olive...
I mean, international law doesn't... Like, when are we actually going to see some level of international law that actually is enforced to some major extent? I mean, I can't really think of a scenario where... I mean, I guess with, like... Yugoslavia, when there was the genocide going on there, not too long ago, they were holding people accountable and stuff. So I can think of a few cases, but it seems like we rarely ever see any party held accountable whenever like international crimes are perpetrated.
Trees, burn cars and property, and it has increased in recent months.
We live on our land. This is my father's and grandfather's house. There's no safety. There are children, small children. This is forbidden. They come and destroy everything. Why? They cause the problems. There is no security, ever.
The violence recently turned deadly.
Ooh. What do you think happened there? I think Meekin's the only one currently with me.
I'm looking at my phone. I'm sorry. I was going to join Taylor's thing.
I had to pee.
I think somebody stepped on somebody's Nikes. And
nah, someone was trying to make Kool-Aid and they all spilled.
Yeah.
Killed while treating people injured by
Somebody, I don't know. Their jam got all over the place.
Israeli settlers. His colleague Bashar Kayuti was at the scene. He tells us several shots hit their ambulance. Mohammed Musa was driving.
Well, I mean, if he's an ambulance driver, then he's a Hamas operative. According to, like, Israel's definition, what a Hamas operative is.
Shavisky, you need to wear your hat like this guy.
It when he was hit and killed.
We live through a difficult nightmare, facing tremendous suffering, but we are steadfast. We have seen many martyrs, many injuries, but what we faced with the targeting of our colleagues was...
What do you mean?
I mean, I think he's an operative too. We should round him up. Why is he just standing around talking?
It's the same guy I was just talking about. He's an ambulance driver. So, according to Israel, anybody that I guess is employed under Hamas or working under Hamas is an operative. But the thing is, Hamas is the government in Gaza. So that means any government worker. So if like you're a crossing guard or a librarian.
Oh, you're talking about the guy who got shot because he was an ambulance driver. But this guy also looks like another one of them.
They all look the same.
Most difficult in our year.
What's that?
I said they all look the same to you, huh, nigga? You piece of shit, bigot. You're a bigot.
I think all human beings.
No, I see individuals.
The question of whether a settler or a soldier fired the fatal shot remains unclear. The Israeli military said in a statement at the time that they and the border police were called to disperse a riot. During the incident, an ambulance driver for the Palestinian Red Crescent was killed. The military police have opened an investigation, and a command review into the circumstances of the incident is underway. Bashar says Palestinians feel they simply have no protection here. The military is often seen standing by or even accompanying settlers during intimidating and violent attacks. And Palestinian security forces are only allowed to operate in limited areas. He says international sanctions, which have been imposed on some settlers,
See, look, they're wearing body armor. Why do they need to wear body armor if they're not Hamas workers? You know, like...
Well, actually, I don't think these are ambulance drivers. So they're from Pakistan. So these are humanitarian aid workers from Pakistan.
Oh,
the sanctions imposed by the U.S.
Why do they need those?
What's
they're
that?
just trying. If they're just humanitarian workers, you know, like I don't believe this guy's story. He's just a shady looking.
He's a liar, Gene.
He's a young cute boy with him that he's training, getting him roped into this life.
He's shady.
So those criminal settlers don't change much in reality.
It's corrupting the youth.
Settlers continue to attack, burn, and destroy homes.
But I mean, like, maybe we shouldn't trust them because Pakistan is an Islamic state with nuclear weapons. I mean, it would be okay if they were a Jewish state or a Christian state with nuclear weapons, but they're a Muslim state with nuclear weapons. So, oh my God, we can't allow that.
Violently towards the Palestinians.
And I mean, you saw that with the United States with Stuxnet. Iran, I don't think they had any notable like proof that they were trying to develop nuclear weapons. They were trying to develop a nuclear energy program, and they programmed sabotage virus that went in and pretty much caused it destroyed their nuclear power plants and everything, because we didn't want them to maybe at some point develop nuclear weapons. And then with Pakistan, they were making a big deal about them developing nuclear weapons, but the big reason they were doing it is because they're butting heads with India, and India has nuclear weapons. So that has pretty much nothing to do with them, or it's exclusive to that region. But it seems like we're okay with I don't know, France and the UK having nuclear weapons and Israel having nuclear weapons. So it seems kind of odd that it's like all of these white capitalistic Western countries are allowed to have nukes, but any other nation that has nukes, they're somehow, I don't know, doing something they're not allowed to do.
In reality, these steps have had no effect.
What's that?
Back in Asawiya, Anan Ahmed says he fears most for his children who are growing up in this atmosphere of violence.
And we can now talk to Shuki Friedman about this. He's vice president.
Next vid.
The United Nations highest court has ordered Israel to immediately end its military operations in Rafah in southern Gaza, but it stopped short of demanding a full ceasefire. The court itself has no enforcement powers, but the UN measure is the latest of legal and diplomatic challenges for Israel. The increasingly isolated government has been facing pressure on all sides to end the war and bring the hostages home, but so far they show no signs of complying with the World Court's order. Imtiaz Tayyab has more.
Israel's response was ferocious, making it clear it won't stop its military operation in Rafah. The court, which is also investigating Israel for, quote, plausible genocide, also said 800,000 Palestinians have been displaced since Israeli forces launched an offensive there 2 weeks ago, triggering a humanitarian situation the ICJ called disastrous. Many have fled here to Al-Mawasi, which also hasn't been spared, as conditions there go from bad to worse. We're afraid to let our kids go out, said Abu Muhammad. The court also called on the Israeli government to reopen the Rafah.
Well, hey, in America, our kids never go outside. So I think they can deal with that.
Border crossing, which its military took over earlier this month.
I mean, they're so backwards. Their kids go outside and play.
On the
Kids are supposed to stay inside all day and just like play video games.
Inside the border, tons of food for Gaza.
Exactly. Live sedentary lifestyle.
Is rotting. As U.S. officials admit, the $320 million U.S. military-constructed floating pier is not operating as planned. And just this
there we go. Operating as planned.
morning, operations there had to be suspended because of rough seas. According to CENTCOM, so far, just 70 trucks of aid have been delivered since it became operational 1 week ago, far short of the 150 truckloads a
Where
day.
are all the IDF soldiers to shoot them all because they're swarming the trucks?
They're in
the Biden administration have
Yeah.
promised.
And although the Biden administration is opposed to a major offensive in Rafah, it continues to insist the Israeli military has, so far, not crossed any red lines.
Yeah, sort of.
Still, earlier this month, the White House paused a shipment.
Prove this.
What?
Because wasn't he a Rafah-starian? That's a womp.
Somebody play the trumpet.
Of 3,500 bombs to Israel, including massive 2,000-pound explosives that it said were leading to many civilian deaths. Michelle.
Imtiaz Tayyab in East Jerusalem. Thank you.
So you're telling
Today,
me
CBS
that,
News learned talks aimed at reaching a deal to free the.
What's that?
They're okay. They attacked Gaza. They like wiped a bunch of people out, and a bunch of people had to move to Rafah or whatever, and now they're attacking that place even more now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like what I said last time. Like, it's never gonna fucking end with Israel like doing this shit. Like, they're not gonna stop. Like,
Oh, they'll stop once they pave over the areas and then set up a lot of their own settlements and stuff, and then relocate a lot of their own citizens.
well, they
there.
need to hurry the fuck up then, because I'm tired of seeing this shit on the news all the time. Like, get better bombs.
Oh, sorry. No, they need to. I don't know. Think they need to get better leaders and that are better at diplomacy. I think that's what they
probably.
need.
Hostages held by Hamas are expected to resume next week. The negotiations would take.
What's that?
You remember, like, back in the day, like, if you weren't getting along with somebody in class, the teacher would just separate you? That's, like, what we need to do, just separate these people, dude.
Well, that's what I said. Give, like, some, like, super cool, like, super state to, like, Hamas, or not Hamas, to, like, all the citizens in Gaza and the West Bank. And there you go. Make it, like, another, like, Qatar, like, super rich, like, extravagant sort of country. And then Israel's not allowed.
Take place with active U.S. involvement. For now, there is no letting up in the fierce Israeli bombardment of Gaza, and CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab has details.
Israel's relentless attacks on Rafah are only intensifying following the order by the International Court of Justice to stop its military operation there. Over the past week, the Israeli military has also been widening its bombing campaign across all of Gaza.
Sounds so cool.
What?
Just how, like, the bomb just goes like.
Are you even looking at?
Yeah, I'm watching. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I just said. It sounds so cool. Like how the bomb like flies through the air before it explodes. Like, to me, it's such a cool noise. It's terrifying, but it's still cool.
Do you see
Yeah,
that
play it
it's
again.
near a bunch of civilian camps and tents?
Yeah, dude.
Past week, the Israeli military has also been widening
Please
its
don't
bombing
cancel me.
campaign across all of Gaza. This UN school in northern Gaza City, a shelter for civilians, was struck multiple times overnight. The blood of those killed still fresh as their bodies are prepared for burial. The
Oh, fuck. You can't watch this and be like pro-Israel. This is fucking stupid.
Do you think whoever this person was who passed away, do you think that they were supporting Hamas? They voted Hamas into office?
Not only that, they were probably the leader. Or a leader.
prepared for burial. The devastating increase in violence has triggered a mass forced displacement of tens of thousands of Palestinians, many fleeing with what little possessions they have left to a fate unknown. As the Biden administration's efforts to get aid into Gaza falters, operations at the $320 million U.S. military-built pier were suspended today because of rough seas. The worst in violence follows the Israeli military's discovery of the remains of 6 hostages this past week. All are thought to have been killed on October 7th, and of the around 125 who is...
Like, why do they need
There's
a
a
pier?
fucking 10-month-old baby there.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? One of the people that are killed was a 10-month-old fucking baby.
Well, how do you know this school that they were using as a makeshift refugee shelter?
Yeah. How do you know that baby didn't vote for Hamas?
Well,
Okay?
I mean, how do you know that they're on a bunch of militants inside of here? They're not just using it as a base. And I mean, like, the thing is, Israel, if they really cared, like, they'll use that logic. And I know people who are going to be apologists will, well, couldn't they have some of their soldiers inside the building to just make sure that, yeah, it's just a bunch of civilians that are, like, you know, going about their daily routine, bathing, eating, not doing anything suspicious. So it's like you can just have a few dudes there making sure that, hey, there aren't any Hamas militants in there. And then it's also just, if Biden had balls, he would deploy our own troops there. And it's like, if we're going to claim that, like, hey, Hamas is using its own militants as or its own people as shields, well, we should have a bunch of our own military units at these camps and stuff. So that way it's like, hey, Israel, do your thing dealing with Hamas, but in all these areas where the civilians are, we got a bunch of our troops camping out here as well. So if you bomb these areas, you're going to be bombing a bunch of our soldiers, and I don't think you want that to happen. And I think if Biden, and I mean, that's the thing. If I was president, that'd probably be what I'm doing. And he's the head of, or he's our commander in chief. He does have power there. And then when it comes to those piers, why we have 14 different aircraft carriers?
Gene.
Why don't we have our aircraft carriers come in? What, Shab?
Gene, war is bad, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
We should all just be friends.
I'm sorry.
That was
I'm just
really
gonna
more
say
about
the most intellectual thing that
I'm sorry.
anybody's ever said.
Yeah, I was trying to add some
Okay,
intellectual.
well, anyway,
to...
shut up. When it comes to getting aid through and trucks and everything, we don't have we have one of the most advanced navies on the planet, probably the most. I know some sources claim that China's navy is slightly larger, but still, why don't we use our navy to send supply trucks through? It's just that we don't have means. We can't use helicopters to airlift the trucks and put them on the land and stuff from the shores. Why do we even need to build piers? Oh, the tides are too rough and stuff. It's I think we have the enough naval vessels and stuff to make sure that supplies where we could get supplies through. We could have helicopters that fly in, gather the all the supplies from the trucks, the humanitarian aid supplies, and then our helicopters could fly them in. We spend so much money on our military. Don't you think we have the resources where if we wanted to make sure all this aid got through, our own military could get it through?
Yeah, but what matters more, Gene? 3 tanks or feeding a country?
I don't know. What do people in the chat think? Do you think that if the United States wanted to, do you think they have the military equipment and the military like vehicles, do you think they have the capacity to do what I'm talking about?
Well, someone in the chat said the Navy got more expensive. That's why they tax us more.
Yeah.
No, they fucking tax the shit out of us. You realize just like 30 seconds of like an aircraft carrier, like defense, like I can't remember what the weapon is, but it's like over like 10 grand worth of like anti-air like mini fucking gun. Just 30 seconds of them firing is over 10 grand. Like they don't give a shit. I mean, it's the military industrial complex. They have so much of a certain what's it called? And if they don't use that certain amount of backing, they get like reduced to whatever. That's why we have a fucking big ass military.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we want to act as the world's like global police. And we spend more money on our military than the next like 7 countries combined. What if Biden or whoever the president is in office, what if they did what I'm talking about? Where they just had troops guarding like all the refugees, all the citizens, not even engaged in combat. You just leave that, all the combat is left to Israel. They're just there to make sure that supplies is getting through, people are being evacuated, they're building tents, building shelter. What if that was exclusively what our military was deployed and used for? It's just, if we're going to be the world's police and spend this much money on our military, it's like maybe like relief efforts and stuff like that. Sort of like when there's hurricanes and stuff, we use our military to evacuate people and so forth. It's just, I think if America was doing mostly shit like that with our military, sending it out whenever there's natural disasters in other countries, like shit like this, we get involved. And the thing is, when people are like, hey, it's not our fight, we don't want to get involved, and I agree. But if we are going to get involved in stupid shit like this, what if America, whenever there's this huge military dispute, our military gets involved and all they do is make sure that they evacuate people, build shelters, fly people in and out, make sure supplies gets there. I mean, maybe the world would love us if we did that. But, and I mean, if China and Russia wanted to fuck us over, that's probably what they should do. They should have their military and only get involved, and then people are going to be like, fuck America. We like these guys better. What's that?
So, instead of like the UN, the United States military becomes the UN. And if we get fucked around too much, we go on the offensive, because we should be like, help support, like with food, minor military backing and protection and whatnot. And then since we are spending all this fucking money on military training and assets, if we're in this conflict with or protecting this one sort of people from this conflict, if it escalates, we can go on the offensive. Instead of being world police, we can be like world helpers, and then like you fuck around long enough, we can flip it around.
That's what the UN peacekeepers are supposed to do. They're supposed to be there so these humanitarian organizations that aren't armed, they're just there exclusively for aid and care. They should be there making sure that they're protected, making sure that these like aid workers aren't being murdered. And it's like, where are they? So we have these sort of we're trying to install some kind of like global sort of government, and we're trying to like I guess have some kind of like international sort of legal system, but like what's the point? Because it seems like whenever it's needed, it's not there. And I mean, it's astronomically rare whenever we actually do get UN peacekeepers involved in any part of the globe. And the only time I can think of is a handful of military disputes in like Central Africa. And beyond that, it's like we never really seemed, or the world never really seems to utilize it. And this seems like and I mean, again, I should probably look into it. I probably should have looked into it by now. Like why that isn't the case. And my guess is the US and the UK and France, like the big three Western powers, have been using their vetoing power in the UN to stop that from happening.
Times overnight, the blood of those killed still fresh as their bodies are prepared for burial. The devastating increase in violence has triggered a mass forced displacement of tens of thousands of Palestinians, many fleeing with what little possessions they have left to a fate unknown. As the Biden administration's efforts to get aid into Gaza falters, operations at the $320 million U.S. military-built pier were suspended today because of rough seas. The worsening violence follows the Israeli military's discovery of the remains of 6 hostages this past week. All are thought to have been killed on October 7th.
This right here. You don't think that, like with NATO, not just the United States, but all of like the naval technology that NATO has, you don't think they'd be able to utilize their Navy and their Air Force to just get a shit ton of aid and supplies through? Why do they even need to build a fucking pier?
Of rough seas. The worsening violence follows the Israeli military's discovery of the remains of 6 hostages this past week. All are thought to have been killed on October 7th. And of the around 125 who it is believed remain, it's unknown how many are still alive, including Ali al-Ziyadana's brother Yusuf and nephew Hamza, who were taken on October 7th. Every time we hear they find more bodies, it just increases the pain, he says. Al-Ziyadana belongs to a Muslim Bedouin community in southern Israel, close to the barrier wall with Gaza. While they're Israeli citizens, their towns and villages are often neglected by the government.
It must be terrifying to think that Israel is continuing to widen its military operation in Rafah, knowing that your brother and nephew could potentially be there.
Yes, because our government and prime minister doesn't listen to anybody, he says. The whole world is calling on him to stop the war and to bring back the hostages, but Netanyahu doesn't listen.
And tonight, CBS News has...
Here's a good example of how, like, discussing this dispute overall, we solve the hostages, so 2 wrongs don't make a right, and Gaza, or not Gaza, Hamas, they're in the wrong for abducting all of these innocent people, which people will make the argument that, like, hey, Israel deserved it for what they've been doing to Gaza for the last, like, century. And it's like, no, civilians don't deserve it. Criticize the government. People don't deserve to suffer, have their relatives killed, or be killed because of things that their government is doing. They're not a fucking Borg, and here you go. Not all Israelis are evil pieces of shit that are obstructing aid. There's plenty of Israelis that are against the war that don't support the IDF, in the same way there's plenty of Gazans that don't support Hamas.
They find more bodies, it just increases the pain, he says. Al-Ziyadana belongs to a Muslim Bedouin community in southern Israel, close to the barrier wall with Gaza. While they're Israeli citizens, their towns and villages are often neglected by the government.
It must be terrifying to think that Israel is continuing to widen its military operation in Rafah, knowing that your brother and nephew could potentially be there.
Yes, because our government and prime minister doesn't listen to anybody, he says. The whole world is calling on him to stop the war and to bring back the hostages, but Netanyahu doesn't listen.
And tonight, CBS News has learned negotiations to release hostages held in Gaza are expected to resume as early as next week. Qatar, Egypt.
Josh, we just got new footage from the October 7th attack, and the Hostages Families Forum released the video, and they edited it to take out the most disturbing scenes. You see it here on your screen. We do want to warn our viewers, this still is graphic, even though it was edited. Walk us through, Josh, what is new that we learned from this particular disturbing video?
Yeah, really upsetting video that, as you mentioned, is from October 7th, just being released now by the hostage families. They say because they want to increase pressure on the Israeli government to bring their family members home. They are really trying to show what the stakes are here. And the stakes, as evident in the video, are the way that these women were treated on October 7th. We see them handcuffed, bloodied.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, again, based on how they're being treated by Hamas doesn't really seem to care about their well-being. But it seems like Netanyahu and the IDF and the Israeli government doesn't really seem to care either. They seem to care more about expanding their borders and colonizing even more of like the Gazan territory as opposed to actually rescuing the hostages. That seems like it's like probably like number 30 something on their list of priorities.
Clearly severely beaten as these Hamas terrorists are threatening them, screaming at them, telling them that they may kill them. We see these women pleading essentially for their lives, saying that they know people in Palestine, trying to really show that they should be sympathetic figures for these people who've taken them hostage. And in one case, one of the Hamas operatives tells them, "Our brothers died because of you. We will kill you." Morgan?
NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thanks.
Thanks for watching.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's moving ahead with a formal invitation to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, to give a joint address to Congress soon. It's expected to be a bipartisan invite and an overwhelming show of unity for Netanyahu as a prosecutor, the chief prosecutor, I should note, with the International Criminal Court says he plans to seek a warrant for Netanyahu's arrest for alleged war crimes in Gaza.
But while most in Congress are standing against the ICC prosecutor and that announcement that he made to CNN's Christiane Amanpour, there is one prominent exception. He's my source tonight, independent Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders, welcome back to The Source. And thank you for being here. What do you make of Netanyahu coming to address Congress? Would you go to that?
It's a terrible idea. No, I won't go. Look, you have a prime minister who has created the worst humanitarian disaster in modern history. Israel, of course, had the right to defend itself against the Hamas terrorist attack. But what Netanyahu has done is gone to war against...
Why wasn't he our president? Why did... I mean, again, why was Biden and Hillary chosen over him?
I don't know, man. It just makes me sick to see that fucking video of him endorsing Hillary.
Well, even that, it's just... well, I mean, he was running against Hillary. He probably after that was just like, okay, the lesser two evils, lesser two poisons things. But this is an example of how the system is kind of rigged. I'd say a big thing when it comes to our presidential elections is that during the primaries and everything, one of the things they found is that in the caucuses, they said that the Democratic delegates, they didn't have their paperwork filled out, or Bernie's delegates didn't have the paperwork filled out properly. And it's like, okay, so did Hillary, did all of her delegates have the paperwork filled out properly? So 100% of them did, but it was something like they turned away I think 40 of his delegates. So it's clear that the Democratic Party, they have somebody that's already picked out, and they're all gonna act like a cult. And both sides do it. The Republican Party does it as well. And they're just going to try to push that person through the system and try to support them as much as they can while sabotaging some other candidate who doesn't kind of fit in with the, I guess, inner crowd of their party. And you can see that people definitely, the popular vote, definitely preferred Bernie over Hillary. And then the popular vote preferred Hillary over Trump. So there's a lot of problems with their system. And I think, I don't know, it's real. What the fuck are you doing, Shab?
I never did anything.
I don't know. You're acting like a clown, dancing around and everything.
It just seems like that the powers that be don't like people who would, make waves. They only like people who, would do the status quo.
Yeah, well, each party...
I believe... sorry.
Yeah, each party is like a cult. It's like a clique in a high school or whatever, where it's you got to be in the in crowd within the party, and they're going to support the person that they all like the most. It's not what the average citizen, it's not who they prefer. It's all the old fucks in Congress and so forth who they want to become president. And they definitely rig it in the favor of whoever the most popular kid is at their lunch table and the Democratic cafeteria. And then you see the same thing in the Republican cafeteria. They do the same fucking thing.
Yeah, with Ron Paul.
And I'd say it is lunchroom politics, when it comes to the elections, at least when it comes to the inner party sort of disputes and the inner party politics. So that's an element or a system that's still notably broken.
All out war against the entire Palestinian people.
I think in 2012 or 2016, if Ron Paul and Bernie Sanders ran together, one person from each side, I think we would be in a total different country, because they're both fairly religious and stuff like that, and they have I feel like they have different foreign policies and shit than other people.
We just need a supercomputer to be president. We just
John,
need,
no, go ahead.
We need to, appoint Deep Blue, the chess machine, or IBM's Watson or Siri. Just make one of them. ChatGPT, make that the new president.
But you're talking about, or someone fucking talking about old fuckers, and Trump said that if he gets elected again, he's gonna get appoint younger Supreme Court justices and very, very conservative Supreme Court justices. And I think the oldest is, what's his name? The fucking guy that cried about drinking beer, Brett Kavanaugh. He's 59 and they're appointed for fucking life. So that's decades worth of Supreme Court justices if Trump gets a second term.
And I do think that that's something that's really fucking antiquated. It's like a Victorian era-esque sort of thing. Like you serve till death. I think that what it should be instead is, and I understand if one of them passes away, okay, have the president appoint some justice and then have Congress approve it. But I think it should be something where instead of them being elected, which it's its own branch of the government, so it can't be something where it's like you want them to be people that are qualified judges, legal experts. So you don't want it to be like, hey, they can just vote, anybody can run to be a justice. So I understand why there's that element where they're appointed, but I think what it should be is every 4 or 5 years, all of Congress has to, like, they vote on which two and maybe that's what they do. The 2 oldest justices, and when I say oldest, the ones that have been serving the longest,
They fight to the death.
well, no, every 5 years they have to have some kind of election, like sort of general assembly election, where they decide, like, okay, who are the 2 new justices going to be? And I think it has to be something where the 2 that have been serving the longest up to that point will be replaced. I think maybe that's a better checks and balances sort of system. And then if one happens to pass away, then the president will find a nominee and then Congress has to approve it. But I think that's and in terms of the checks and balances, maybe that's what it should be, is that the president and the cabinet officials vote, and then all the members of Congress vote every 5 years on 2 new justices. And then the 2 that have been running longest, they have to step down. I think maybe have a system like that.
Women and children.
See if the 2 that have run the longest do a race to see who can run the longest. Like an actual race.
Where's the trumpet sound?
That's my second one.
5% of the population is now dead or wounded. 60% of them are women and children.
Shallow and lame. What's that supposed to mean, Sunfire?
Some 200,000 housing units have been completely destroyed. Every university in Gaza has been bombed. There is now imminent starvation taking place. So why you would invite somebody who has done such horrific things to the Palestinian people is something that I think is a very bad idea.
Well, it's not just,
and I mean, a very large percentage of Americans don't agree with what's going on. So it seems like, I don't know, like the popular vote, like the popular opinion, it would be advocating for what he's saying or would be supporting what he's saying. But then the problem is, that what he's saying is not popular amongst our politician, amongst like the average Democratic or Republican politician on the federal level. So it's more of this kind of cafeteria politics once you get to the inner party sort of dynamics of our federal political system.
Speaker Mike Johnson, Senator Schumer is on board with this.
I strongly disagree. Look, what the ICC prosecutor has done is very important. What he has said is war is horrific in general. And I would hope that someday the human race might end war. But what he has said is there've got to be standards. And as you know, last year he went after Putin of Russia, who has kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children and taken them to Russia. And he said, that's a war crime. Not to mention Putin starting the largest war in Europe since World War II. What he said about Sinwar, the head of Hamas, he said, this is the guy who started the war, committed a terrible atrocity on October 7th. He's a war criminal. He is a war criminal. But
now, who seems more articulate? Bernie, Trump, or Biden?
Definitely Bernie.
When Netanyahu goes to war against the entire
Biden, fucking Trump did a speech, I think last week or 2 weeks ago or something like that, where there was a 34, 35 second just moment of silence where he was just fucking blanked. And
yep, blinked.
And then Drunken Crow did it too. And
just like that.
But he's only in his 20s.
No, I did that on purpose. He just fucking blanked.
Oh, sure you did. Okay.
Yeah, sure you did.
Oh, yeah. And Shabbos over. Yeah.
Beyond, like, outside of, like, articulation, out of the three of them, which one do you think has the least amount of complications when it comes to toileting?
They're all wearing diapers.
Yeah, but which one do you think has the hardest time?
Fall down the stairs? They're all going to fall down the stairs.
I don't know. I do support an HCAT, but...
Bernie's probably able to wipe himself better than the other two. I'd imagine.
Palestinian people.
That's because he got nurses. He's
got 35,000, wounds 77,000.
Trump is the rich one. He has like 20 nurses there to wipe his ass all at once. But Bernie doesn't need that because he can use his hand.
Healthcare system, their educational system, their civilian infrastructure. You know what? You got to have standards. And if you turn your back on that, then the next guy around the world comes and says, hey, we could destroy the whole thing. Let's do it. So
what do you make of what we heard on this? Because the comment referring to that and what President Biden has said is that it draws a false equivalence between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Yahya Sinwar.
I don't agree. No one, Netanyahu is the head of a democratic nation. He's elected. That's true. Sinwar is a head of a terrorist organization. That's true. But what the ICC prosecutor looked at is what they have actually did, what they did. And what Sinwar...
Judging them based on their actions, not on whether or not, like, one's part of democracy and one's part of the terrorist group. It doesn't matter what kind of group classification they fall under. It matters what actions they're engaging in.
Sinwar did, what Hamas did, is, to my mind, a criminal violation of international law, no question about it. He's a war criminal. What Netanyahu is doing to the Palestinian people is different, but that is also, to my mind, a clear violation of international law.
Yeah, we saw that video today of the female Israeli soldiers being tied up and bound.
Disgusting. All right, but what Hamas is, what they did is horrific. They are a disgusting terrorist organization. End of discussion. Sinwar is a war criminal. But does that give the head of a modern, powerful, industrialized nation the right to go to war against?
Jesus, he seems to be repeating a lot of the stuff we've been arguing for, the points that we've been making for the last 6 or several months. I mean, God, I wonder why this guy hasn't become president yet.
The entire Palestinian people. I want to read you one thing, which is important. As you know, Defense Minister of Israel, Gallant, has also been, there's a warrant out for his arrest as well. This is what he said soon after October 7th. He said, quote, Defense Minister, quote, I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly, end of quote. That is the Defense Minister.
Do you think that's bigoted?
Okay, so I just looked up how old, or when Bernie Sanders was born. 1941. So he was born during the Second World War, not in fucking Europe, but during that time. And if he was born in Europe, he would have probably been, trained to one of the camps. So I think on this topic, I would believe him. I would back him more than Biden or Trump.
Now, what he quoted there or whatever, do you think that quote is a big quote?
I had to take my headphones off to plug it in, so I didn't.
Electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly, end of quote. That is the Defense Minister of Israel. And you know what? That is exactly what they did. Yeah, today, there is no electricity.
We covered those comments, and we've covered also what's been happening.
Yeah. According to Netanyahu, they've been letting water through, but they've cut off all the plumbing and stuff, and the electricity. So, I don't know.
So they get supplies, but they don't get the fucking infrastructure of electricity and plumbing and everything. So,
well, they don't get the supplies either.
Oh, yeah, as we've seen.
Yeah.
But they're saying that they get the supplies.
They get 0.06% of the supplies.
Obviously, they're on this front, though, if those warrants are issued, countries that are a party to the ICC will have to arrest Netanyahu and Gallant if they go into those countries. I mean, would you be okay with...
Look, between you and me, I don't think Putin is going to get arrested. I don't think Sinwar is going to get arrested. I don't think Netanyahu is going to get arrested. But the world community has got to have certain standards or else we move into barbarism. And the next country at war will say, look what Israel did. Yeah, we're going to wipe out all the housing. We're going to starve all the children. Hey, that's okay. So what the ICC is trying to do, I think, importantly, in a crazy world, in a world of so much violence, trying to hold at least some minimum standards of what governments have got to do.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for joining us here tonight.
Thank you.
The blood still hasn't dried after Israel hit this refuge for civilians in the Jabalia refugee camp, unable to find safety anywhere in Gaza. It's the result of intensifying operations in the area, where Israel's military has once again told thousands of people to evacuate.
We were sitting peacefully. Then boom, there was a boom. A missile from a controlled drone, or a regular drone, but it did massive damage. In the schoolyard, there were a few people who were dismembered and cut into pieces. I do not know how to explain, but they were in pieces. And here, where they make bread, the Arabic flatbread, here, a child was martyred, and a woman was injured badly. And there were 3 or 4 children who were also martyred here.
For nearly 8 months, Palestinians have repeatedly been displaced.
We have suffered and we have been forced to go through 6 or 7 displacements. We went to Shujaiya, then to Al-Shifa, and to many other.
6 or 7 displacements. They've had to relocate 6 or 7. Well, hey, can we trust him because he's being dishonest? He's saying 6 or 7. He can't make up his mind. I mean, I don't know. Think it's a bunch of propaganda?
Nah, he's wearing Under Armour. Come on, he's not poor.
Places.
Continuing Israeli attacks in the north of the Gaza Strip means thousands are being forced to flee again.
They dropped leaflets and called us on our mobiles, asking us to leave Jabalia camp and other areas and move towards the west of Gaza. We didn't move on the first day because we thought they were not serious. But then the bombing and shooting started.
Continuing Israeli attacks in the north of the Gaza Strip mean thousands are being forced to flee again. The roads lined with Palestinians clutching whatever they carry, but they live with the constant fear that more Israeli attacks are never far behind, as nowhere is safe in Gaza. Hind al-Khudari, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe to our
Tonight, this Israeli airstrike hitting Rafah. Our team in Gaza following fire crews trying to put out the flames.
What the Palestinian need is immediately stop war.
The strike coming just as the UN's highest court ordered Israel to stop its military operations in the city to protect civilians.
Israel must immediately halt its military offensive.
The ruling is binding, but the World Court has no means of enforcing it, and Israel giving no sign it'll comply, saying it launched a just war to eliminate Hamas following the October 7th terror attack, and that it's acting to reduce as much harm.
According to their own self-assessment, it was just. They said so.
Harm as possible to civilians. But nearly 1 million Palestinians have been displaced since the start of the Rafah operation. The court's action today adding more pressure on Israel after war crimes prosecutors earlier called for the arrest of both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas leaders. The White House called that move against Israel outrageous.
We don't think there's an equivalence between what Israel did and what Hamas did.
The court today also calling it deeply troubling that Hamas still refuses to immediately release its hostages. Israel's military says it recovered the bodies of 3 more hostages today.
And after a call with President Biden, the leader of Egypt tonight agreeing to allow more aid into Gaza through Israel. Tom?
Thanks for watching. Stay
This is NBC Nightly News.
Oh, I think it took me away from the playlist. Yep.
Oh, you deserve it, Gene. Hi.
Tonight.
See, they don't want us covering it.
Hi.
Turning to the Israel-Hamas war, and the top United Nations court today ordering Israel to halt its military operations in Rafah and repeating its demands that Hamas release all the hostages. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyab reports from East Jerusalem on Israel's response.
Israel's response was ferocious, making it clear it won't stop its military operation in Rafah. The court, which is also investigating Israel for, quote, plausible genocide, also said the Rafah offensive launched 2 weeks ago has triggered a humanitarian situation.
No, it is straight up genocide.
No, it's not genocide. They're going after Hamas.
Yeah, it was an accident.
The ICJ called disastrous. Many have fled here to Al-Mawasi, which also wasn't spared, as conditions there go from bad to worse. The court also called on the Israeli government to reopen the Rafah border crossing. In a matter of hours, President Biden secured a commitment from Egypt to resume deliveries of UN aid into Gaza through the Kerem Shalom crossing in Israel, after tons of food on the Egyptian side of the crossing started to rot.
Now, how much of that food do you think is actually going to get through? How much of it do you think is going to be turned away because there's zippers or toothbrushes? And, or how much of it do you think is going to be sabotaged where a bunch of settlers are going to put, like, spikes and stuff in the road?
95.
Meanwhile, U.S. officials admit the $320 million floating pier is not operating as planned. According to CENTCOM, just 70 truckloads of aid have been delivered in the last week, far short of the 150 truckloads a day the Biden administration had promised. Many of the deliveries have been swarmed by hungry Palestinians, and as Israel continues to widen its offensive across all of Gaza, the remains of 3 hostages were found in the northern Jabalia refugee camp, identified as Hanan Jablanka, Michael Nizenbaum, and Orion Hernandez Rado. All 3 were killed on October 7. Reuven Jablonka is the father of Hanan. The Israeli leadership needs to stop arguing, he said. We must bring everyone back home. And the ICJ has no way of enforcing its order as Prime Minister Netanyahu increasingly finds himself under pressure at home and isolated internationally. But he's clearly not.
The United Nations top judicial body has ordered Israel to pause all operations in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. The International Court of Justice on Friday called the humanitarian situation in Rafah, quote, disastrous, but Israeli forces are unlikely to comply with the court's demands. Meanwhile, the IDF says it recovered the bodies of 3 more hostages killed in the initial Hamas attack on October 7th. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograt joins.
So it was the Israeli attack on Hamas, and they found the bodies? There's already evidence that
they seem to be killing more Israeli. Well, maybe that's not fair, but it seems like it was over 1,000 civilians died in the October 7th attacks. So seems like they're probably getting up there in terms of the amount of Israeli citizens that have died.
So, okay, so picture this. You're an Israeli hostage, and all this shit has happened. You've heard about all these attacks on Hamas and all these hostages getting killed, and you hear, oh, you're in this little bunker, and you hear that, oh, Israeli forces are coming to liberate us, and like there's a tick in the back of your mind that's like, now we're probably going to get shot by our own guys.
I mean, if they have access to the media, maybe they're like they do have access to like TV or whatever. I don't know, but imagine that, like, they're in the dark about like what's going on and how incompetent they've been at actually rescuing the hostages, and it's like, oh, we're finally getting rescued, and then they're mowed down by machine gun fire
from their own fucking people.
But here, we're gonna move on to the next topic, but I gotta pee, so talk to the chat.
I also have to pee. Don't say the N-word.
All right. So it's my turn to take over. Hi. I am Shabisky. How do you guys do? Hold down the fort. What the fuck does that mean? Alright. Cheers, you guys. When does the scissoring begin? Remy, I can dab. Shut up, drunken crow.
I just got back.
I'm trying to get people to scissor in the chat. Stop interrupting.
Do it. Come on, scissor, guys.
Scissor, scissor. Come on. We could do like, you know, like the way that people have like kind of dog fights. We could have kind of like women fights, but scissoring.
Yeah, never mind.
You want to scissor battle my bitch with your bitch, dude? I got $50 on it.
Well, who do you got?
My bitch. Okay, she knows how to scissor. Okay.
Wait, who's your bitch?
I don't know. I'm still trying to make up my mind. Is it Sunfire or Brittany? I don't know.
I'm gonna pick Taylor. So I'll send out Taylor.
She's gonna lose that bitch to my bitch.
You don't know that? Who's the bitch?
I've had bitch fights all day long. I know about my bitches. Okay, they know what they're doing. Right, Gene?
I leave the pee and the views go down.
Gene, I put you full screen. Oh.
What's that?
I put you full screen.
Okay, can you not put me full screen?
Okay, I'm sorry. Gosh. I just thought you'd like that for a second. Just a little bit of attention.
На окраїнах з трьох боків вже йдуть стрілецькі бої. Тобто це окраїни. Я не можу сказати, що росіяни ще зайшли в Вовчанськ, а однак уже на околицях Вовчанська бої йдуть.
So, I mean, who do you think's been a lot worse so far in terms of the amount of war crimes? Russia within the last 2 years, or Palestine or Israel in the last like 6-7 months?
Israel.
You're just an anti-Semite.
Зараз вони просто, росіяни його стирають з лиця землі і
Imagine like driving by and just see a bunch of tanks on the road.
Йдуть методом випаленої землі, тобто вони спочатку випалюють перед собою конкретну територію, потім заходять піхота. І так вони просуваються завжди. Так само це Бахмут, це Мар'їнка, це Авдіївка.
We begin in Ukraine, where President Zelensky has admitted that a lack of manpower is sapping morale in the war against Russia. He was speaking as new laws to boost army recruitment come into effect. Prisoners will now be allowed to join, and fines have gone up for men who ignore the order.
Yeah, so we've discussed this before. They've been having a very notable troop shortage, and one of the things they found is that Ukraine hasn't been very honest with the U.S. about it for quite a while. But they also haven't been getting a lot of military aid because clearly we've had to support like. Shep, can you stop making stupid faces?
I was born with this face, Gene.
Oh, okay.
Like, what the fuck?
To fight. In a TV interview, Mr. Zelensky also said Ukraine has a quarter of the air defences it needs to hold the front line against Russia. Here's a clip of the Ukrainian president talking about the new law on military recruitment.
Нам потрібно укомплектувати резерви.
We need to staff the reserves. There are a serious number of brigades, which a large number of them are empty. We need to do this so the guys can have a normal rotation. Then their morale will be improved.
Well, let's speak to our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse, who is in Kyiv for us. James, good to have you. Now, when the war began, there were so many.
What's that?
Said the sapping morale.
Zapping morale.
Sapping, like tree sap. I've never heard that used as like a.
I need to get a new host.
Recruits, volunteering.
No, it's like
what is the morale like?
Your energy is sapped. Like you're fucking like, oh, this whole fucking podcast, my energy has been like sapped.
I've never heard that
you guys
used
provide.
as
I think they probably meant to say zap.
No, they said sap.
Well, then they had
it says saps right there on the screen. It says on the top title sapping. I think they meant to say sap. Gene.
Okay, then it's misspelled. It's
like now.
Or is it?
It's a very
I don't know.
Different chapter of this war, really, since the early stages of the full-scale invasion, where you have Ukrainian forces, which are thought to make up around 500,000 personnel, either fighting on the front line or in operation.
What's that?
Said you really add great commentary, Gene.
Well, you're not adding great commentary. It's
what do you
like,
mean? We can't.
Words on.
Yeah, there's a word, and then you're like, oh, it's obviously wrong. Well, it's not wrong, Gene. It's a word you don't know, and we're interested in it. Unlike you, me and Drunken Crow are interested in learning.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
Jane, we're interested in learning.
You now have a large proportion of those who are exhausted, who have been fighting for the best part of 2 years with little to no rest. And then you have men either avoiding or fearful of the draft, being legally compelled to fight and join the country's cause. And so it's incredibly difficult.
Ooh, Gene only thinks he's smart.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
He is.
John,
getting that.
When was this? When did this come out? Because it says, like, in the bottom it says U.S. confirms first aid truck arrives
7 days ago. So we're going through.
We're a week behind. Okay.
For Ukraine at a time when we are seeing fighting in the northeast, in towns and settlements close to the Russian border, in an area where there is really intense fighting, which makes up more than 300 square kilometers. It's a real departure from the trench warfare we've seen over the past 18 months. And President Zelensky acknowledges this. He's saying that morale is low. And I think for Ukraine to openly be admitting that its troops are overstretched and struggling is a sign of how serious things are at the moment. And they are hoping for two things to take effect. Firstly,
we were talking about like how it's become a war of attrition, and it seems like Russia has broken the stalemate. And it seems like they were waiting to get their logistics in order with their Air Force. So I discussed that enigma with them not using the Air Force. And now they've really started to utilize it. And they were probably trying to make sure they didn't repeat the same blunder with their like army and their tanks. And now, because they're not getting the proper like military aid, things are starting to go south and everything. And when it comes to it's just I don't know. Do you think it was wise to cut the aid to the Ukraine so we could focus on supporting the IDF? Seems like maybe if we want to waste our money on military affairs or spend our money on global like military affairs, maybe the Ukraine was definitely a much more ethical investment than Israel.
I do agree with that, but I think there are more countries backing Ukraine than they are with Israel. I don't know that for sure. Don't quote me on that, but because is it Canada, Poland, UK, us? We're giving them some support, but with fucking Russia's antique fucking military and their training, it's a numbers game. They're sending the Russian military is just doing what they've always done, just send as much people, as much equipment out just into the meat grinder. Because that's their fucking basic military plan, is like meat grinder. Just like throw as much bodies, as much equipment as they can. It doesn't matter what the
they have the larger stockpile of expendables, and I mean they're able to, I guess, have a more stable economy while fighting this war abroad, while Ukraine, the war's happening on their like home front, so it's kind of hard for them to keep their cities running as usual, and for them to, I mean, kind of like efficiently keep a stable GDP. So there's also that issue of Russia can kind of play the longer game because they have this large territory rich in resources that they can sell to people like Iran or China, and they've managed to stabilize their economy, and they also have all the personnel that they can just conscript and draft and use as expendables, and the Ukraine's running out of supplies, running out of troops, and it's starting to affect their economy notably.
A controversial mobilization law where it hopes enough men will be able to join the fight and slow that Russian advance. But it's also hoping that will be combined with billions, tens of billions of dollars worth of American ammunition and weaponry. But at the moment, it is a time delay that is seeing Russia take more and more territory, and that's only increasing the political pressure here on Kyiv.
Well, to that point, James, we're also hearing warnings from President Zelensky about air defences and their supply. What is it that President Zelensky is asking for from his allies?
You've just said it. I mean, its air defences have been top of the list over and over. He prioritises that over tanks, fighter jets, armoured vehicles.
Because now they've been really utilizing their air force, and that's something, again, they have like the second strongest air force of any other country.
Ammunition, everything else, but he sort of really quantified his needs. He says the reason the Russians have been advancing in the northeast is because his forces have a quarter of the air defences they need. And we're not just talking about protecting cities. It also means challenging Russia's air superiority, because they've dropped thousands of glide bombs from fighter jets, almost unchallenged across many parts of the front line. And at the moment, he is struggling to get what he needs in that regard. He also says he needs at least 120 F-16 fighter jets, which have been promised by Western allies, but as of now, none are thought to be being used operationally. So, President Zelensky really sees this as a gap in his armoury, because we're also seeing people being urged to ration energy now. There are planned blackouts once more. Thermal power stations and water stations are being hit once more. It really does feel like Ukraine is less able to defend itself, not least when you look at the...
I don't know. Seems like that's major blunder, cutting off the aid. Seems like I think a lot of the leaders in these NATO states probably regret doing so.
More now on our top story, the Russia-Ukraine war. After Russian troops crossed the border into northeastern Ukraine last week, President Vladimir Putin has said there are no plans to capture the country's second city, Kharkiv, at least for now. The Russian leader said his forces were advancing in order to protect the Russian border region. This is how the battlefield currently looks, according to UK military intelligence. The red areas there are Russian-occupied, with the arrows showing likely points of Russian attack. The recent focus of attention is here, in the northeast, near Kharkiv, where fierce fighting has been taking place. Now, the yellow represents new gains claimed by Russia. Our defense correspondent Jonathan Beale sent this special report from the...
Now, this might not look significant, but it's kind of like in a World War I, where they're in a stalemate for most of the war, where they barely advance just a matter of a few miles throughout most of the war. So it's like once you start to see minor shifts or whatever, it's like that probably some of the most significant gains in like the war so far, where victory has been measured in inches. And you go back to this map right here, and they've pretty much been stuck in a stalemate for the last like year and a half of this war.
Likely points of Russian attack. The
Well,
recent
like I was saying,
yellow.
Russia has quantity, not
Yep.
quality. And so this is why we need to back them up. Just a fucking little. Because if we have like one quality tank that we send over there, that one quality tank can take 3 or 4, 5, 6, whatever number from tanks from the fucking pretty much the Cold War.
But like you've said, or like they've said, they don't really need tanks. They've been giving them lots of tanks. And one of the reasons is it's just tanks aren't really that much.
Aircraft as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, tanks aren't really that much of an advantage in modern warfare because it's just you have a tank battalion, but you call in an airstrike or an artillery strike. And it's just that's definitely what they needed. They need a means to deal with Russia's air force. But here I'm trying to find a good. Here, talk to the chat.
Hi, Jack. Chat. How do you do? Drunken Crow, talk to the chat with me.
Okay, everyone, this is a scissoring session while we take a break. So go ahead, take your pants off.
Yeah, Remy and Young Mind, get to scissoring, you whores. Get to work. You got this, Remy and Young Mind. Brian, you can join in. I think 3 can scissor.
I like how it's like if I them, this is the best they can come up with.
What? What's wrong with scissoring, Gene? Can 3 scissor? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know.
John, we're talking about arts and crafts.
So, in other words, I won. What is this?
I'm gonna have to fire Shab.
I'll fire you from a cannon into another cannon, and then into the sun. Ooh. What are they doing?
You didn't really find any good maps of this. So, yeah, in World War I, you had Germany and Austria-Hungary, or the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and... wait. It's 1944. I don't know why there aren't any good maps of the Western Front. Where it doesn't... Because all the maps I'm looking for, they only show, like, part of France or the French border. They don't show the entirety of Europe with the borders of, like, the Western Front.
Well, that's because it was all quiet.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's not a womp womp. Is it?
Yeah, it is. Well, here, whatever. I'll just rely on this map. So essentially, you just had borders that went up from, like, France all the way up to, like, Belgium and the Netherlands. And it was like that for pretty much the overwhelming majority of the war. And it was just a trench from the Mediterranean Sea to the, like, North Sea. And you saw no progression until the very end of the war, where the United States got involved. And the US and the UK deployed one of the first, like, tank divisions, and that's what broke the stalemate. So it's pretty much a very, very similar scenario in terms of what's going on.
Represents new gains claimed by Russia. Our defense correspondent Jonathan Beale sent this special report from the front line.
Near the village of Lipsy, the Russians are closing in. The fire from a recent rocket attack near a Ukrainian position. We're told to immediately head to a bunker. Taking shelter, recently arrived Ukrainian reinforcements. A week ago, they were fighting elsewhere on the front. Andrei tells me the situation is dynamic and tense. From a drone feed, they're nervously watching and waiting for another attack.
I wonder what the dog think. You know when there's, like, fireworks or lightning and dogs are, like, terrified and everything? I wonder what the dog thinks of, like, all the ballistics and all the explosions.
He says it's time to
Probably
leave.
food.
They just spotted enemy forces.
Because after all the
Is advancing. This is where they're directing artillery fire. They're telling us to get out. They've said this area is under threat, and we're going to go. At a field hospital further from the front, medics are treating Victor. He's lost his fingers in a mortar explosion. He says he and his men were fending off wave after wave of Russian attacks. They were outnumbered and also outgunned.
They have everything, whatever they want, and we have nothing to fight with, but we do what we can.
Ukraine's been starved of ammunition, but President Zelensky says the shortage is now being addressed. At an artillery line outside the town of Vovchansk, they've just received another batch of shells, but they're old Soviet-era guns. Ukraine is just about holding...
Wait, why are they blurring out like one sort or like one pile of...
I don't know. There's probably information written on it that they don't want people to see.
Ukraine is just about holding the front here in the Kharkiv region, while the Russians have launched this fresh assault. But only by pulling units like this from elsewhere on the front, in places where the Russians have been advancing. These guys have just been given a new target. But they're frustrated too, that the Russians were so easily able to cross the border.
Yeah, so I know they signed, like, currently the United States and other NATO countries have signed on to, like, the care package, but the issue is they got to wait it out until the extra supplies makes its way to them. So, do you think they'll be able to hold off for the next, like, couple weeks?
No.
Yep.
Yeah, probably not.
I like the very timely response.
We could have built some kind of fortifications and lost less human lives, fewer villages. Now we'll have to fight for it again. We'll need to use more resources. We could have used logs and concrete. Now we'll have to use shells and people to take this land back.
Kharkiv was fortified, but these defences were built well away from the border, beyond the range of Russian artillery, too far to make a difference. Further east, where the Russians are also gaining ground, Ukraine is building more defences. A recognition it may have to pull back here too. But digging so close to Russian lines is dangerous and difficult, as we're about to find out.
Johnny! Get down!
We're told to take cover. As a Russian armed drone hovers right above us, scanning for potential targets. There's palpable relief when it passes. This is a war in which it's getting harder to...
Imagine being like a soldier in the military, and like you're in a trench here and you hear those sirens or that buzzing sound, and it's like this is the 4th or 5th time that like some kind of like artillery strike went off right like just like meters away from where you are, or you witness somebody else die in front of you. And imagine like once you get out of the war, whenever you hear some kind of ringing or whatever, do you think that's like a PTSD trigger?
Yeah, because those trenches are less sophisticated than they were back in World War One.
Yeah,
because like the fucking Germans back in World War One, the Germans, they had time to actually fortify their trenches. So there was like wooden. The trenches were fortified with wood and everything.
Wooden beams.
Watching your every move.
Overseas now, and the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian troops struggling tonight to hold Russian forces at bay as they advance on eastern towns and cities. President Zelensky saying thousands of people have been evacuated from the region around Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. The UN reporting more than 10 million Ukrainians have been displaced since the war began. ABC's James Longman tonight from Ukraine.
Ukraine claims to have stabilized Russia's incursion towards Kharkiv, but tonight warns this may be the beginning of a wider northern assault. The fight north of Ukraine's second largest city raging for a week now, at least 12 towns and villages swallowed up by Russia's advance, and the bombardment of Kharkiv itself relentless. Hours ago, a guided bomb striking this neighborhood, wounding 5 people, including a 15 and 16-year-old.
We've been in Kharkiv a few days now, and every day we hear missile and drone attacks coming in on the city. This hit just a few hours ago. We actually heard it here. We've got investigators here on the site. The house ruined. And you can see the crater there in the garden.
Every home here peppered with shrapnel, bloodstains on the floor, now alongside family photos and strollers. Marina fled with her family to Kharkiv to escape the war. She now finds herself on the front lines once again. There was nothing.
At least she only had to relocate one time in the last 2 years, not 6 times in the last 6 months.
He says, and then a very large explosion. All the windows were pushed inside the house. Kharkiv had been successfully defended when this war began, but Ukraine blames a weapons and ammunition shortage on their latest setbacks. Yes! An even bigger issue, manpower. Tonight, a new law coming into effect, lowering the age for men to be drafted from 27 to 25. And this week, another measure passed. The law will soon require convicted criminals to join the war effort.
And I just met with the commander of a northern defensive brigade. He says he believes Vladimir Putin when he says he doesn't want to occupy Kharkiv, but he also says he believes more Russian incursions into the north are likely.
With James Longman, thank you.
This morning,
Honestly,
Ukraine's military.
lowering the recruitment age from 27 to 25, that's not a big thing. As far as prisoners, I mean, that's not unheard of, but nowadays it's kind of unheard of.
Well, I mean, it wasn't that uncommon to be like, hey, you can join the military or you can go to prison. So,
Oh, fuck, was it Russian or I think it was.
The United States did that in Vietnam, where it's like, hey, you got in trouble with the law or whatever, like you stole somebody's car, you can either serve time in the military or spend time in the military, or you can go to prison. Or you're, yeah.
I was talking about like, either World War I or World War II, or another war where like prisoner battalions or squads were basically used as like pretty much cannon fodder.
I mean, they've been doing that Russia in this war with the Wagner like group. They got like penal like divisions.
Struggling to hold the line as Russia continues to bear down on its northeastern front. Kharkiv, the city at the center of that fresh Russian advance, under constant threat.
We've been in Kharkiv a few days now, and every day we hear missile and drone
Is this only in 1 year, bud?
attacks coming in on the city.
Yep.
This hit just a few hours ago. We actually heard it hit. We've got investigators here on the site. The house ruined, and you can see the crater there in the garden.
We spoke to Marina. The missile landed just feet from her home. Her family previously moving here after being displaced from fighting around Slovyansk.
Maria's story is sadly not uncommon. She's already on the move.
They need to fire whoever like who is in charge of like the sound editing.
She's lost her home elsewhere in Ukraine, and yet another bomb has found her.
Civilians are being forced to flee Volchansk and other surrounding communities, and they get aid in centers like this. This comes as President Zelensky signed new legislation that mobilizes convicts to the war's front lines. The country's dealing with a major manpower shortage and waning morale. During a state visit to China, President Putin seized on Russia's momentum in Ukraine by announcing plans to carve out a buffer zone in Kharkiv. And yet life in the city goes on. We took a look inside this underground school where students try to carry on with their routine away from the constant bombs.
I think it's strange and it's scary to us, but we...
Dude, they need to fire whoever was behind their sound design. What's that?
I just said, Jesus fucking Christ. I've had to switch. I'm just going to fucking wear both of them at the same fucking time. God damn, it's annoying.
Understand that it's war outside. I need to go to a safe place.
The number of people killed and injured in separate Russian attacks on Ukraine's northeastern Kharkiv region on Sunday reached double figures, local officials said. The city and region of the same name have been under constant attacks in recent weeks by Russia in its latest offensive. Of the same name have been under constant attacks.
He doesn't look good.
In recent weeks by Russia in its latest offensive, including launching
most of that discoloring is from like soot or something.
Missiles and guided bombs. This is the aftermath of one attack on Sunday at a recreation area just outside the city. 5 people were killed, including a pregnant woman, and 16 were wounded, according to Kharkiv's mayor on Telegram.
Oh my god.
Local resident and first aid responder Natalia Burankova described the area as a place where people came to relax.
There were no soldiers here, absolutely none. I retrieved a pregnant girl from beneath the rubble. She didn't have a pulse.
Local police inspector Yaroslav Trofimko told Reuters they arrived after the first explosion and gave first aid to civilians. But 5 minutes later, there was a second explosion, which wounded more civilians and an ambulance medic. Ukraine has accused Russia of using double tap strikes to kill or injure emergency workers at the scene of strike impacts. Later, 2 villages in the Kupiansk district would also be shelled by Russian forces, according to the local governor. At least 5 people were killed and 9 injured. President Volodymyr Zelensky again called on Western allies to supply Kiev with additional air defense systems to protect Kharkiv and other cities.
Now to Ukraine, where heavy fighting continues as Russia tries to advance in the eastern Kharkiv region. Russia's
after, either combat medics or just medical people in general during war, a war crime.
Yeah.
And like,
change the shape of
you're clearing a street and you have a wounded soldier or whatever, and your squad or your battalion goes past them. If you go back to fucking shoot that person, that's a war crime because they were already injured. They were posed as not a threat. You go back and take out that person. That's a war crime because you were already past them. You already figured that they were a non-threat at that moment. You went past them, came back, and took them out. That is a war crime as well.
And they're supposed to have uniform like insignias to show that they're medics because you're not supposed to be killing medics. So, but in some cases, it's like the opposing side doesn't care. So because they're wearing they have those medic symbols, they'll just they stand out, so they'll start shooting at them, so they can't heal or they can't aid like the fallen troops.
Battlefield as those billions in new U.S. aid begin to arrive. Last week, the Pentagon said the first installments included air defense, artillery rounds, armored vehicles, and anti-tank weapons. Nick Payne-Walsh has more on what the battle looks like right now from the front lines.
Dusk begins a race to hide before dark. It's this drone unit's first night in a new location. What? Twilight. A tiny window when perhaps you can unpack, set up without the Russian drones that are always, always above, seeing you as clearly. Like so much in this fast-changing war, their task was unimaginable when Moscow invaded. Their target is on the horizon, Russia itself, into which they fly and plant mines on key roads. They wait for dark.
Those lights twinkling over there on the horizon, that's Belgorod, Russia. How close they're operating towards Russian mainland.
Putin's latest offensive towards Kharkiv has made the fight personal for Artyom. His parents live about a 5-minute drive away, and fighting for his literal home is unsettling.
Волнительно, на самом-то деле. Они, 1,5 года не знали вообще, что в боевой бригаде, что я под Бахмутом воюю. Я рассказал, что на блокпосты охраняю.
And now, for the first of many times, their only defense
He shouldn't be smoking on duty.
is to listen for drones.
Назад. Прямо над нами летит. Орлан.
It passes. Now it is dark, they must hurry.
Спокойно.
Russian drones have thermal cameras. They hear another.
Тихо.
How unnerving do you think this is? I mean, I don't know how they, like, I'm sure they definitely, or they most certainly do have a system to filter out people who just aren't able to work under pressure, but I don't think I would be able to do this without freezing up. Like, imagine, I don't know, like, you have to be pretty fucking hardened to deal with something like this, like, setting all this stuff on the go with a notable strict time limit, due diligence, because the other side, you don't get this done just a few seconds before it needs to, and then you're fucking screwed. Your location is revealed by the enemy or revealed to the enemy. And imagine like dealing with that kind of stress. Like, you got to get this done. You got to be this meticulous. Do you think that in and of itself is going to cause PTSD?
Oh, fuck yeah. Especially, didn't they say that one soldier's family lived just 5 miles away?
Yeah.
Battles raging nearby may help them go unnoticed. They resume. Any strike could also ignite the 2 mines they're fitting. They hear another drone.
Oh, that's fucking perfect. Love that.
Such an escalation.
I don't think that's like what do you think the use of that is? Don't you think that could compromise their position or something?
Well, if you hear the buzzing and then all of a sudden you hear dun 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 dun, dun, you'd be like, oh fuck, I'm dead.
I guess it's like what is it? Jericho's trumpet sort of thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Over 2 years into the war, to now see Ukrainians flying drones of explosive straight.
I know they designed like the German planes, the propellers. They made the reason they made that noise. What was on purpose? It was supposed to like instill fear on like the opposing troops. You just hear the planes, their motors, and you know, oh fuck, the airstrike's coming.
Into Russia.
Inside, Sasha watches it cross the border.
Young-minded he thought it was the Star Destroyer from Star Wars, so dun, 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 dun. It could be. I
think that's what the melody was.
GPS ban. Communication lost.
Remarkably, when Russian jamming kicks in, the drone keeps going,
ETF primary change :2.
and they're able to pick the signal up again, deeper inside Russia. They spot the target road they will mine, drop both payloads, and head back. A GPS problem means the drone crash lands, but they have a spare. They once, elsewhere, managed 24 sorties in one night. But they have to be spotted only once, and these shells may not pass overhead. We leave. Quick. Go. Lights off at first to avoid drones.
Oh, Bill Hicks. He's saying it's a dog whistle. They know they're the dark side.
The road littered with anti-tank defences not laid out in time to hinder Russia's latest advance. And now they have only courage and ingenuity to hold back the dark.
Nick, how is morale among the soldiers right now as the Russian attacks on Kharkiv have increased?
I think it's fair to say a group like that we were with were pretty buoyed by the task they're given, feeling they can actually take the fight, as it were, back into Russia, to Russia. Something we didn't even know indeed happened, that they were laying mines to interrupt the ability of Russia to get across its own borders. But I also think in other units we've been talking to around this area, it isn't particularly great. I think there is a sense of disconcertion that there has not been adequate fortifications put in place in the northern border to hold that Russian offensive that took place about a week ago back, and also that we're going to see a slow arrival.
Okay. Next vid.
Disconcertion? That's a word.
Chap, you know zaps is a word as well?
Huh?
Not that. Saps? Not zaps?
Gene doesn't care if we're learning new words. Gene doesn't care. He's like, you need to know
I think
all
it's
words.
annoying when we're trying to cover a serious video and it's like, let's
whoa,
fixate on some word for like several minutes.
But you better not fixate on anything specific, Gene. You better not...
Well, I think something as trivial as that, it's one thing if you point it out one time. When you start rambling about it for like multiple minutes in the video, it's annoying. Jeez, now, kind of funny how it's like we want to look at Russia like they're clearly the bad guys, like destroying civilian infrastructure. But again, I know it's very obvious. It's a very like notable thing to point out, but it's just Israel seems to be doing what Russia's doing, but a million one times worse.
Russia pounded Kharkiv with missiles on Thursday, killing at least 7 people inside a printing house. It came as President Volodymyr Zelensky called out Ukraine's Western allies for failing to provide enough military support to rebuff attacks like these. Moscow's forces have hammered the northeastern city of 1.2 million for months. They launched a ground assault into the north of the surrounding region around 2 weeks ago, an offensive that Kyiv says for now has stalled on 2 lines of attack. Kharkiv Mayor Ihor Terekov said Russia fired 15 missiles in and around Kharkiv.
You can see that the Russians hit the factory, which was a printing house. Books and workbooks were printed here. Unfortunately, it was during a work shift when the S-300 missile hit.
They were probably like hacksawing like supplies and all of those books and stuff.
No, look at what they're fucking showing right now. It's fucking Tom the cat reading a book. It's 2 birds. You got some fucking flowers, a sun, some more flowers, and then like fucking...
Good thing they stopped this.
Yeah, good.
It was a direct hit.
They might use the paper to like, I don't know, cut Russian troops.
Yeah.
Death by 1,000 paper cuts.
A place where people were working.
The regional governor said there were no military facilities near this strike, in which officials said over 28 people were wounded. On social media, Zelensky chided Ukraine's international partners for failing to provide enough air defense systems, or for allowing Ukraine to use allies' weapons to strike missile launchers inside Russia. Although shipments from the US's aid package have begun to arrive, Ukrainian forces have been outmanned and outgunned by Russia's military. Those in the northern districts of Kharkiv region say the fighting is more intense than the previous assignment in Bakhmut, the town in eastern Ukraine seized by Russia last year and reduced to rubble by months of fighting.
Now, again, I'm going to go back to Israel and stuff. If you had a bunch of, like, first responders or firefighters, and they're showing up to put out the fires in a building and stuff, but they're, like, Gazan sort of workers, do you think the IDF would let them deal with the cleanup, or do you think they'd be targeted as Hamas operatives?
No, because I think yes, Israel would consider them Hamas operatives, but in this case, I don't think Russia considers first responders as militants.
You think Russia's not as bad?
Russia doesn't consider every Ukrainian just like terrorist, but fucking Israel considers every Palestinian just Hamas.
So Putin's like depicted as like a supervillain by the West, which he kind of is, yeah. But do you think if we're gonna look at him like he's a criminal, kind of makes sense that we're the world's starting to try to accuse Netanyahu of crimes and trying to hold him accountable in some kind of an international court?
Well, even before the whole Israel and Palestine thing, wasn't Netanyahu under fire for some other shit?
I don't know, but Shab, you're using the wrong variation of there. It's supposed to be THEY''RE. They are so privileged. God, Shab.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, boy, Shab.
Sorry.
Bad Shab. I just had to point that out. I usually wouldn't point it out, but Shab's being a bit annoying today, so I'm going to be...
I didn't mean to make my edgy joke with the wrong grammar, Gene. I'm sorry.
Это тут где-то, нет? Все будет через полчаса.
Think his vision's permanently affected?
Nah, it corrected. He's in C2020 now.
It's like a horror movie where like you'll have somebody who's like crying blood or bleeding out of their eyes. Pretty horrific image.
Как Бог сохранил. Вот что робится. Второе. Вот на посрывало.
I come home from a long day of work and I come home to this. God. She hasn't cleaned it up yet. Really? I'd be pissed.
She came home, long day of work, and I mean Russia, at least they can clean up their mess.
На кухне сидела, покушала, сделала себе кофе и пошла в другую комнату попить кофе. Слышу взрыв, я не поняла, де. Штукатурка, все летит, стекла летят, все летит, не пойму что. И второй взрыв. Я два взрыв. Я, конечно, перелякалася, чекать, я не знаю, куди тікати, що робити мені.
How many Ukrainians do you think have shrapnel metal and stuff stuck inside their body now?
12.
No, I'd go a little bit higher. Maybe
okay,
25.
15.
Well, that happens a lot, Chab. In war, people will have bullets stuck inside them for the rest of their life. They have shrapnel metal stuck inside them, and then sometimes it's really bad because people have head injuries and then they aren't able to have MRIs because they have shards of metal stuck inside their body.
Russian forces bombarding the country's second largest city, Kharkiv. Now President Volodymyr Zelensky is making an urgent plea to the U.S. and other allies, asking for long-range air defenses to help save civilian lives. International correspondent Jason Bellini joins us now live with more on this. Jason?
Hi there, Jay. Well, President Zelensky was making that appeal.
Oh, did I say shrapnel metal and shards or scraps?
In person in the area of Zaporizhia.
I flood my speech, Bill Hicks.
He's dumb, Bill Hicks.
Actually, let me correct myself there. He was in Kharkiv. This is the second largest city that has been coming under relentless assault, and we see him walking through the ashes of a building that was destroyed.
Maybe I can't complain because I just did like some spurg sort of actually with Shab. But,
actually,
yeah, Bill Hicks likes to do like the misspelling sort of like call outs.
He's smart.
a printing plant for books, which he said is where some of
I was playing Among Us and I mistyped like bottom, and I called him out before he corrected it. I'm like, yeah, I fucking know. It's mistyped, piece of shit.
Ukraine's most prominent authors had their books published. And again, he's making the argument to U.S. officials that Ukraine needs to be able to use the weapons that the U.S. has provided them
No, I've only been awake for 2 days, Bill Hicks.
in order to be able to attack the Russians and be able to get them at the source, which is inside of Russia. And right now, the U.S. is maintaining its position that they can't do that, that it would be too much of a risk of escalation. Here's what President Zelensky said.
It's the shortage of air defense systems that are actually available in the world. It's the lack of long-range capabilities for our warriors and the complete inability to destroy the very source of Russian terror near our borders, including the missile launchers that actually hit Ukraine.
As a result of that terror, 123 orphans, according to Ukrainian officials, are going.
What was the Russians? Why did they want to bomb this? Like basically a fucking book factory, just because they could? Or
I don't think it was intentional. I think it was because they were launching like bombs indiscriminately, or they were dumb bombs. So they're just striking the town or whatever, and they happen to hit like a bookstore.
Going to be evacuated.
Okay, that's fucking stupid.
Is for our warriors and the complete inability to destroy the very source of Russian terror near our borders, including the missile launchers that actually hit Ukraine.
I mean, we can hit anything we want, basically. I don't fucking know.
Hamas did it.
As a result of that terror, 123 orphans, according to Ukrainian
123 orphans.
officials, are going to be evacuated. That's in addition to the 11,000 civilians who've been evacuated.
Jesus Christ, 120. Now, when they say orphans, do they mean, like, I'm just trying to imagine the scenario. Like, how many of those orphans do you think in that specific attack? It's like their parents just died? Or they're orphans because in earlier battles in the war, like, their parents are dead, so they're, like living in some group home orphanage there, and it's just, they have to really... Imagine being in charge of that. You have to deal with all the planning and logistics of, like, helping relocate, like, over 100 orphans.
Evacuated from the Kharkiv
if it was
region.
123 orphans in a group home, they would have fucking gone for it. There wouldn't be 128. There'd be.
I think Putin knows he's Machiavellian enough to be like, if we fucking do that, it's just people are going to really fucking hate us. So we don't want, even though we know that we're looked at like the bad guys through most eyes abroad, they know that even doing that is too much.
Meanwhile, back in Kyiv, they've got rolling blackouts, and we haven't seen this since the first year of the war. All that is the result of the Russian onslaught on Ukrainian critical infrastructure that just continues and continues, Joe.
Jason, you've been tracking this war in Ukraine ever since it started, so you know about how important these air defenses.
Well, I just want to point out, John, there was at one point where Israel was going to give the Iron Dome to Ukraine, or like that defense system to Ukraine, but it was never possible to actually do that, because it's not just not financially, not morally, just like wasn't possible whatsoever. So it's like too.
You're talking about the
expensive.
schematics?
Yeah, it's like too expensive or some shit to like build another like Iron Dome for how big Ukraine is, or like the financially or some shit like that.
Well, I mean, they could build it around the cities, so they can't build it around the entire country, but I could see how they could utilize it for their major like population centers. Maybe. And the Iron Beam. Yeah, this town seems like it seen better days. Next vid.
Get your marshmallows out.
Okay, we've seen enough of this footage. God, I hate how they don't tell you
Dramatic
the
video of the moment a
dates inside of the playlist. Okay, here, 11 hours
Russian
ago.
strike hit a shopping center in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. At least 2 people were killed and dozens more injured in the attack. 2 more strikes in other parts of Kharkiv followed the
Okay, so in many last videos, they were showing that they were striking in like outskirts or towns outside the region. And those were all like videos from last like day or few days. So now we're getting within the last like 12, 24 hours. And they're actually starting to strike and hit the city.
hit. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh is in eastern Ukraine. Nick, Russia has been on the offensive in Kharkiv. Is this stepping up of their attack?
Yeah, look, I mean, this could have been potentially the worst civilian casualties we've seen since Russia's offensive about 2 weeks ago now from the north of Kharkiv, from their border areas down to Ukraine's second city. At the moment, the death toll, though, is 4. It's been rising. We could have as many as 40 injured in this one attack on a huge hardware store complex in an area in the northern areas of Kharkiv. We've been there ourselves, a chain store across all of Ukraine. So much fire burning, frankly, because of the paint, because of the hardware store elements you would expect to find there, and clearly no reticence at all from Russia's Air Force to hit this with what Ukrainian officials are saying were 2 glided bombs, 2 airstrikes right in the middle of a Saturday afternoon. After that, another airstrike hitting Kharkiv.
Whoa.
Nobody injured.
Looks pretty apocalyptic.
Their officials say, and a third in which we're hearing of about 11 people being injured separately. And earlier on that morning, in the middle of the night, another airstrike at 2 a.m. So a sign, I think, that
They couldn't even kill any, or I guess strikes kill 2. See, they need to step up their game. I mean, clearly, the IDF is outcompeting them here.
Russia is beginning to focus its efforts on Kharkiv. We've known that they've been militarily trying to advance towards it, and the fear has always been that they might get close enough to start using their artillery against that city of over 1 million people. It's clear this afternoon they haven't got within that sort of range, but they are still able to use the gliders.
And I've discussed this before, like with Modern Warfare, a lot of it is like you need to, if you control the skies and you can shell the enemy, then you can move your artillery forward, and then once you are able to use that like confluence of your like artillery, your ground artillery and your airstrikes, it really gives you an extreme advantage because you can just shell them from a distance, and then they need to get their artillery close enough in order to attack your artillery, and if you control the skies, then you can just shell any of their forces that would try to combat it. And then as long as you keep shelling their defenses, your artillery can continue to move forward, and it just pushes them back and back and back. So it's like now they're utilizing their Air Force, which they haven't throughout much of the war. So you're starting to see that shift.
Guiding bombs that their aircraft launch from Russia to significant effect. President Volodymyr Zelensky pointing out clearly that there were 200 people, he says, inside that complex when this explosion happened. It's clear a significant amount of that got out and are safe, but the number of injured keep rising, as does the clarity here of quite what Russia is prepared to do. Their Ministry of Defense saying they hit a military warehouse, while the pictures emerging from there, some just showing women pushing their children past the burning wreckage of this hardware complex, really showing how civilian indeed this was, as so many targets inside Ukraine hit by Russia are.
Yeah, horrible. And then, what about the U.S. military supplies? Have they arrived yet?
Look, we don't have full transparency over exactly when these supplies begin to get into the hands of Ukrainian troops.
Okay, next vid.
Wait, hold on. Okay. So, Bill Hicks said people just shopping like there's not a war, and I responded, hey, people were shopping back in 2020 like there wasn't a pandemic, and Bill's like, a military is a bit deadlier than not washing your hands.
Well, the problem
what about
is,
like the Spanish flu? That occurred during a world war. So is the military deadlier than the Spanish flu?
No. The problem is when there's a war, it's just people have to go about their day-to-day lives. They have to go out and go shopping. So it's just at any moment there could be a strike. People start to get immune or desensitized to it. It's just you're walking to work and you see somebody else, a dead body on the side of the road, and you just put a sheet or like a tarp over it, and then you go about your day. And it's kind of a fucked up element of warfare, but it's just, if a bomb's going to drop, it's going to drop. If you're living in a city that's in the middle of a war zone, it's something where you need to go about your daily routine, and any moment it could happen, and if it happens, it happens.
You know, because he was a big guy, but he was loving.
Okay. Get to.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yay!
This doesn't trigger any copyright. Oh, Naples.
Nipples.
Where's Naples, Shab?
Massachusetts.
No.
Arkansas.
Italy.
Yeah, that was my next guess.
Alright, this is Caribbean Gardens. I don't know, maybe it's a different Naples. It's kind of like how we have Palestine, Ohio. Or Paris, Texas.
Is that fucking Xi Jinping? Xi Jinping the bear.
Yeah, it's him.
Look, it's sitting like a human.
Dude, I watched this one video of this this chick. She fucking opened up her door. There was this female black bear who like was wounded or whatever, and she like petted the bear and like fixed it up, and she just like the bear just like had a scratch or whatever, and like put like gauze, some sort of like salve or gauze or whatever, and yeah,
And then the bear ate her.
No, actually, no. But the bear got comfortable with the lady and was able
somebody
to
else.
Probably, I don't fucking know, but was able to open up the door and be like, "Hi," and the lady is like, "Hi," and then like the next spring, the bear brought her babies up to this fucking lady's porch.
Yeah, I believe we've seen this on stream.
Yeah, it that's fucked. That should not happen. Yeah, black bears are not very aggressive towards humans, but you should probably not get wild animals comfortable with humans.
Unless they're alley cats.
Well, as temperatures warm up in California, everyone is looking to stay cool and soak up the sun. Even a family of bears who has welcomed our guests at one of the homeowners' properties. Take a look.
It's a bear pool party in a people pool.
Oh, God, I hate this newscaster.
Owners don't bear a grudge.
Definitely the bears
It's all puns with her.
swim in the pool 3 to 5 times a week.
A mama bear they call Maddie and her 2 cubs are regular guests these days at the home of Ricky Martinez and Brian Gordon in the foothills of Los Angeles County.
They've killed unicorns, dinosaurs.
Oh my. I know maybe I shouldn't appear in shame, but
they're gay.
Yeah, they look like
No,
you
not
suck
them,
each
the
other's
person
dicks.
on the right.
Oh,
Like this inflatable unicorn, but after a young bear dragged it into the pool, well, this is how it ended. The bears have destroyed at
they're not respecting people's property.
least 5 or 6 floaties, not to
See,
mention
if they want to come into like populated areas with people, they need to learn to adapt and acclimate to society.
the
Those
floating
bears are
pool lights
homophobes.
they've chewed up.
Well,
They've
I mean,
lifted
see, they didn't even ask permission to come into like these people's estate and everything, and now they're tearing up the place.
and lit
Oh,
the
it's 'cause they're
fryer,
black
climbed the
bears.
big tree. Maddie has used it as a back scratcher. When a delivery of patio furniture arrived, a bear tried to open it. When the guys first moved in a year and a half ago, they were a little nervous, but now
We love living with them.
the humans could feel like they're the ones being observed in a zoo, especially when the bears get right up against the glass.
If bears weren't like so dangerous, it would be awesome to have them as pets.
You can see how long their claws are. And then stand up like a person. The guests at this pool party have been known to not just play with the chlorinator, but to actually run away with it to replace the slaughtered
We need to just domesticate every animal on the planet.
unicorns.
Make it so all animals have to rely on people feeding them, and just like, I don't know, use genetic breeding to get rid of all the aggressive genes in bears, or genetic engineering. Then I don't know, maybe use selective breeding to make it so their teeth and their claws are really dull. So
Yeah.
we just feed them and leave food out for them, and they're like make the entire world like God, what is it? I'm having a brain fart moment. In Turkey, with Istanbul, make it like that, where it's just there's cats, street dogs everywhere, and everyone takes care of them. Just domesticate all the bears, all the elephants and stuff. Make them tame and harmless, and people just take care of all the alley elephants and like alley bears.
Guys opted for a bear inflatable, and if the bears eat their own, well...
Oh my god, fuck her. I hate her fucking, like, mom jokes.
After 6 years in the shadows, a rare panda has been caught on camera in China. The slow stroll of what appears to be a mother and baby...
Pandas are some of the only animals. They're some of the only non-primate animals with thumbs.
Baby panda was seen on surveillance video in the Chongqing National Nature Reserve. And before you check, there's nothing wrong with the color on your screen. Rather than the cuddly-looking black and white pandas most people are used to, these pandas are dark brown and light brown. This rare breed, called the Qinling giant panda, was just recognized in 2005 after being photographed for the first time in 1985. According to the Journal of Mammalogy, beyond the difference in color, the brown pandas are also slightly smaller than their black and white cousins and have less fur. Their bamboo diet and behavior is the same as the typical giant panda. Just the sight of this pair has animal experts excited. The camera-shy Qinling giant panda hasn't been seen in this area since 2018.
Pandas are some of the most broken animals imaginable. Yeah, the average litter has like 3 pandas, but the mother is only able to like take care of 2 of them. So the mother has to choose like which one of the cubs to abandon.
And they're only fertile for like 2 months.
God. And they just make no sense. It's like they're a type of bear, so they're like omnivore. What's the omnivore version of carnivorous? Omnivorous. There you go.
Yeah.
Omnivorous sort of apex predator, but yet they rely strictly on bamboo that has very few calories and nutrition, and then they don't have like the kind of gut system that like herbivores have, where they have multiple chambers to digest, like what is it, the cellulose or whatever. So yeah, they're proof that God doesn't exist, because God would be an asshole to design an animal that's that broken and flawed.
They will fuck you up because they're a bear, but they won't fucking eat you. They're like, yeah. Oh,
So far, they've
do you
only-
know anything about the sloth bear?
Yeah, that's the bear that Baloo is, and they're like in India.
Yeah, and they are very aggressive.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the sun bear. They're pretty benevolent, or they're pretty benign.
Been found in the Qinling Mountains, living at high altitudes over 4,000 feet. Estimates say there are anywhere from 200 to 300 brown pandas in the wild. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
Army ants build bridge who made wasp nests. See?
Oh, I've seen this. This is.
We're not the only
fuck.
animals that engage in war. They're building infrastructure, take out their enemy.
These are gene ants. They're building the bridge.
The design doesn't seem that pragmatic, though. How's the operation going? Ooh, God, they're pretty big.
If I came to this, I would still have the urge to be like karate chop. Like, am I the only one?
They would swarm you and fuck you up.
Yeah, but still, I just have the urge to like. Psh.
You got impulse
I'd
control.
more like
issues.
take a bucket of alcohol and submerge them all in it.
Well, that would be hard to do, and they would instinctively start just bum rushing.
I would instinctively start killing them with my alcohol. Okay?
Maybe douse yourself though, but still.
Okay, I'll set myself on fire. That'll stop
What
them
is it?
from
It's
hurting me.
you have the Argentine ants, and then there's some other species of ant. So like in the rainforest where it's just there's like hundreds of species of ants, and even within the same species, because there's such a large level of like biodiversity, ecodiversity, they will compete with other colonies of Argentine ants. But when they were taken outside of the rainforest and taken other parts of the globe, now they become like an invasive species. And it's this weird thing where, because they're like, I guess, evolved to be in that kind of environment with that level of complexity and diversity, when they're taken outside that environment, they don't see themselves as being like a separate colony. So they all see themselves as being kind of the same colony, even though they'll have queens that will go off and form other colonies. So they pretty much all just work as one hive mind in unison, and it's pretty much just one collective of ants that don't compete with one another. They're all these like mega colonies that has expanded across the entire like west coast of the U.S. So it's like another example of like an evolutionary glitch. That up with tourists. Dude, Japan's so xenophobic, so just I block the view of Mount Fuji.
はい、ネットができるっていうことで、危険な行為とかがなくなればなとは思うんですけれども、ちょっと外観が悪くなってしまうかなっていうところが心配ではあります。あと車で通るときにすごく狭く感じるので、はい、それがちょっと怖い。
I need to find this other video where there's this one woman who was born in Japan, but her I think her parents were Ukrainian. And she like won some beauty pageant, like Mrs. Japan sort of like beauty pageant. But then she ended up sleeping with a dude that was having an affair with his wife or girlfriend. And that's considered to be a really extreme foul in Japan. But one of the things I found is that in Japanese culture, usually women are more disgraced. And it's considered to be more unethical for women to sleep with a man who's having an affair with their partner. So she received more backlash overall than the man who was cheating on their wife. And that's an element of their culture that's kind of pretty fucking backwards.
Wait a second. Okay, so sick of tourists, Japan's block view of Mount Fuji.
Yeah.
Aren't fucking the Japanese like one of the biggest like you go to like Paris or whatever, and you have like these Japanese people being or like led around on tour fucking trips.
Well, they probably think it's annoying.
Oh, so when they go to other countries, it's not annoying, but when you got fucking tourists going to their country, it's annoying then.
They're not part of the Borg.
Yeah,
Crow. God
say
damn
that
it.
they're in one
God damn it, you
it's
racist.
one particular town
bigot.
where you could probably find towns in the US where there's tourist attractions and they get annoyed. Tourists, am I right?
かなとは思いますけれども。
Also, their birth numbers are going down, so shouldn't they fucking want...
Well, I think that it seems here the tourists that they're talking about are people from Japan. So different parts of Japan that are visiting, like, this particular area.
Oh, so Japanese tourists in
overseas
Japan.
terrorists. Or overseas tourists. Terrorists, same thing. Both destabilizing the nation. Littering, breaking the laws, and they're see, you're supposed to be like an ambassador, a representative of your country when you're visiting overseas. So you're supposed to be on your best behavior. Speaking to you, Logan Paul.
I think it's disappointing that they're putting it up because it's obviously an iconic shot, but completely understandable. We were here last night, managed to get the last shot before they're putting up the wall.
I like how Tom Green went to Japan and he did his documentary. Like he called it like the Tokyo like monkey hour or something. And he was doing a typical Tom Green, just being as obnoxious as possible, pissing everyone off. And he's Canadian, and I bet everyone thought he was like from the US. He was a Canadian making Americans look bad.
And there were so many people.
Guns and ammunition are still flowing into Haiti virtually unabated despite a UN weapons embargo. They come in by air and by sea, earmarked for violent gangs who are essentially in charge in the beleaguered Caribbean capital of Port-au-Prince. CNN's David Culver shows the disparity between the availability.
So, I know that Haiti is a lot closer to the United States than Gaza, but it seems like these sort of black market suppliers, like delivering weapons and stuff to like the Haitians, the gangs, it seems like if they're able to do it this efficiently, when there's people trying to obstruct them from doing it, it's like, don't you think the United States that spends more money on its military than the next like 7 countries combined that has like all these naval, like, shouldn't it be easy for them to transport food into Gaza? I don't know.
Gene, so we were talking about legalizing drugs earlier to take, like, pretty much take the power away from cartels. Should we legalize all guns?
No.
Well,
they're already legalized. Like, that's the thing.
Well, in America, maybe.
I think that maybe you would create a black market, but usually with firearms, the black market are criminal organizations like drug cartels that want the guns.
Guns and humanitarian aid.
So if you just legalize the drugs, you wouldn't have the criminals that have to, I guess, use like cronyism and like extortion shit and racketeering to enforce their like sort of capital. So maybe if they didn't, if you cripple their enterprise, you wouldn't have a lot of criminals that have the demand for all the firearms.
Food and medicine.
Wait, why does this lady look like I can't take a picture of Mount Fuji?
I don't know.
Touching down in Haiti's gang-controlled capital, we move quickly. Armed guards holding the perimeter as a long line of anxious passengers hurry out the way we came in.
Last time we went over this, it's like all the gang members that they were breaking out of the prison. There were more gang members that they broke out of the prisons than there are like government militants. So the gangs outnumber their military.
Driving deeper to Port-au-Prince, we pass those desperately trying.
There was what was named Lieutenant or Sergeant Barbecue, and they go into the areas, and it's just there's fires everywhere where they're like torching bodies and so forth. So he's pretty fucked up.
To survive a crippling humanitarian crisis.
Can you give us a sense how dire this is?
I mean, that's kind of like that's like a supervillain. He's Lieutenant Barbecue. You know that he's run his course in the area when you come in, and it's just there's a bunch of corpses that have been lit on fire and barbecued.
Situation is getting with each passing day.
Look,
you get to look at all the leftovers.
We're very worried. Right now, you've got 5 million people in Haiti who are acutely food insecure. That's the highest on record, the highest it's ever been, and we're going through the worst crisis in Haiti since the 2010 earthquake. It's that simple.
The WFP warns food supplies across the country are rapidly dwindling as hunger worsens.
For folks who are getting this, how many other meals a day are they?
This will be their one meal.
And delivering that one daily meal to starving communities, increasingly risky.
The logistics alone are incredibly challenging. I mean, just every corner, you don't know what you're going to come across.
Not to mention the constantly shifting gang boundaries.
Do you ever get scared delivering the food? Sometimes.
The UN estimates gangs control more than 80% of Port-au-Prince, severing crucial supply lines for food, fuel, and medical supplies.
This is like, I don't know, like Somalia where the pirates are too overwhelming for the government. Or it's similar to like different terrorist groups taking over. It's just the gangs. It's not a terrorist state. It's not a pirate state. It's a gang state.
And yet, while basic necessities are scarce, guns and ammo seem.
We need to send the gangs from Haiti to Palestine. Well, it's not a joke.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so send the gangs from Haiti to Palestine. Send the Palestinian refugees to Haiti, and then the Haitian gang members can hash it out with the Israeli forces.
You send Hamas to like Haiti, and then you send the Haitian gangs. You send them to Israel.
That's exactly what I said.
I'm falling asleep. It's 3:45.
Ravaging this country. How are the weapons getting here, and from where?
All right, we'll do one low pass. We'll make a hard right turn. We'll
America, Florida.
Flying over the Central Plateau. This is an area that for years has been known for drug smuggling here in Haiti.
More recently, the UN says weapons also come in this way, arriving into Haiti's mountainous and hard-to-reach rural areas.
Likely it's going to be a light airplane. I've seen a lot of Cessnas, but it does look like that grass has been tampered with right there.
Often landing in the dark of night under the radar or smuggled across the land border or by sea. Law enforcement believe arms and ammo arrive at the dock of what once was a flour mill, taken over and now controlled by gangs. Haitian security sources sharing with us these images of seized weapons from other locations. The UN says most guns are shipped illegally from the US and end up in the hands of various gangs. One of the most influential gang leaders, Vitalom Innocent, even explaining how easy it is to import guns and ammo compared with food or medicine, though not confirming where the weapons originate from.
Are your weapons coming in from the US?
To be sure, we had weapons experts review our footage with members of Vitalom's gang, examining images like these. They tell us that many of these firearms and accessories are in fact made in the US, smuggled directly,
I think Hamas is supplying them.
or stolen from Haitian police. The end result here is often the same, with the innocent caught in the crossfire, like 8-year-old Wujina Kado.
Dude, we have so many guns that we're unintentionally supplying, like the gang members overthrowing the Haitian government. There's more guns than people in the United States, and all the excess of guns are making their way to Haiti.
Shot earlier this year while playing with friends. When we visited in February, her family was living in this makeshift encampment as she was recovering from surgery. Her little sister keeping watch. But days later, gangs torched the whole neighborhood.
Hi, Regina. How are you? Good to see you. You're walking.
We meet again as Wujina heads to a doctor's appointment. We learn her family now sleeps on a church floor. Wujina's sister sent to live with other relatives. Her mom says it was too difficult to flee the gangs while carrying both kids. Back alongside the WFP, we arrive at our stop to distribute those meals. It's a school-turned-displacement camp. We step out to a crowd of several hundred. Recent gang violence forcing most here to become refugees in their own city.
And did you see that firsthand? Some of the violence?
Yes, I see. I run for it.
You ran from it?
I run for it.
What?
I run for a lot of shots, a lot of things.
People shooting at you?
People shooting and burning houses.
Folks here grateful for the one meal they'll get today.
What about tomorrow?
We don't know about tomorrow. We're just hoping for tomorrow.
Here.
It's kind of odd that the Haitian gangs are more cooperative when it comes to letting aid through than Israel. What's that?
Brian said Colonel Barbecue got cooked. I don't know if that's a joke, but I would not, you know.
Well, here, this is from a month ago, but here's
He's not responsible for all the violence sweeping across Haiti's capital, but be under no doubt he's at the center of it. His fighters are never far away.
Is this now all your territory? Because it was an open road when I was last here.
Yeah.
Jimmy Chirizier, universally referred to here as Barbecue, is the head of one of the most powerful gangs in Port-au-Prince. But he's also the head of a gang consortium that's brought Haiti to its knees. He took us through the roadblocks of buses they've put in place to stop police raids on his territory. That territory now extends over one of the city's...
See, they're doing the same thing that the Israeli settlers are doing. So they're putting debris and junk, like clutter in the roads, to obstruct the police from getting through. Like, the Israeli, settlers are doing the same thing that Lieutenant Barbecue's doing.
Main roads, an economic highway he controls in its entirety.
Dude, do you think they have, some kind of, toll? Some kind of, tax on the road if you're driving by?
Barbecue sees himself as a revolutionary for the people,
But I just
and
want
he
to say,
rails.
in this case, I don't have a side because I haven't ingested or had enough information brought to me. But Israel and Hamas, okay, Israel's doing war crimes. Ukraine and Russia's doing war crimes. I don't have enough information to have a position on this.
Lieutenant Barbecue is called Barbecue because he'll go into areas and barbecue everything, including people. So they'll go into a particular town square, and it's yep, Barbecue and his men have been here because they're lighting all the houses, and there's a bunch of scorched corpses. He's not a nice dude. So he's definitely guilty of war crimes there.
Against corrupt politicians and oligarchs. He dismisses all the efforts underway here to form a transitional council that will govern Haiti. But for the first time, he's told Sky News he would consider a ceasefire and talks if his people are
sound like.
Represented. This is
The
significant.
parallels are like uncanny.
Nous croyons dans le dialogue. Et nous pour dialogue, nous toujours prôner pour un dialogue. Mais groupe moun sa qui la classe politique ça qui là, yo pas là pour dialogue. Raison parce que yo pas porter Haïti dans cœur ou même genre avec nous. Classe politique qui là y a fait une exclusion côté que y a dit bandi, nèg azam baladan. Mais son façon pour renouveler le système nan, Jean Lia. Parce que le système nan il vient dans bout li. Et écart qui gagne entre moun riche et moun pauvre en Haïti en li trop. Dans le monde entier gagne écart entre moun riche et moun pauvre. Mais Jean fait en Haïti ali indécent.
Let's see. So, serving planned and participated in the November 2018 deadly attack against civilians in Port-au-Prince neighborhood known as Al Saline. At least 71 people were killed. Most, more than 400 houses were destroyed, so they were barbecued. And at least 7 women were raped by armed gangs. So, yeah, he probably not somebody you should look up to as a hero.
Nous prêt toute solution.
What I'm trying to say is, yeah, he's probably done some fucking or has done some bad shit, but is it the people versus the government, or like the government bearing down on an oppressed people?
I would say that the government definitely has, like, Haiti is one of the poorest countries on the planet. So, I mean, the government definitely has its problems, but they definitely, I don't know if they're on the right side of things. So, I do have to look into what their government's at fault for, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job when it comes to taking care of their citizens and stuff. And now, like, all the civilians are being crammed away in these makeshift, like, refugee centers. They're turning churches and schools into that, like, refugee centers. So, I don't know. I think maybe from the looks of it, it seems like they were better off over the previous, like, governing body.
Nous-mêmes nous prêts pour nous chita parler avec tout le monde. Parce que ça qui passe dans le pays là, nous pas fiers.
Or the fucking governor or whatever.
Inside his territory.
Get out and be like, hey, you didn't elect me, but I'm still in charge, but I am out of the country.
Did they say that? I think it's like they've been raiding the prisons and they've been releasing all the prisoners, so there's more gang members than there are military, like, operatives.
No, I'm talking about president. Like the president.
Of Haiti? I don't know.
Despite the poverty, life
probably
is relatively peaceful and organized. Unlike in much of
les gens fait en Haïti ali indécent. En nous prêt toute solution depuis c'est haïtien qui sous table. Nous-mêmes nous prêts pour nous chita parler avec tout le monde. Parce que ça qui passe dans le pays là, nous pas fiers.
Inside his territory, despite the poverty, life is relatively peaceful and organized. Unlike in much of Port-au-Prince, queues for food, barbecue gets brought in, are orderly. Usually it's chaos. But here people wait knowing that there are enough supplies for the whole community.
To be doing a better job when it comes to the, like, aid logistics than the IDF.
This is a source of barbecue's strength. To the outside world, he may be a gangster, but here he's a sort of Robin Hood.
Well, we're right in the heart of barbecue's gangland territory, and I have to say the atmosphere here is very different to large parts of the rest of Port-au-Prince. It's much more chilled, much more relaxed. There's aid distribution, it's not chaotic. What the sense you get from this is that people feel safe inside here. The battle...
I rescind what I originally said. So I definitely... I've done a lot of research when it comes to Ukraine and Israel. This is something I haven't really looked into extensively. So the information I have is based on what we're covering in the moment here. But seems like there's a lot of nuance here.
Field is outside the barricades, which is over there. Here, this is much more like a normal town, if you like.
The road barbecue now controls is all but deserted. The signs of battle, the burnt-out cars and the deserted buildings are the visual signs of uprooted families who have been forced to flee in their tens of thousands. He says he's trying to rein the more violent gangs in. He says they need to change their ways or risk losing this revolution. But is it a revolution or just gangland violence? It's almost impossible to know. Stuart Ramsey, Sky News.
We got a new subscriber from Albuquerque.
News, Port-au-Prince.
New Mexico.
No, Albuquerque, Haiti.
Is there an Albuquerque, Haiti? There's
No,
Palestine, Ohio, and a Paris, Texas, so maybe there is.
Horrific attack in Haiti. Two American missionaries shot and killed by gang members in Port-au-Prince. Their murders coming after President Biden and the president of Kenya pledged support for a plan to send a UN-backed police force to Haiti. Here's ABC's Selena Wang.
So Haiti's getting a UN-backed police force, and Lieutenant Barbecue, I've gone over. Like, he's definitely a fucked up dude where the crimes he's committed don't make up for the fact that he's doing a good job in other areas. So he definitely doesn't deserve a pardon, but it's kind of odd that when this particular leader who's committing certain like human rights violations, but at the same time, he's also engaging in like, I guess, the sort of appropriate like pragmatics when it comes to getting aid to the people and making sure the people are well fed and safe. And yet, in a scenario like that, they're getting like UN, they're sending UN peacekeepers. In a scenario where, yeah, it's fucked up, it's a bad situation, but it seems like the humanitarian aid issue is nowhere near as bad as Gaza. So why are they allowing UN peacekeepers or a UN police force here, but then they're not being allowed into Gaza?
No, this is complete fucking bullshit. Look at the headline. U.S. missionaries killed in Haiti gang attack. We've already seen what's going on in Haiti. Missionaries. Oh, what do missionaries do? They love to spread the word of God. Pretend you're one of the fucking
are they
people
Christian
in
missionaries?
Haiti. It just says missionaries.
Well, a missionary
imagine you live in a fucking slum, and I don't have any food. I don't have any fucking water, and you give me a goddamn book. I will fucking shoot you too.
I don't know if that's the case, because you can be like a missionary for like humanitarian aid and not be like a Christian missionary. You can be like secular.
Deadly attack on American missionaries in Haiti's capital. Oklahoma-based Missions in Haiti says 23-year-old Davy Lloyd and his wife, 21-year-old Natalie, were ambushed and killed along with the group's Haitian director. The founder of the charity says he was on the phone with his son Davy and daughter-in-law for hours as the horror unfolded.
He's like, "Oh, Dad, I gotta go because there's a bunch more guys coming in the yard."
The group holed up in the house, pleading for help, while the gang shot all the windows out of the house. Missions in Haiti unable to get them a police evacuation or to negotiate with the gang before losing contact.
He just wanted to take that revenge out on my son and daughter-in-law and Jews, from what I can tell.
Natalie Lloyd's father, Missouri State Representative Ben Baker, saying in a Facebook post, "My heart is broken in 1,000 pieces. I've never felt this kind of pain." This latest ambush coming just hours after President Biden hosted Kenya's president at the White House, saying the U.S. will lend support to a Kenyan-led security mission in Haiti.
This is a crisis. It's able to be dealt with.
Late today, we asked Kenya's President William Ruto about the 1,000 police officers.
This crisis, we got to help the people in Afghanistan. Sir, Haiti. Oh, yeah, Haiti.
Officers heading to Haiti. A group of missionaries, including
Hamas
Americans,
needs help. Haiti.
were killed in Haiti last night by gangs. Can the Kenyan forces stop that kind of violence?
Yes. We believe we have what it takes. I think we have the best chance to deal with the gangs.
A group of missionaries, including Americans, were killed in Haiti last night by gangs. Can the Kenyan forces stop that kind of violence?
I gotta look into Kenya and what they're doing. I think it's kind of odd that Kenya's trying to give aid or support. I gotta look into this because it would be funny if what I was describing in regards to what the United States should be doing, where they're not really there to engage in a lot of military combat. They're just there to rescue people, make sure civilians are fed and get from point A to point B without being killed. Imagine Kenya going in and doing that. I mean, if Kenya can do it, then like these countries that spend like 500 times the amount on their military should be able to do it.
Yes.
Now look
we
into
believe
the,
we have what it
the
takes.
missionary fucking aspect. Because in fucking Kenya, I'm not gonna say it's like the fucking poorest or the less like Christianized or whatever the fuck country, but yeah, we've sent a shit ton of missionaries to Africa to do.
Okay. They said they're sitting in police. They're sitting in like forces.
Yes, but what's the backup reason for that? Is it because Kenya is now more Christian than it used to be, and they're sending in all these forces because it's because of the missionaries?
What are you talking about? They said 2 American missionaries were killed, and now, or I guess 3, and now you're like talking about how Haiti's just getting involved because 3 American.
No, I didn't
missionaries
say
died.
Haiti. I didn't say Haiti.
Or
I
not
said
Haiti,
Kenya.
Kenya. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you? Okay, I know what I'm trying to say, but I can't fucking speak it, and I guarantee you, if I could, you would fucking agree with me.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
I think we have the best chance to deal with the gangs and to secure Haiti.
Wait. Bill Hicks is like, Christians bad, Gene? Or are you... Did you meant to put like a comma after bad, like somebody like Crow is referring to Gene? Or are you saying that like that's what Gene's saying?
And more than 1,300 Americans have been evacuated from Haiti ever since that country has been gripped by gang violence. But a U.S. official says that several hundred Americans still remain. Now, Davy Lloyd's father tells us that his son was devoted to his work and that he's wanted to be a missionary in Haiti ever since he was a child.
Selena Wang for us tonight. Thank you.
What a fucking
with armed gangs tightening their grip on.
Yeah, okay. I agree with Bill Hicks.
to be a missionary.
Late today, William Ruto, the president of Kenya, arrived at the White House for a state visit. His country is getting ready to send police to stabilize Haiti, part of a larger UN effort.
Kenya has worked side by side with the United States to tackle some of the most significant challenges of our time.
The UN says more than 1,500 people have been.
See, I'm gonna do my homework on Haiti. I'm gonna read up on what's going on there, and or not Haiti, on Kenya. I'm probably gonna have to give Kenya a shout out next stream if I find out that they're actually doing things efficiently and they're actually doing it for, I guess, nefarious motives.
Been killed in Haiti this year. No elections for years, violent protests, and a mass prison break.
Oh, see, that was kind of what I was trying to say.
Is the stream down or something? They put the...
Forcing its prime minister to
putting up the buffer wheel icon in the chat, Remy.
resign, and prompting dramatic rescues of Americans trapped in and around the capital, Port-au-Prince, which is mostly controlled by gangs led by a former police officer nicknamed Barbecue. Some gang members are suspected of
police officer
having ties to the...
I like that. It's like, what's the difference between a gang member and an officer? What's the difference between a police force and a gang?
The assassination of Haiti's president in 2021. We reported from the neighboring Dominican Republic on the hundreds of Americans...
Barbecue is a former officer, and he's black. Is that black on black crime? Police force killing black people? Huh?
Bro.
George Floyd of Haiti.
Yeah. He's got
evacuated from Haiti this year.
The UN just announcing that it's launching an air bridge, essentially a humanitarian corridor in the sky to bring over humanitarian aid.
The Biden administration planned to set aside $300 million to help the Kenyan-led multinational security force, which was...
300 million.
Fucking million.
God, that's like only 1/3 of a billion. We're only going to send, we're responsible for, all the firearms being there, at least our government, and how they poorly regulate, firearms in the country. So, shouldn't we be investing in more aid for Haiti than, supporting Israel?
was expected to deploy police to Haiti this week, although a U.S. official now tells NBC News the timing is still up in the air. The procurement of more equipment, including armored vehicles and radios, is expected by the end of the month.
Haiti's on the precipice of becoming an all-out failed state.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken testified on Capitol Hill Tuesday as top Republicans try to block more money that the Biden administration says is necessary to help Haiti. House Foreign Affairs Chair Michael McCaul and Senate Foreign Relations Ranking Member Jim Risch are blasting the White House for approving a $60 million military aid package last month. Writing in a letter to Blinken, the administration is rushing to fund an undefined and indefinite engagement in Haiti without congressional approval.
You know, I know some people have concerns about the United States being the quote-unquote policeman of the world. Well, here's a situation where Kenya and a number of other countries have stepped up and are willing to take this on, but they need support.
Gabe Gutierrez is joining us here now on set. Gabe, how is it that Kenya ended up taking the lead?
Okay, we've given $14.1 billion in aid to Israel, and we're giving, I guess, like $0.33 billion in aid to to Haiti. So I don't know.
Just the normal working people out in America, just we're spending that on other countries. how much did you get back in taxes, and how much do you pay in taxes, and just figure that into the next time, you know, you have to fucking do shit.
On this front, you mentioned there's a lot of countries.
Yeah.
Chab says, I think I'm going to end the stream, guys. Oh.
Oh, yeah, Hallie. So the UN Security Council voted to put this together last year. And it's actually Kenya's president who volunteered for this. But there's actually been a lot of pushback, Hallie, inside the country. Some critics in parliament don't think it's a good idea. They're accusing the president of doing it for financial gain. So there's a lot of internal pushback there. But as for the U.S. has been very clear that they don't want to contribute their own troops, but they have really been one of the primary backers for this financially.
Other countries have tried to step in before. That hasn't worked. What makes people think this time could be any different?
Well, that is a big question, isn't it? I mean, the U.S. involved in the 90s when John Bertrand Aristide, the U.S. tried to get this under control. It happened again in 2000 and 2000s. The UN sent in the peacekeeping force as well that left in 2017. Nothing has changed. Haiti has still faced a multitude of problems. And this time it will be police sent in from Kenya. We understand that they've been taking French lessons, that they've been training the last couple of months. But a question becomes, one, how much is this going to cost? And will the U.S. eventually need to get dragged into this because there are so many problems in Haiti? And really the gangs control about 80% of Port-au-Prince. The airport just reopened just a few days ago. But there's a lot of questions about moving forward, how much the U.S. will have to get involved here.
It's an important story, Gabe. I'm glad you're staying on top of it from the ground here in Washington. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
All this
Here's
bad
a cleanse video. Here's the palate cleanser. All the carnage.
Is that a giraffe?
I like how my attention's diverted and Chab can't. This is the time for you to say a bunch of stupid shit to Chab. I'm sorry, I'm being a grumpus tonight.
I don't get it. What the fuck is this cat doing?
Oh, Chab.
Take it to the pound.
I like how most orange cats are male and almost all calico cats are female. Oh, it's a she.
Wait. I think it's fine. I'm looking at the analytics from Restream and everything, and so usually it's like we get a bunch of views from Twitter or X. We haven't been getting a lot this stream, but guess where 9 or 5% of our viewers are coming from this stream.
Pornhub.
Yeah.
Pornhub.
No.
Craigslist.
God. I need to fire Shad. It's what is it? No Live.
Oh,
that's like one of those yeah.
I was gonna say like another porn site.
I'm pretty sure we get more Asian viewers when we do the kittens more than the carnage.
Yeah, maybe. It's Jack. Do you know, like, most black cats, I think, are male. X-Fed.
What? Honey, you can't get on this.
I wonder, like, Dirt wants me to adopt a couple of his cats. I wonder how they're going to be, like, with my treadmill. Seem kind of tentative.
What are you doing? I'm not done. Hey. Nay.
Him or them interrupting like his exercise routine.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Okay.
They need to learn to respect
Wanna go chill?
their boundaries.
You up chill on the couch? Okay. Just chill on the couch.
Don't you think they're kind of invasive? I like how cats, it's like they're all over their owners, but then when strangers come, a lot of them just hide.
I got yelled at by my sister-in-law. Fucking, I didn't know the context, but she was like, "Oh, your cat clawed the shit out of me and bit the shit out of me," and I didn't realize that she tried to give him a bath. And as soon as I heard that, I'm like, no shit, he fucking clawed and bit the shit out of you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I know the only time God, I can't think of what it is. I think that the only time you're supposed to give a cat a bath is if they have like fleas or some like
Well, no, he doesn't have fleas, and he just started getting like mat, or just like one mat on his back, like his fur just started matting up, and it's probably just because like my niece leaves like sugary candy or whatever the fuck, and he just like rolls in it or whatnot.
Anyway, back on topic. Damn, they're doing some suckling. I know when cats need, apparently, like, the behavior is like when kittens are trying to get their mother to, like, produce milk and stuff. And because they've been bred to be more friendly to humans, that's kind of like a behavior they adapt to, I guess, socialize more. And same thing with meowing. So, like, cats, when they communicate with other cats, they pretty much exclusively, it's the kittens that use meowing as a type of, like, crying for the mother. So cats, I guess when it comes to vocalization when they're interacting, it's mostly like murs or stuff like that. But they use meowing with humans because it works.
Yeah, it's because of the worms in our brains.
Yeah, the toxoplasmosis.
Tonight, at least 6 people are dead and 50 detained after the military
Americans involved in foiled deadly coup. Yup.
Democratic Republic of the Congo
America and France. We need to be Africa doing some global policing. Work on the coups.
says it foiled a coup attempt. Video of the attack inside the presidential palace, verified by Reuters, was live streamed on Facebook early Sunday morning by the alleged leader of the failed coup, Christian Malanga. Malanga at one point standing next to a man that appears to be his American-born son, Marcel, an American flag visible on the younger Malanga's chest. The older Malanga said the Congolese military is tired of the president. A president Malanga said has messed up the country and must leave office. The president did not leave office. Within hours, Christian Malanga was dead, killed during a shootout with presidential palace guards, according to a spokesperson with the Congolese army. They say 2 guards at the presidential palace and 3 other assailants were also killed. The Congolese...
Chad, do you know what's the deadliest military conflict since World War II? It happened in the 90s.
The one with the black the one.
Oh
with...
God, you're so funny, Chad.
I don't know which one.
With the black.
Was it the one Rwandan genocide?
No. That was a genocide, not a war. There's a slight difference.
The LA riots. That's what I meant to say, Blue Jay.
It was the Second Congo War.
That was close. Fuck
yeah,
no.
1998 to 2003.
Yeah, I was close.
Trying to look at the casualties. 5.4 million. That's a lot of deaths. Because the like war in Ukraine's been going on for 2 years, and that hasn't even reached the million mark yet. Same thing with Myanmar.
Gene, 5.4, that's not 6 million. We bump that up to 6 million, and then we have something to talk about. Then we have Palestine versus Israel.
Here it says 5.4 million plus, and then it says violent deaths 350,000, and then also 2,000 Ugandans and 4,000 rebel casualties. So it probably is in the 6 million mark.
Yeah, it's not as bad as World War II. So Uganda has some stuff.
Attempt involved 3 Americans, including one they identified as Malanga's son, Marcel, who, according to the AP, appears to be in this video being circulated online by the presidential palace. More footage circulated by the presidential palace shows several unidentified Congolese men being rounded up by
But I want to do a video, I've been working on this presentation, a deep dive. I want to do a deep dive on Congo and their fucked up history with Belgium and everything, but I also wanted to do a video on the 7 Years' War, which was the deadliest war of the 18th century. And one of the things where it of course went on for around 7 years, and they accumulated close to 2 million deaths. And it's you compare that to the amount of deaths in Vietnam throughout the span of 20 years, or even the Second Congo War, which is 5.4 million deaths, and that was from 98 to 2008. So that was 10 years. So you think that's pretty substantial.
soldiers.
It was a very bizarre attempt to take power. It's not clear what the objective was. It also indicates that the security services, the intelligence services, were very poorly organized. After all, they were able to attack and briefly control the presidential palace.
The U.S. Embassy issued a security alert on Sunday, and the American ambassador to DRC said in part, quote, "We will cooperate with the DRC authorities to the fullest extent as they investigate these criminal acts and hold accountable any U.S. citizen involved in criminal acts." The attempted coup is another black eye for the Congolese government. President Felix Tshisekedi was re-elected for a second term back in December.
The Congolese was another black guy or black eye?
Sheen doesn't
Just
pay
go back.
attention.
No, just go back fucking 10 seconds.
President Felix Tshisekedi was re-elected for a second term back in December, but opposition parties called the results a sham and demanded a rerun. The government dismissed allegations of fraud and ultimately rejected calls for a rerun of the elections.
All right, Ellison Barber joins us now live on set. So, Ellison, what more do we know about the attempted leader of this coup, Christian Malanga?
Yeah, so it's been a little confusing because you had leaders in the Democratic Republic of Congo saying we've detained
that say that they're Democratic Republic of Congo or the People's Republic of China. Yeah.
Or North Korea.
Yeah.
The Democratic Republic of North Korea
are not democratic.
Well, most I think no country technically falls within the textbook definition of democracy, because a true democracy, people would vote on everything. So every single law, there would be a ballot for every single legal system. You wouldn't have to be. We're a representative democracy, where we vote for the people that vote on the policies. So we're not a full democracy.
Wait, aren't we a democratic republic or a republic democracy?
We're a representative democracy, and where all democracies are republics, not all republics are democracies. Yeah. So democracies are a type of republic.
3 American citizens. And then at a press conference today, the spokesperson...
I know, Bill Hicks, democracy is overrated. We just need IBM Watson and then Vice President Siri. We need Speaker of the House Chat GPT. We just need to get a bunch of AI chat bots and shit to run the country.
State Department said the person who was deceased, seeming to imply Christian Malanga, that they have no record of him being an American citizen. One thing that we did find is that there was an obituary that was published for a man in Salt Lake City, Utah in June of 2020. His name was Joseph, and it lists a Christian Malanga as one of his sons. It talks about his sort of life story and says that he came to the United States with his family from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to raise them there, then has grandchildren. So it seems that at some point, Christian Malanga came to the United States, lived here, had a family here with children, and then at some point went back. So he was sort of this self-described leader in exile, but self-exile. The son, Marcel Malanga, that's been wrapped up in all of this, that is really stunning because you look at these photos, you see him playing football there, really seems to be the story of this all-American kid, born and raised, it seems, in Utah. We found a roster from 2019, 2020 for a high school from...
It's sort of like how like Kim Jong-un was raised most of his life in Europe. I think it was like Germany. And then he went to like back to North Korea. He was just gifted a country.
From West Jordan, Utah. He was an offensive linebacker and a senior that year in college. The question is, how did he get wrapped up in all of this? State Department, Bureau of Consular Affairs, government in Utah. We've tried to reach out to all of them, and they're all kind of just sticking to what the State Department has said so far.
Okay. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top. Hello there. We begin with a special report from the front line in Myanmar, a country in the grip of a war largely forgotten by the outside world. Rebel forces there are fighting
largely forgotten, and this war has been accumulating like the same amount of casualties as Ukraine.
How much money are we going to fucking pour into this one?
Well, we haven't really. Russia's been giving planes and jets and stuff to the like the Burmese or the government that like the general who formed the coup. And then I think we've been giving weapons and training to the rebels. And then it's the same thing in Africa, like the ECOWAS countries, like France is there, their intelligence agency, and then Wagner's there, and we're getting involved there. And then we're giving like Russia has been giving training to like Hamas militants and so forth. And it's like the Cold War has never ended. Cold War just continues.
But John, so earlier you were saying like, oh, let's put all these refugees in this one certain area. How about let's have all these fucking militants just fighting it out in one certain area as well? Just like, oh, you got the fucking Myanmar civil war, you got the fucking IDF, you got fucking Haitian soldiers, just like put them in one fucking region and have them fight it out instead of trying to police the whole fucking thing.
I think it would be hard to get them all in one spot.
battle against the military regime. Press freedom in the country is restricted. Hundreds of journalists have been jailed, and getting into Myanmar to report firsthand is tough, but a BBC team has done it. The background is complicated, but the country's transition to democracy was cut short 3 years ago by a military coup, with the elected government led by the Nobel Peace Prize laureate Aung San Suu Kyi being ousted. People took to the streets in protest, but were met with a brutal crackdown. Many took up arms instead. And then
you had the, we were going over the Tigray War as was happening. The war's ended by now, but the time that all three of these wars overlapped, they all had the same level of casualties. And the entire globe was covering what was going on with Russia and Ukraine. It was a big deal. But then the Burmese Civil War and the Tigray War received like little to no attention. And why do you think that is? Because they're not a bunch of white Westerners.
October, several disparate rebel groups united, forming a single nationwide insurgency, which has made big gains, conquering large swathes of territory. The fighters, among them a group known as the KNDF.
Well, Bill Hicks, when it came to what was going on in Afghanistan, it's just, that wasn't really like a conventional, like kind of war. It's kind of like how we have the drug wars, and we have like DEA agents that go in and try to train their police forces and stuff, and we're investigating where some of the cartels are, like who's involved in the cartel, and then we send in a group of like agents, or like either the Mexican, Colombian government will send in like the SWAT team to go in and arrest them. What was going on in like Afghanistan is that our military was acting like world policing. They were acting as some kind of like overseas terrorist investigation agency. And the problem is that it's like they'd have to stay there for decades in order to achieve whatever they were going for. Because it's just, and the problem is that they were presenting it as like a conventional kind of war, when it's kind of like a war in the same way the drug wars are a war. So they probably should have, if the government wanted to keep the troops there, they should have communicated better to the people what exactly they were trying to do. And the problem is that it's just the bases were there to keep the Taliban out of the like civilian, the populated areas where the bulk of the country's GDP was coming from. So I guess the country could develop and adapt without the interference of the Taliban, but they're all hiding out in the mountains and stuff. And the problem with that is it's not a conventional ground war. One country's military versus another country's military. So the issue there is it's kind of like a good parallel would be like the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, where they took control of, they were a militia that took control of the government. Then they pissed off Vietnam. Vietnam ran them out and stuff, and pretty much they all hid in the rainforest. And it then becomes this like scenario where you need to have a military presence to keep the Khmer Rouge in the outskirts of all the major population centers where the country's like GDP is. And then you just kind of sequester them into the rainforest where it's like, okay, they can live in the jungle, they can live off the grid. And then, but the thing is, it would take 3 or 4 decades to do that because they can't really repopulate their numbers and stuff. So that's what they would have had to have done in Afghanistan. We would have had to have troops there for like 4 fucking decades. And this is where, I don't know, they probably should have invested a lot more in assisting the like Afghanistan government and really developing a stable economy and so forth. And then, I mean, they could, I don't know. It seems like all the stuff is just hopeless.
Well, no, I totally agree. It was a bad idea to leave it, or bad signal to leave Afghanistan, but we shouldn't have been there in the first place. Just like how Napoleon tried to invade Russia, Hitler tried to invade Russia, complete fucking bullshit on that side. Russia tried to take control of Afghanistan back in the late 1980s, early 1990s, I believe. Yeah. And they weren't successful. So,
and then there was the Saxon Afghan wars, where when Britain was the big global power, there were three times Britain tried to go in and like colonize Afghanistan, and they weren't able to. Yeah, so there's been 3 notable military powers that have tried to go in and occupy that region, and all 3 failed.
Yeah, so fucking history repeats itself, and yeah, no one learns fucking anything.
Now presenting the Myanmar military with the biggest threat to its rule in years.
A revolution is rising across Myanmar, hidden from the world by its remoteness. Few countries are more isolated, few conflicts more unseen. We spent a month with the insurgents on back roads and jungle tracks in Karenni State, where they're winning against the army. They've driven the military out of most of their territory. But main roads are mined, and we're still in range of army warplanes, so we have to take the long way round. A steep opposition hilltop in Pasong, above one of the last 4 military bases remaining in the state.
Hey, sniper, can I see us from here?
Yeah, sniper can see. Sniper man can see here.
The insurgents come with a message, a chance to surrender for the soldiers in the base below.
Stop firing to me and mortar bombing. We cannot start yet. We already prepare our loudspeaker, but we stay easy. No problem. We'll start soon.
Nomo Zen defected to the resistance after 12 years with the army.
Who's that?
That was a Russian flag, wasn't it?
Defected to the
no, it looks like Serbian.
Resistance. After 12 years with the army, he says he speaks the soldiers' language. For now, they don't appear to be listening. There are 80 men still holding out in the base below.
Cease fire! Yeah. Cease fire, please!
The army's flag is like yellow, green, red with a star symbol.
I do not wish to fight against you, because I think of you as my brothers. I'm fighting against the system.
We have surrounded you. This is your last chance. All of your lives will be spared. I will not let you.
Yeah, it looked kind of like a Serbian flag. Let's see. Yep.
You die. Few of these young fighters expect he'll be successful.
So the men there, as you can hear, they still have plenty of weaponry, despite the fact that they've been stuck in that base for a month. So these men they've sent their message, they've had the response. Doesn't look like they're surrendering today, so they're withdrawing.
Sometimes.
Yeah, it looked a little different because like the Serbian insignia is more to the left, and that insignia was like more centered.
I think
on like the patch that we saw.
the war is forgot us. They concentrate on the Ukraine and also the Israel, and after that, they forget us.
It's a war from another age, with close-quarter combat and casualties run high. The Karenni Nationalities Defence Force has taken its fair share. Their leader, Maui Potai, seen here, has led from the front and paid the price.
More than 350 our brother and sister already sacrificed their life. More than 200 sacrificed for their body parts. At the same time, as you see this morning, hundreds of people are willing to join with us and willing to fight against the Burma army. So those are our strengths.
It's a slow and ferocious conflict. In Shan State at this base, a counter-offensive against the KNDF. Mortars start landing around us. None of these fighters have body armour or helmet. And neither do we, so we head for the only available cover. There's another one.
So that's, I think 3 shells have come in the last 5 minutes. And you really get the sense of what this conflict is about, because that is a professional military over there, firing artillery, firing mortars. These men are irregulars. They're a strong alliance, a ragtag
how much
of rebel
these
groups.
journalists get
And
paid
they've
to go out on the front lines.
had a lot of success, but they're taking on a professional army.
Probably a lot,
and that,
but at the same time, they might milk the situation.
Army is edging closer. Beyond these banana trees, the military are crawling through the undergrowth.
So you say now it's not safe. Now it's so better we go back, and then later we can decide again. We can come back anytime. Right, let's go. Okay.
Let's go a bit fast.
The KNDF are used to sneak attacks, but this is unexpected.
Let's go. Let's get out of range.
I like how Red Hawk, Green Hawk, they probably popped in here based on the title. And it's like, we're kind of covering Burma now. You're like 3-4 hours late for that discussion.
Go. So it looks like as we arrived here, military sporting vehicles coming in. They'll be training our guns in this area. Maybe before, one day while we're here.
Yeah, Bill Hicks and Brian and all of them, Remy, they can argue with Red Hawk, Green Hawk in the chat.
The commander said it's just unsafe. We have to get out of here, so we're going to head back to the second line, which hopefully is out of range of our weapons. Go.
Directly ahead of us, a fresh mortar strike. They're narrowing in on the vehicles.
Yeah, Bureau of Land.
That's another one. Just landing behind us. Just keep driving, Phil, as fast as you can. It seems like they're trained on the road. Just checking to see if there are other vehicles made it.
Look at that vestige of British colonialism.
They're narrowing in on the vehicles.
Here,
look.
That's another one.
See? Steering wheel's on the right.
So John,
Narrowing in on the vehicles.
Picture this. The United States keeps all of our bases. We do not get involved whatsoever in any, at the time, for a fucking year. We do not get involved for a year in any global war, global conflict. What do you think would happen?
I think, well, I don't know. Are like other world like states aware that that's going to be a thing?
Yeah. So we just
so China, Russia knows that we just. I think a lot of other countries are going to take advantage of that.
So
and follow through with operations.
So you think that we're the buffer, like other countries couldn't handle their own conflict? They're
well,
global.
I'm saying that it's not the countries themselves, like Burma and shit, and we kind of don't get involved, I guess, in the right kind of ways here. And I mean, I don't know if they come, like, getting involved, like, I think it's like what I described in regards to how we should get involved. in like Gaza, where our troops aren't there to engage in combat. They're exclusively there to just deliver like aid, make sure that like civilian camps are being bombed. I think if we get involved at the very like or the best case scenario, like we should go that more humanitarian approach. But what you're talking about, like if other big military powers are aware of that, then I'd say that's not really an issue of countries themselves dealing with their own affairs. That's an issue with other military powers encroaching on other countries.
But in a year, do you think that's going to make a big difference?
Oh, yeah. If they can go in and they face absolutely no resistance from another military power, I think a lot of countries with stronger militaries would use that to bully other countries where it's like, yep, we don't have to deal with the US. And I mean, is like the UK and France and other NATO states not going to get involved as well?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if we step down,
Western NATO police don't get involved.
Yeah, if we step down, is there not going to be another NATO country going to step up to be like, hey, since the U.S. is not going to be here for a year, we're going to be taking over, or like we're going to take over? Like, is the UK going to take over?
This sort of hypothetical of, hey, if the United States didn't try to act as the global police, if the United States didn't invest all its like the excessive amount of money on its military, would everybody be speaking Chinese and Russian? I think that it's like an invisible hand. If the United States wasn't the Western power that's acting as the like military buffer, it would be some other country or like combination of countries. So I just think that if the United States wasn't the nation, then you'd probably just have certain European countries like the UK and France just investing far more of their like taxpayer money into like filling that gap with military strength.
Well, no, I'm not talking about monetarily. Like we still keep our our fucking bases and whatnot. We still keep the same funding for our military, but we don't present it as like, hey, we have a shit ton of military. Don't fuck with us. We're just like, okay, we have a lot of military.
Well, that's kind of what we do. To some extent.
Yeah, but we do military fucking or naval exercises in waters of like not Japan, but we do a lot of fucking military exercises.
I don't care what you're trying to get at.
No, okay, so if we step down, we keep the same amount of military, right?
Yeah,
Military exercise.
Gone over that.
Okay. Military exercise and whatnot. What country would step up and be like we step down for a year, just a year?
It would be in France.
It would be France?
And the UK. It would be the two of them. Like I said, it's like they're the big, like it's the big five, or it's the big three of the little two. The UK and France, like they have nuclear weapons, they got aircraft carriers, they invest a shit ton in their military. Like you have France has more time zones than Russia, and same thing with Britain. They still have their like little island pseudo colonies like all over the fucking planet. So they're up there in like some of the top 5, top 10 countries in terms of military strength. So if it wasn't the US, it would just be a combination of other NATO countries. 3 losers explain war. Shut the fuck up, move along. Well, we've been going for like 5 hours now, and Crow's like drunk and everything. So you're saying that
actually
we're losers.
I'm halfway there. Like I'm drunk enough to talk. I'm not like drunk enough to like ramble on.
And I'm well aware that Crow was kind of engaging in his like sort of drunk circumstantial speech, but do you think we're wrong here when it comes my analysis when it comes to war? I wonder if Odin will have any sort of like follow up.
Yeah,
Just landing behind us.
Odin, do you
Keep
have
driving as fast as
anything
you
to
can.
contribute
Seems
to
like
the
the train on the road.
conversation, or are you just gonna fucking comment one thing?
You guys suck. Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, that contributes so much. To the
They're
conversation.
losers. They're idiots.
Close made it. Behind us, more near misses.
Yes, you all don't know shit. Okay.
Is that their comeback?
Yeah, you all don't know shit. Okay.
Are you able to show as opposed to tell, or are you just going to beg the question? We don't know shit. You guys don't know shit because you don't know shit because I asserted that you don't know shit. But I'm not going to explain why, because it's not that I can't, because there's no need to.
Oh, and then he's like, I'll add all you want, let me in.
Yeah, because there's no way you could explain it by typing. There's no way you could possibly do that and make some sort of cogent argument by typing.
We have the links to our Discord, so if you want to come into the Discord and show that you're somebody that has something worth saying, post stuff there and post it in the chat. But
Yeah,
we
please.
usually don't let randos in the Discord that we haven't talked to yet.
Yeah, very quickly, they have a drum. So it's dangerous.
Come into the Discord and interact there and show that you're an actual person and stuff. Maybe on a following stream, we'd be willing to have people on to discuss stuff.
Yeah, drum's following us. You don't have enough ammo to mount the assaults that you need to take these final bases.
Mike for one, green. What
Odin.
the fuck does that mean?
You're not being very articulate. I mean, we're all drunk and sleep deprived.
And,
You seem
and
to
you're
be
the
able
one
to-
that's having fucking problems with spelling.
Yeah,
fucking idiot.
For someone that's
Hey,
saying
no
that,
ad homs, bro. We got to show that we're the bigger party, the more ethical party.
yeah, for someone that
The
says
military
we
rules
don't know
in-
shit, you're unable
No
to.
shit, motherfucker.
You can't type
Don't
at
know
a
what you're
5th grade
talking
level.
about. Yeah.
What's up with that? Whoa, Don. At least somebody had to say it. Somebody said it. Fuck yeah, Don.
This country have everything. How are you going to defeat that advantage? They have the artillery, they have the airplanes, they have the mortars.
We do have enough heart, we do have enough moral, we do have enough humanity. That's the way how we're gonna defeat them. Even we don't have physical material, not enough, but this is enough.
And now they have record volunteers.
I'm guessing that's the flag for I don't know, like are those the rebels? So I'm guessing it's the flag for the resistance.
Their ranks have never been stronger, their victories never greater.
I am a warrior and this is my song. What do you think of their theme song?
Wait. I want to fucking
Ballot
shit
box.
on Odin's again.
Okay, go ahead.
You voice fucked your mic and Jesus I type gizzes idiots. Okay. What the fuck does that mean, dipshit?
Odin, I think what you're trying to say is that we had a technical problem, yeah, and we're past that. And I don't know what the fuck is us it is.
And it's not like when you watch like podcasts that have like millions of like followers and stuff that have much larger budget than we do. They still deal with like these kind of like tech issues.
You're gonna have to explain to us what Gazuz is, though. Gazuz, what is it?
And I'm sure if they were running a podcast and stuff, they would be able to.
Oh yeah, Odin, Mr.
Learn how to do this
Gazuz.
stuff very quickly and efficiently, and so
Yeah.
forth. So yeah.
Were met with force, so they're taking the fight to the military.
And it's almost like I don't know, running a stream and like using the software. Probably, I mean, it's not that difficult, but it probably requires a little bit more sophistication than just typing complete sentences.
It's a little more
being able to articulate your thoughts without, I don't know, coming across as like a fourth grader with learning disabilities.
Yeah, it's a little more articulate than Gazuz.
Is gazuz one of the like new fucking terms like the fucking new generation is using? Like,
Oh yeah, skibbity toilet Gazuz. I'm stupid too. Look at me.
And Don Jackson, I don't know what you're trying to claim exactly. I mean, I don't know if I think you're preaching to the choir. We don't support Trump.
Myanmar's new revolutionaries are on the march.
Quentin Somerville, BBC News, Karenni State, Myanmar.
Myanmar. The country is in a grip of a widespread insurgency as resistance groups attempt to overthrow the military, which seized power there 3 years ago. As much as 2/3 of Myanmar may now be under the control of the resistance. Some people have taken up arms against the military, but others, including doctors and teachers, are supporting the insurgency with skills of their own. Access to the country is difficult, but our correspondent, Quentin Somerville, has managed to get inside and spent a month with the young revolutionaries at their jungle hideouts and on the front lines.
Like a beacon in the night, a jungle base has become a sanctuary. The final stop on a journey to freedom for young Burmese who refused to serve in the army. They were spirited here from cities by an underground railroad of agents and safe houses. To escape a new conscription law...
Remember the documentary we watched where it like shows all these like little kids in bunkers as the bombs are going off, and then there's this one dude who... like, he quit the military after he had to go into a village, and they lit all the houses on fire, and they were lining up all the people that did not support the government. They were on the side of the rebels. Not even supporting the rebels, just, like, supporting them in terms of their, like, ideology. And they went in and just shot up, the like, multiple villages and stuff like on fire. It's just, and this hasn't been getting a lot of coverage.
Would see them fight against the insurgency.
I'm watching the chat.
Instead, they've joined its ranks.
Why don't you want to fight for the military government?
The military is terrorizing people. They bomb using planes and they burn villages. I will never fight for their
there
side.
you go. They burn villages.
I will help and fight alongside the revolutionary forces.
Don't they? Yes.
And they aren't the only ones fleeing. Across Karenni State, hundreds of camps for the displaced have sprung up. Young and old, they live in fear. It's a hard scrabble existence. Heartbreak is a way of life here. Some 2.5 million people have been forced to say goodbye to their homes since the military coup. They've left their farms and rice paddies to avoid the hundreds of army airstrikes that target opposition-held territory.
Oh, Pokemon.
A relentless air campaign has civilians running for their lives. Tens of thousands have been killed since the coup, many of them children. The bombs fall daily.
Don't we live in a wonderful world?
The state...
What you love? People wonder why I hate human beings so much.
Capital Loiko is now a ruin. We follow Cobra and his best buddy Sam on patrol. They were national karate champs who've taken up arms.
Yes. Go. Move.
Peaceful protests failed, so they've been in a standoff here with the army since November.
And off this street, the Burma army is there, so we have to run.
This is the heart of Loiko, downtown. Look at the state of it though. There's destruction everywhere. If we just look over here, look at the destruction in the buildings. This is incendiary drones were dropped here, artillery, airstrikes. We know this was the military junta because the rebels don't have that kind of weaponry. No, it's something else. Silence, because there are no civilians here, they've fled. Because the junta doesn't distinguish between rebel fighters, between resistance fighters and civilians. It's labelled them all as terrorists. In fact, about 8 kilometres from here, just yesterday, military airstrike killed a family of 6, including 2 children. So, wherever they attack, they turn these places into ghost towns.
Cobra and Sam will defend these front lines whatever the cost. This is a struggle of the young against the old. A new generation.
What? Is Owen still like running their rounds in the chat? Ducking losers. Oh God. Owen, why don't you? I need to say the link to an article like that goes over the Dunning-Kruger effect, and I need to just we need to post it to people who. That's what the mods need to do. They need to start just posting links to articles that go over the Dunning-Kruger effect. When we deal with people like this popping in the chat.
Wait, John, can I go over what's his butt's fucking last message? Still, you fucks don't know shit of war. Shut the fuck up and move along. You losers, Christ equals Jesus Christ. You dumb fucks. MRD window licking POS.
Oh.
Okay, if it means Jesus Christ, then fucking put Jesus Christ, you fucking idiot.
God, we're not up to speed with all the text abbreviations, and we don't believe in some like stupid like magical sky god prophet. So maybe that's why we're not into like all the Christian sort of like text lingo. And it seems like you don't have an argument. You're like, do you know what an ad hominem is? When instead of like addressing people's points and showing as opposed to telling and explaining how the person doesn't know anything about war, you're just calling them stupid and retarded. It's like you don't know what you're talking about, Odin, because you suck and you're an asshole and you're a poopy butthead. So there, I guess we're in the right.
We won the battle.
2 + 2 = 5. Why? Because you suck.
Yeah, you suck.
There you go. That's how you prove that you're right.
Your argument.
What a good argument.
Assert something, and then your thesis acts as your conclusion. X is true because it is, and then follow it up with a name call. X is true because it is, and also you're gay. Like God. You look at all the world's greatest scholars, and they're going to look up to you like, God, we need to model our discourse after him.
Yeah.
Screw this Socrates dude and Rene Descartes and so forth, and their approach to rationalism and like Athenian epistemology. Nope, we need to model our approach to discourse after, like, I don't know, so the sophisticated like Christian lads that come in and spew their fucking like right-leaning Christian views. What's that?
Gene, you go back to Voltaire and Socrates, and their most famous quotes are, "You're gay."
I mean, if you look at the most like revered academics on the planet today, like Lawrence Krauss, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you go to like all the world's leading academic institutions and you look at like the top leading scholars in all the different departments at MIT, Johns Hopkins, Stanford, like Harvard, Princeton, they would all look at this dude and look at his discourse as sophisticated.
Wait, Gene, this is going on Odin's fucking channel. Oh my God, we're gonna get more fucking viewers.
He's really gonna make us look bad. I mean, Jesus, we're so scared.
Please don't do it.
Myanmar's youth.
I mean, clearly, we're really like embarrassed when it comes to our rhetoric here. We're not doing a good job supporting our claims, and I mean.
Yeah, there was no substance to back.
Go to his channel. I wonder, like, what does he have? Like, I don't know, like 50 subscribers or something?
That's sacrificing most.
One.
Ongne is just 23.
He's
he
got
took shrapnel
4
to his
videos.
femoral artery in an attack on a military.
Ooh, this is going on his channel. Oh, God. Here, send me a link to his channel.
It's basically, it looks like a 13-year-old obese woman.
No, it's a little girl.
Oh. I don't know.
At least
stay out of politics, sweetie.
It's
don't regurgitate what mommy and daddy tell you.
Every video is what looks to be a 12-year-old.
Well, is that their kid?
No, I think this is their channel. I think you need to. Does your mom know you're going on the channels calling people this and stuff? And does your mom know that you're using this app instead of YouTube Kids?
You're saying no words.
You should maybe go and tell your parents about YouTube Kids and tell them that that's what the app that you should be on instead of this app. I don't know. Crazy idea.
Well, I don't know. It could be this specific person, or it could be just clips of their kid on their channel.
I think it's them. I think it's them.
Yeah, go ahead and talk shit,
His
bitch.
comrades comfort him.
No. Now that it's a kid, it's like I don't think we should be engaging in name calling.
Oh, okay. Well,
Social skills, Odin.
Still that shit talk. Oh, okay.
Not all revolutionaries carry a gun.
Coming from a
Dr. Yuri was in his last year of medical school and
no, bad bro.
Sorry!
Ended his studies
Once
to
someone
help in a
gets me
secret
started,
hospital
I just-
treating
I'm
fighters
fucking just
and
revved
civilians
up.
alike.
I just want you guys to give away our location.
Ongne is just 23. He took shrapnel to his femoral artery in an
35,
attack
bro.
on a
Go for it.
Oh, they're 35. So who exactly is in those clips, Odin?
What year were you born? What year were you born, Odin?
Who did you kidnap, and who's that in your vids?
Military base. His comrades comfort him as much as they can. Not all revolutionaries...
1990, they say. That wouldn't make you 35.
That'd make you 34.
Well, I guess they're just rounding up.
I guess.
Yeah, but
wait, what's your birthday, Odin?
What's the person
last
in
year
the
of medical
fucking in your video's birthday? Because they are not born in 1990.
His studies.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking they might be like their younger sibling or their kid or something.
To help in the secret hospital, treating fighters and civilians alike.
I just don't want you guys to give away our location for security measures.
This is a struggle of the young against the old. A new generation.
Hey, just pay attention to this.
A military elite, and it's Myanmar's youth that's sacrificing most. Ong Nae is just 23. He took shrapnel to his femoral artery in an...
23. How old's Taylor? Taylor's like 22.
Yeah, Taylor 21, 22.
Yeah, he's like a baby.
Attack on a military base. His comrades comfort him as much as they can. Not all revolutionaries carry a gun. Dr. Yori was in his last year of medical school and abandoned his studies to help in the secret hospital, treating fighters and civilians alike.
I just don't want you guys to give away our location for security measures. So this is our operation theater room. It's underground.
They take every precaution here.
The reason the operation theater is underground is because if we are overground, they can see us, and if they see us, they will bomb us. So.
Okay, so Odin, we've been live for what is it, like 5 hours, almost 5 hours 30 minutes at this point, and we've gone extensively over our views on war, especially like we covered like Israel for like 2 hours of stream, and we go over it extensively on every single one of our streams. So our view on war is that it's fucked up and it's happening far more often than it should, and that our country and the world's leading like economic and military powers seem to not do a good job at preventing war from happening, and kind of acting as their decisions act as a catalyst to more war taking place, and that we're not progressing as quickly as we should be. And it's also to show that a lot of channels and stuff don't really cover a lot of more fucked up elements of like global politics. So we like to focus on like this like red ocean of content where other people like to cover like stupid like lolcows and stuff, or they like to obsess over Trump. So we like to go over all the really fucked up stuff happening abroad. And part of it, the theme of our podcast is misanthropy. So people who probably live a more cushy Western suburbanite lifestyle can look at the stuff and probably appreciate what they do have.
And all your argument is, Odin, is I don't like you, you gay. And that's your fucking basis for not liking us.
Their messages don't seem to be like popping up on my end, but was that their argument that we're PDF files because we looked at their kid?
Yeah, it was like that's my kid. It's like, PDF
we
files.
went to your channel, so I guess anybody that clicks on your channel, you're like, I'm laugh out loud. I'm putting this on my channel, so I guess 100% of people that click on the link to your channel are pedos if they're like over the age of like 16, 18 or something. I mean,
yeah, and also I want to point out
what's the logic there?
Also, Odin, I want to point out that I was born in 91, and I'm 32 years old.
Oh, you're old, Chad.
So your
your kid is fucking fat. You should probably.
Whoa,
okay,
calm down,
Crow.
Calm down, Crow.
So we have to go.
There's an obesity crisis in the United States. Can I not point that out? And this person.
Okay. I guess it is kind of a level of negligent parenting when you kind of overfeed your kid. I guess we can put the blame on Odin.
In the light blue is his fiancée, Dr. Tracy. She too didn't graduate. Now she's performing surgery.
We've met some of the wounded here today.
Yeah.
They're young men.
Yeah, very young.
Very young, with their whole lives ahead of them.
Yeah.
And they have horrible injuries. How do you both cope with that mentally?
We can cry the whole day. It's okay. Let it cry. Let it cry. Everything is okay. But we have to stand up again. Because if we are not here, who will treat those patients?
They need to have like crying spells at the end of the day. They need to dedicate a certain time to getting all the tears out. I mean, that's how you do it. They need to watch sad movies. They need to watch the PPP and just have their like periodic cries every day.
Children too have been forced to seek shelter from the military's warplanes under the jungle canopy.
It's kind of like anger, where it's like you're not supposed to hold in anger. You need to let it out. Sometimes it's best just scream in a pillow. Imagine this, where it's sadness. You can't hold it in. So instead of screaming in a pillow, you kind of have to dedicate like a couple hours just letting it all out.
Despite the war, songs are still heard and ballads still played by these students at the Golden Flower Music School. Maupre Mia's violin drowns out the din of war. Some of her students are as young as 14. This is their refuge for now.
We've met a lot of young people here today. Some of them very young, but soon they'll have to go and fight. How does that make you feel?
They have to sacrifice their bodies, their limbs, their lives. And they have to leave their girlfriends and boyfriends behind to go to the front line. That shows their dedicated heart and how strong their beliefs are. I will always respect and honor the comrades.
And some might never come back.
And this is the toll that Myanmar's fight for freedom takes on Maupre Mia and the young.
Wait,
John, Odin wants to meet up. Is it okay if I give him your address?
No. Yeah, so you know how we've discussed in the past how people like the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you have people who they claim to be 35 and their rhetoric is what you expect from 12-year-old kids on 4chan, which is just spamming eye roll emojis and stuff because they have nothing of substance to say. And it's just, if I was arguing with somebody in a chat, I could type up like paragraph after paragraph the amount of time it takes them to type up one sentence. So, I don't know, they seem kind of slow, and it doesn't really seem like they are very like inventive when it comes to what they have to say. So they seem to be pretty limited when it comes to verbal fluency and logic and reasoning.
Well, they're 35. They've dropped out of college and high school and kindergarten. So,
and I like it where it's like we pointed out that their discourse is just, you suck because you suck. You don't know what you're talking about because you suck.
No, you
and
suck.
They're
'cause you
still
did.
just regurgitating the same kind of circular sort of like one sentence essay sort of argument. You're wrong because you're a poop head. Like, that's the sophistication when it comes to their discourse. I like, again, I can argue circles around their like sort of Neanderthal brain when I've gone like a day or two without sleep, and then you guys are drunk.
And we can make more fucking substance
cogent
of our
argument.
goddamn fucking conversation.
Sam, it's a price they have to pay now.
Got 'em!
They're fighting
Yes,
the same
Captain
battle
J.
as their parents fought against military rule.
And I like how it's just, again, like, people like this, I always, like, wonder, how does their fucking brain work? Because do you think that if you, like, talk to some of the world's leading scholars, academics across the globe, in some of the world's leading academic institutions, do you think that the people that are behind engineering the kind of silicon-based technology that you take for granted, do you think that they would look at your level of discourse here and think that, you know what, this is somebody who's clearly a very cultured and civil and well-educated person, and you also think that attitude of like, yeah, meet me in person, I'll kick your ass. I think 2 + 2 = 5, you think it equals 4, so if I beat the shit out of you, I guess I'm right about 2 + 2 = 5. So it's like, maybe you need to be put in a cage with a bunch of mindless animals, like it's called a prison, and it's like, there are a lot of parallels between stupid people and animals, where they're kind of just fucking primal, and they like to just act on, I don't know, like animalistic impulses, such as beating the shit out of anybody that has any confrontation with them. So again, it's kind of odd that you kind of resemble more like, I don't know, like wolves, chimpanzees, hyenas and stuff. Just you're at a zoo and you got to be in a cage, because if you're left out of the cage, you're a threat to society. It's kind of odd how you kind of resemble that element as opposed to like some of the world's leading scholars at some of the world's leading universities. So I mean, yeah.
Wait, John, Odin says, Christ, you're 3 turds just talking. And again, I said I was with for what the war, but you don't understand AR, so you go nowhere. Then say my daughter is fat, so good job.
Well, here's the thing. Again, how much time has gone by since their last comment? I just mentioned that I could like type up paragraphs, and the time it takes them to type up like
I don't know,
but here. In regards to your daughter, I feel sorry for your daughter because she has a bad influence like you. I don't think you're probably not a good father, because it seems like you don't know how to think critically. So it seems like people who have like double-digit IQs probably aren't really the best at raising kids. And I mean, it sucks that she's overweight. It's not her fault. It's your fault. And you should blame yourself for the fact that she's overweight. And she's probably bullied in school because of it. And I feel really bad for her. And you should be ashamed of yourself. And it's your fault that she's overweight because you probably fucking overfeed her. Because you're an irresponsible parent.
Okay, so John, I know we're not like hip with like the new like terms with the younger people, but how many 35-year-olds have you met that do the just as far as like
not many, because I don't really associate with dumb fucks. So it seems like there's a correlation between being somebody who doesn't have like 2 brain cells to rub together and somebody who engages in like emoji text abbreviation language, and they only speak in like kind of misspelled fragments.
Fucking my god.
Yeah, and Bill Hicks, I agree. It probably sucks being overweight as a kid, and kids shouldn't be bullied for being overweight because it's not the kid's fault, it's the parents' fault. And they probably are bullied in school, which sucks, and they shouldn't be bullied. But it's not the kid that should be shamed for it, it's the parent. And Odin's parent, or Odin, is somebody who should really feel bad about themselves because, I mean, again, their kid clearly doesn't have a cultured and sophisticated and well-educated adult to look up to. So, I mean, the cycle continues.
The guy from Super Size Me died at 53. We went over that. Do you think your fucking kid is gonna live that long?
Okay, bad crow. Maybe I'm taking it too far.
We've got Sadow Studios with us. What
the fuck is this? God, I like how it keeps taking me away from the playlist.
Now the second.
Okay, here's a palate cleanser. They seem happy. Now, people in the chat, maybe my regulars like Remy and my mods like Skeppy and Young Mind and stuff, maybe they need to keep me in check. Do you guys think I'm being a bit too mean?
You're an asshole to these elephants.
So sometimes when like I'd actually decide to be mean, I kind of feel like maybe I don't know, I go a bit too far. I want to help keep
Where do you want to meet Odin?
I do not want to meet them in person. They can come in our Discord and stuff, and I don't mind arguing with people, having discourse with them. Let's meet them in Gaza. We'll meet up in Gaza or Haiti. One of those two locations. No, Skeppy J. Don't do, or maybe there'll be like a Martin Skrell. Was that his name? Or no, who was the dude where it was like in the early days of DP? It was TJ Kirk. And he like put the photo, and it was just some like stock photo online or whatever, but it was about like a Bible and a handgun. He's like, yeah, I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Odin, I already told you I live in Vegas. You can come out to Vegas, and I'll come out and meet you.
Or come out to Baltimore. Balmer.
Just come out to Vegas, go to a casino, tell me where to meet you.
Crow lives in South Dakota, so
yeah. I'll fucking meet you here too. I guarantee you, I'll find a spot where no one will find you.
Probably freeze to death trying to get to you.
What?
He'll probably freeze to death trying to get to you. He'll probably, like, in Vegas, get hooked to, like, all the gambling and, like, get drunk, gamble all his money away. And then if he comes to Baltimore, he's going to get mugged and shot if he gets to me. In Minecraft. In Baltimore Minecraft. Look at that butt shot.
Elephants aren't my favorite animal, but I do like the fact that as we have hunted them, their tusks have gotten smaller and smaller. That's what I do like.
I don't know which, like, if these are Asian elephants, it makes sense why they don't really have tusks or really small tusks.
Well, it's the same with African elephants as well. Their tusks have evolved to be smaller and smaller.
Gene, like, that elephant fat. Oh, that elephant seems like it's of a average weight. It's got the typical BMI for an elephant.
You like that ass, Gene.
Reminds me of Dumbo. Remember the scene, like the one clip in Dumbo where they're trying to board the elephant on the plane or on the train?
Gene's a furry.
I mean, elephants don't have a lot of fur.
Like all elephant families, the Abu herd is led by a matriarch named Kathy.
First exposure.
Kathy reacts as if a strange elephant has approached her
I
family.
really hope this doesn't. Gotta pay attention to copyright alerts. Maybe we
She
should.
invites the stranger to play.
Double speed.
But the reflection copies her every move.
An intelligent animal is going to be thinking, why aren't I getting the feedback that I normally get from another animal?
And I know they're some of the only animals that recognize their reflection. I know all the great apes recognize their reflection, and then magpies are the only birds that recognize their reflection. And then it's dolphins and orcas recognize their reflection, and then there's the cleaning wrasse fish that's able to recognize its reflection. And then ants. There's a species of ant that can also recognize its reflection. So
a species of fish and ants?
Yeah, look it up. Well, I don't think it's all ants. I think there's either one or maybe a few different species of ant, but there's a fish called the cleaning wrasse that's able to recognize its reflection. Look up that fish.
Kathy did what most animals do when they first experience that stranger in the mirror. She reached her trunk out towards it. She looked behind it, over, under it, as if she's asking herself, I see the strange animal, where is it? A lot of species get to that point, but they never start to process that, wait a minute, maybe that's not another individual, maybe it's me.
Another female named Shirini happens to approach the mirror at the same time as her three.
See, they're like not showing up in my chat at all. I see people. I always have to refresh it to see them.
Are you on top chat?
No, I'm on live chat.
It was because you suck.
Yeah.
And that might help them to start thinking, why is that elephant standing next to a stranger when I'm standing next to that elephant?
God, you're gay. If I wanted your comeback, I'd
suck. Fuck you! Fuck you, Odin!
You suck! Stupid! If I wanted
you
your comeback, I'd
you're a fucking cat! Fuck you! Fuck you! You ain't nothing!
We told them, gosh!
I bet you a virgin, motherfucker. I bet your kid's adopted. Motherfucker, I bet that ain't even your kid, motherfucker.
You adopted a fat kid. Fuck
I think
you.
Shireen is by
No, bad bro.
far the most
Goes
advanced
in the
American
wrong
at this point.
direction every time.
She relaxed and then actually stroked the end of her tusk before grasping it, as if she's asking, why is that tusk in the mirror similar to the tusk on me?
Next tonight, as we reach the end of the school year, school districts are bracing for a massive round of teacher layoffs. Schools have already been dealing with declining enrollment and inflation, but now federal funding passed during the pandemic is set to expire. Here's ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Tonight, school districts from coast to coast bracing for
Okay. What is this? U.S. schools district brace for massive teacher layoff.
possible teacher layoffs, as opposed to continued tensions running high in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Dozens rallying against the school board's decision to cut teachers.
Say, when will we know if this is going to happen, and do it directly and clearly?
Well, I mean, cutting teachers, it's like, it seems like, I don't know, a lot of teachers just write the page number on the board and have the kids do bookwork. Seems like they're not really doing much for the amount they're getting paid for, so it seems like just paying some random person like a little bit more than minimum wage to just write the page number on the board and then just watch cat videos while they make sure the kids are doing their bookwork. It would be just as efficient based on like I don't know how like little like educators in America are really held accountable.
So I can go to sleep tonight.
In Hamburg, New York, district leaders approving a budget that includes layoffs for 20 employees, including 13 teachers.
The last thing in the world we want to do is lay off a single teacher, a single maintenance mechanic or custodian or teacher aide. We need to make sure that our revenues, our enrollment, our staffing are all in balance. And this budget does that.
And in Los Angeles, America's second largest school district, mounting concern for what budget cuts could mean for the city's teachers and students.
Yeah, I mean, big reason is they cut the budget schools that have poor test scores or low test scores, schools that probably need the funding the most. And then a lot of parents just send their kids to private schools. So because of that, their kids aren't going to like public schools and stuff. And then they end up having to cut funding because the lack of community support.
It's unfortunate and disappointing. A critical factor in some of these budget battles, $190 billion in federal pandemic relief funding approved in 2020 and 2021 that some districts used to bolster their staff, now set up to dry this September.
The federal funding is coming to an end this fall. Another reason is increasing inflation costs and costs of things like healthcare and education. And another reason is declining student enrollments in our K-12 public school systems. So this kind of combination of factors has really created the perfect storm.
And Rachel, experts say students in lower income districts could feel the brunt of these layoffs, but look, this fight is far from over. The National Education Association, the country's largest labor union, is demanding that federal, state, and local leaders come up with a solution that serves both educators and their students. Rachel?
A lot of concern over this. Morgan, thank you.
The parents of a Greenfield fourth grader who took his own life 1 week ago are now speaking out. Our Chase House sat down with the child's parents who say their son was bullied relentlessly.
I don't know. I got some mean things to say about Odin that the story kind of right here.
Fucking say
yeah,
it.
okay.
Say it.
You're the reason
You want
why
me to
this
say it?
kid is gone, Odin. You're the reason.
See, look at what you're putting your kid through. I mean, your kid's probably dealing with the same shit that this kid's dealing with.
10-year-old Sammy Toys was known by his family for being spontaneous, like here, when he jumped in this pond in 50-degree weather at the sight of some little waves.
How was it? Good.
A laugh and his big smile may not be heard or seen around the Toys home.
Well, here's the thing. When you talk about bullying, people are like, oh, like the kid who's bullied, they must be doing something to give other kids a good reason to bully them. I think with like scenarios like this, you know, kids probably just bully him because of his teeth and his glasses. You know, damn, like kids are fucked up.
Many more, but will live in their hearts
It's like
forever.
the kid from Stuart Little.
Yeah.
Little.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like if kids have somewhat like some atypical like appearance, they're probably going to be heavily bullied. If kids are overweight, they're probably bullied like relentlessly by other kids because kids lack empathy and there's faults inherent with humankind. It's kind of like I don't know, humans tend to be very bigoted towards those who are atypical and not like them. But then have people who are like illusionary optimists, toxic positivity, where it's like, no, only 0.01% of people are like that because we don't want to believe that there are these facets embedded in human psychology that kind of influence people towards this behavior. And that people don't really need, like, I don't know, things like discriminating towards people of a different race. people really don't need much incentive to do so. And I think that's what a lot of it is, where people who are apologists for bullies, it's because they don't want to open their eyes and accept the hard truth that humans can be a lot nastier than we'd like to believe. They want to believe that in order for people to bully, that they need something much more significant than a kid has a lisp or a kid has like a weird haircut or something. Don't like, do you think I'm right that
Well, no, I totally empathize with this couple, but Odin, your honey boo boo looking fucking child, probably should not get fucking birthday cake for at least 10 fucking years.
Freaking progress in the wrong direction every time.
Yeah, the wrong direction.
I'm sorry.
I make sure that the attack isn't towards the kid; it's towards Odin, the parent.
Well, whose
bad.
fault is giving the fucking kid fucking cake every goddamn 10 days? It's fucking goddamn parent.
He was my baby. He was the youngest one.
Sammy's family says he killed himself Sunday morning.
I held him in my arms and I did things that no father should ever have to do. At any time
discussing the bullying, one thing I go back to is the fact that schools are an unnatural environment. The human brain can only process around 300 different relationships, and that's overall acquaintances, neighbors, like relatives outside the immediate family. Most people only really have the time and the mental sort of like facilities to really have like 4 or 5, 6 really good like substantive sort of friendships. So it's like throughout most of human history, it's like we lived in tribes of 300 people. The average village in like the ancient era, the Middle Ages, the Renaissance was around 300 people, and the average amount of wedding guests is around 300 people. So it's like in schools where the high school I went to, there were 1,100 kids, and then you have all the staff. So not just the kids, but all the staff included. You're taking like several hundred, 1,400 people, cramming them all into one building. It's like factory farms when they put all the chickens together in the cages. It's just all the noise pollution. It's like the kind of, it brings out the worst in people. It's like what you see in prisons. So I definitely think that, like one of the things I looked into has to do with like the public transportation system. So one of the reasons why schools were less populated, it's not because population's even growing. It's like the average birth rate's been declining since like the 80s and stuff. It's because of transportation. They would have more kids picked up and taken to one school because I guess it's more efficient for them. So that definitely was a fucking mistake, because it's like, I think you definitely shouldn't have more than, I don't know, 100, a couple hundred kids in one school. They're cramming like when I was a kid, there was like 40 something kids per class. So, and I've mentioned this where, I mean, homeschooling, because of the internet, is becoming much more of a reliable option. Private schools are expensive, but one thing, it's like apparently like tutoring, hiring tutors that come and teach your kids. And there's, in certain cases, it's a lot more affordable. And people are sitting there, like, people are idiots where they're like, they think in black and white. So their logic is usually, so you're saying everyone needs to homeschool their kids. No, I'm saying that if more people take advantage of it, it just puts the load off, or takes a load off of the overall system. And it's just an option for a lot of people. But I definitely think that, and I have a lot of relatives who are teachers, and I know maybe I'm going on a tangent again about it, but they do have this very religious, very pious attitude towards schools. They act like it's this magical, pure, like sort of system that if human beings didn't exist, the laws of nature would just magically spawn schools and fields somewhere. And they defend every element of like the educational system. So if you talk about like homework, how that there's research that shows that, you know what, not giving kids homework until high school, and then when kids are given homework in high school, not giving them the amount that they, like a tenth of the amount that they're given, is actually more efficient. Kids tend to learn more efficiently when they're not overburdened. But then you mentioned that, it's like, nope, homework has always been a thing. It was a thing when I was a kid and my parents were kids. So critical thinking, what's that? I'm a teacher. I'm an automaton. I don't think critically. Those who can do, those who can't teach. I just like follow whatever's written on some document as if it's gospel, because like I don't know how to think outside my own programming. And that is something you see a lot. And it's just another thing, like it's estimated that teenagers need like 12 hours of sleep. It's the most, in adolescence, it's the most crucial stage of neural development, second to like when you're in infancy. And sleep is very crucial to neural development. And then we make kids get up earlier when they're teen, which makes no sense. Shouldn't it be the opposite way around, where maybe kids in elementary school are the ones that wake up earlier, and then gradually you have them wake up later, and then they give them 2 hours of homework and the school days are longer. So you mentioned that, and they're like, nope, even though the science says that it's unnatural to have deprive kids from the amount of sleep that the system is actually like taking from them. Like, no, that's not how it was when I was a kid before that. And they just have no fucking critical thinking at all. It's like, no, it's a perfect system. So even though you're cramming dozens and dozens of kids into one room, hundreds of kids, over 1,000 kids into one building, no, even though the science says that's very like counterproductive. No, it's the way it is. So it's perfect. Kids can function just fine. It's the kids that just aren't cooperating. There's no flawed policy, no flawed practice, no flawed institution. The system's in place, therefore it needs to be in place. Things should work, therefore they do work. Because flawed, like, I don't know, flawed institution, flawed policy, what's that? That doesn't exist.
I closed my eyes, it's all I could see.
According to Sammy's family, he was being bullied up until the night before he died. First, they say it started at his school, Greenfield Intermediate, about 2 years ago.
They were making fun of him for his glasses. In the beginning, they went on to make fun of his teeth.
What started as...
There you go. It's over something petty like that.
Oh, Shabisky was making fun of that one guy's teeth earlier.
True.
He was beat up on the school bus, and the kid broke his glasses and everything, and I called the school, and I'm like, what are you doing about this? It keeps getting worse and worse and worse. It's not getting any better. As a matter of fact, it's getting worse.
Because they don't give a fuck.
His dad says this was just one of the 20 times.
And I do think that it's like, if a kid is rude to a teacher, then it's taken seriously. And it's just, it's treated as if you just kicked a blind puppy. So it's like, teachers don't care if kids bully and abuse other people's kids. Teachers don't care if the educators that are paid to be there, who are grown adults, their minds are fully developed, if they abuse and bully a kid. But if a kid is rude to a teacher, oh my God, now we got to slap them on the wrist and slap them on the wrist hard. And it's just, that's another reason why I don't have a lot of respect towards educators, because they do engage in that kind of bullshit where it's just, they act like adults mistreating other people's kids is less of a foul than kids being rude to the educators. It's like, who should know better, an adult or a kid? So a lot of educators seem to think that it's children that should know better than adults. And another reason I think they're dumb fucks, that's pretty stupid when you think kids should know better than adults. Pretty dumb.
He'd been in contact with the school about the bullying. I reached out to the superintendent of schools, Dr. Harold Olin, for an interview. And although he wasn't available, he did answer my questions. He says there was no bullying report ever submitted by the parents or the student. But he also says the school's administrators and counselor had regular conversation with the family throughout the year, but can't share the content of those conversations.
They knew this was going on.
They said, what is it, the fuck?
Yeah,
Sammy's family says the bullying progressed.
I just love how they started talking shit about the 1,000 subs on this channel. So I just wanted to get them to talk shit about my subs next.
What? Cool. We only have 1,000 subs? Is that their argument?
Yeah, and I want
from school in the butt.
Yeah, I want them to talk about my sub count next, because I don't.
It's 1,000 times more than your sub count. You dumb fuck. I mean, maybe math is hard for them. Seems like grammar and syntax is hard for them. What is it, like a third of Americans read or write at or below a 5th grade level? Do you think they fall in that 1/3? Over half of Americans read or write at or below an 8th grade level. Do you think they fall within the, 40-something% that are able to read and write at a high school level.
Well, Skeppy said that he just checked and he has one sub and it's his grandma.
Yeah.
Yay!
His other email account. What's that, Chad?
I said yay. Yeah, and
yeah.
they have 7 views on one video. That's crazy.
Yeah, I got $10 from my grandma one time for my birthday.
Yeah, we average 200 views an hour. And I mean, we do it when we're all fucking drunk and high and sleep deprived and shit.
Places like Snapchat.
I'm sure if they did a podcast and stuff, they'd be able to, provide a lot of very cogent, a lot of substantive sort of dialogue.
Even despite him having...
Actually, they might need to start a podcast in order to get money for a diet for their kid.
You're saying oh, you're at your mom. Oh, that one. I'm a homeowner and I make more money than most fucking people, Odin. And that's something that can be confirmed because we've had people that have looked up my fucking address. So, and plus I've met up with people on the internet, so it's well established that I own my own home. And Shapisky also owns his own home. So
yeah, we all
limited access
we
to
all
his phone.
don't live with our parents. I know that.
Yeah, I moved out when I was 18 and cut off my parents, so I haven't talked to my I didn't talk to my mother for 5 years when I moved out, and I still haven't talked to my father's sons. So yeah, I don't interact with my parents at all, and I make more money than most of my parents combined, so they can go fuck themselves.
Dunkin' Donuts every morning doesn't count as breakfast.
Yes,
and I've
Your kid's fat.
I lived in this house for 10 years, so I don't know how long have you lived on your own, Odin? And that doesn't include
Let's stop paying attention to that. This one person says, my son was being bullied for the last 2 years. He always told the school and nothing happened. Then I told my son to hit back. The minute he did, he got detention, and the bully got nothing. I mean, yeah, a lot of times they do tend to defend the bullies over the kids.
I'm gonna beat you up when you get to school. I'm gonna, saying mean things about Nikki, which would really, really set him off.
His suicide, they believe, was because he feared going to school after an incident in the bathroom last week and the constant harassment. And while the family may be putting Sammy to rest in the coming days, his mom wishes she was saying goodnight instead of goodbye.
I always tell the kids because Sammy and his sister went to bed.
It kind of reminds me, there was a story of an autistic kid being bullied, and the kid recorded because they did nothing about it, and they would just, I just gaslight the kid because they were being ableist. I think he had Asperger's high functioning autism, and their attitude is oh god, they're probably being nice to you, and your autistic brain doesn't know how to interpret. They probably mean, hey, I like your shirt, when they say that you should go on the live yourself. And then he filmed it, and they cared more about him recording the kids without their permission than the fact that he had and it's that's why. There's a story of a girl, it was a private school, and her friend had cancer, and she was getting bullied for her not going through chemo, not having hair, and she shaved her head to help her friend fit in and everything, and they expelled her for not abiding by the dress code and having a certain length of hair. And it's just, again, educators have, this is a fact, a Princeton study shows that what your major is a very strong indicator of what your IQ is, and teachers have some of the lowest IQs. It's you look at the top 10 lowest IQs, and it's social workers, guidance counselors, and a bunch of different education majors. And it's they have bureaucrat syndrome. It's oh, they weren't following the rules when they recorded this. Let's punish the autistic kid. The girl with her friend has cancer, and her friend with cancer is getting bullied, and she shaves her head. Yeah, let's expel her because she's not following the dress code. Critical thinking wants that. It's just, again, they're shills for the system. They do not know how to think. They only know what to think.
At first, because they were younger, and telling them they had to brush their teeth and get ready for bed, and having him not being there to hug before bed.
And that was our Chase Howell reporting. The Greenfield police chief is confronting rumors that started after Sammy's death. In a post on social media, Chief Brian Hartman says there are a lot of rumors going around, even some naming children. But he says the circumstances.
Yeah, and Blue Elvis, yeah, when teachers suck, they blame your kid because the system's perfect. It's not teachers that are paid a lot for their job, and that's bullshit that they're not paid anything, because it is something where a lot of my relatives are teachers. And I call them out whenever they do that bullshit where, oh God, it's such a hard job and we get paid pretty much nothing. When it's like there's so many people not paid a livable wage. A third of Americans can't afford a $300, $400 emergency. And then it's like they have disposable incomes and they ignore the fact that they work a 9-month salary. And within that 9 months, they make the same amount of money a nurse makes in 9 months. And on top of all that, it's just they can work summers. A lot of them choose not to. So that's just like covert narcissism. And then a lot of teachers, they just write the page number on the board. When I was in high school and middle school, that's what education became. It was just like the page numbers on the board. Here's your assignment. These are all the dates like on the syllabus that your assignments are due. And that's it. And it's like they could hire anybody. So they could just hire a babysitter to sit in the room and just write the page number on the board and make sure the kids aren't goofing off. And it's not the adults. They're paid a lot to be there. And they're the ones that chose that career. And they choose to be there. Their minds are fully developed and they have much more life experience. It's not them that should know better. It's children that are forced to clock into this unnatural setting where their brains are still developing. They have very little life experience. And they're the ones that should know better than the adults, because according to teachers, it's kids that should be held to a higher level of accountability than adults. And if a kid acts out, it's more inexcusable than if an adult acts out. Go ahead.
Shabisky, quick question. What was the diddler? What did he teach? Was it math?
He was just a fifth grade teacher.
Yeah.
But isn't our election at the end of this year, 2024?
Yeah, November.
Odin.
So Odin,
it's like
why
no brain development, almost like you three. Yeah.
Yeah. Odin, wouldn't it be Trump 2024? Am I thinking wrong? Wouldn't it be Trump 2024?
Odin's really see no brain development. It's almost like I received a scholarship to one of the most prestigious colleges in the country, the University of College Park, and it's almost like I graduated a year early and was in all AP and aced my AP exams and got close to a perfect score on my SATs. So yeah, clearly, I mean, I was a failure academically.
Wait, we got the fucking highest and lowest spectrum. We got Gene with all of his fucking PhDs and degrees.
I don't have a PhD.
Okay, well, he's got all his fucking degrees.
I have a master's.
And we got two fucking alcoholics, me and Shabisky, that can actually fucking have a conversation. And then we got this fucking guy in the fucking chat, and they're calling us dumb. Like,
yeah,
so
and I love
retarded.
You gotta love how they said Trump 2025, and I corrected him on that, and they said no, because he wouldn't be president until 2025. Dumb fuck. So, like, all those people that are voting Trump and have that 2024 Trump sign, they're all just a bunch of fucking idiots, right? If only they were smart enough to be like you, Odin, and do the next year and put that as the year for them to become president, of course, because it's not like they would become president the year that they win the election. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, he apologized. Sorry, that's tur, idiot.
What does that mean?
I don't know. His kid's
true?
Bad.
You trying to say
okay,
true?
Bad pro.
Jesus,
surrounding Sammy's death are still under investigation. For now, he urges parents to give kids the confidence to speak with teachers or other trusted adults if they are experiencing bullying.
Just stop. Like, what are you going to do, Odin? Are you gonna put this on your channel and to your one subscriber? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Grandma's gonna see it. His grandma's gonna see it, and they're gonna talk to our grandma.
If only this doesn't get out, the stream that has like 1,200 views so far. If only this doesn't get out to one extra person. Oh God.
You know, is struggling with thoughts of suicide or self-harm, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 988.
Yeah, you gotta love how they come here talking a bunch of shit, and then when we talk shit back, it's like, just stop it, gosh.
We're the bullies.
Yeah. Gosh, stop making me look dumb by pointing out my flaws.
Here's the thing. When I was younger, I would deal with that where like kids would talk shit, and then I would turn around and start roasting them, and then they would turn around and be like, "She said all this stuff to me," and it's like, I'm sorry that when I was minding my own business and you decided to like fuck with me, play shitty games, win shitty prizes, and then when I would start roasting them, they would then turn around and be like, okay, I was mean to him, but the stuff that he said was so mean in comparison that it makes me a victim. It's like, no.
Okay,
don't talk shit if you don't want others to like shit on you.
Wait, they said, okay, if thy get elected, when's gonna
They don't know how
happen?
to type.
Dude, I can't remember what beer I'm on, but I know I can fucking spell better than that.
Odin, I mean, are you using a phone? Are you using a keyboard and stuff? I mean,
Are you foreign?
I mean, I don't know bad crow, but
no,
it seems like every single person in the chat is more efficient at typing up responses much more quickly and efficiently than you. And it's like, look at Skeppy. It's like just brief constructive responses. It's like one paragraph of information here, a sentence, 2 sentences here. Seems like with you, you're pretty slow.
It's Saturday at 6 p.m. and I'm sitting alone in my apartment at my desk staring at my computer. Like
Has 2.1 million views.
9.999% of every other Saturday.
Wait, the caption said girl in a blue dress.
What?
Or the channel said girl in a blue dress. That's
Okay,
black.
whatever.
And I went to get a pizza because I still don't know how to eat right. And, you know, Dartmouth is graduated or graduating. And this always happens when I drive in on the weekend to get my unhealthy food.
Apparently, 1 in 4 millennials, so that would be our generation, admit to having no friends. So,
yeah.
And then Zoomers, it might be a little higher. Now, one of the things I was reading about is like the shift when it comes to online culture is that people tend to, if they meet a partner online, their like long-term relationships when you meet the person online as opposed to offline tend to be much more stable and healthier, and they're less likely to get divorced and so forth, and they tend to have like happier marriages. And then when it comes to like online friends, it's something like the numbers are getting higher and higher in terms of people that claim that they get more of their socialization online as opposed to offline.
Oh, there was a thing that I came across on Facebook where younger people are making friends with AI bots.
Oh, is it like the movie? What is it? Her.
It's pretty
Walking
much like that.
Phoenix?
Yeah, they're like younger people are not socializing with actual people, and then you got like people like dipshit Odin, who has fat kids.
Okay. Well, anyway, Craig, stop. But anyway, we're gonna cover what she has to say. Don't say anything inappropriate.
That I eat alone in my apartment, and I see all of them, all of the Dartmouth students, in their really cute outfits, walking around downtown, holding hands, walking down to the river to swim, walking to their apartment, sitting out on the green with friends, stuff to do, or going back to their dorm so they can probably do stuff later because it's a Saturday. And I get my pizza, and I go back to my apartment because I don't have any friends. And honestly,
Now, how old is she? Is she talking about like just live with her parents in an apartment, or?
I don't think I've ever had friends, not like real friends. I mean, obviously, I had like friends in high school and college.
How fucking old is she? I thought that she was like in like 14, 15.
Yeah.
No, she has
But
to
it was
be
the most
18, 19.
superficial level. If I was in class, I would have people to talk to. People liked me. I don't think I was a totally unlikable person. And I would do after school.
Well, I mean, that is something where I do think that that is kind of once people get out of high school or whatever, they then get in this rut where they have a very difficult time meeting new people. And I think like school, it's like, hey, you're forced to go to this building every day with a bunch of other kids. So it's like kind of like this forced kind of gathering. Once you become an adult, it's like a lot of jobs, you might only have like 5 or 6 employees. They might be a lot older than you or whatever. And then because we kind of live in the land without neighbors, so it's when people live in more heavily populated areas, they tend to be more like aloof and like more adverse to strangers and just like, I guess, basic social interaction. And there tends to be a lack of community once population density increases. And I think that's like a product of the modern age. That's why loneliness is going up. So I said like a fourth of millennials identify as having, or they admit to having no friends. It's something like it's like 1 in 3, 2 in 3 adults acknowledge that they suffer from loneliness. And then, I mean, I know rates of depression are on the rise, and a lot of it is that, again, going back to unnatural environments with cities, people apparently, if you live in an area where there's a lot of greenery, a lot of natural scenery, you tend to be happier. If you live in an area where you have too much exposure to man-made objects and architecture as opposed to like just natural sort of elements, then that has an adverse effect on your mood. And then the noise pollution. So when people are in areas, densely populated cities where there's just a lot going on, a lot of people, a lot of traffic, visual, auditorial stimuli, that has an adverse effect on somebody's mental health. So I do think that there is this like, there is a loneliness epidemic. And I think a lot of people don't know how common it is. So I think that once people notice that they're not alone and they make up a decent bulk, a decent chunk of the population, like Shabisky doesn't have any friends outside the internet. He has Jack, and then he has, he's got all his internet friends.
Well, in Japan, there's actually like professional boyfriends. Like, people or women or Japanese women will rent out these guys just for like dates or like karaoke dates or dinner dates or whatnot. And it's because of the
loneliness epidemic.
Well, that and the disproportionate gender thingamajig. I'm so scientific. Thingamajig.
He says, everyone I can see looks like a skateboarder except for the black one.
That's me.
Is that me?
No, that's me. I'm the black. I'm the
That's what
black
he's
one.
referring to.
I'm the black guy. Yeah.
School activities, and people would talk to me, and I had people that I was close to.
Kid.
But we never did anything besides that.
I got to put on my prescription glasses.
You can finally see.
Yeah.
Dummy.
Put my hair back.
Yeah, tie it in a bow.
So it's dorky Gene.
I never did anything after school in high school. If I did, it was rare. Like the times, like prom, Mom had to ask a friend's son to ask me, and then he left early with another girl, which at the time I thought was hilarious.
And I do have statistics. So you have the 5-factor personality model, which is an element of psychology. So it's like things are based on genetic, environmental factors. So I do know that things like it's introversion/extroversion, agreeableness, openness or openness to experience, neuroticism, conscientiousness. So those are the 5 like elements within the 5-factor personality model. And this is also used to diagnose personality disorders. So a third of people are introverted, and like with everything else, your level of conscientiousness comes down a lot to genetics. Some people are just genetically more, I guess, scatterbrained. They genetically have, some people are more organized. Some people are like artists where their desk is an organized mess and stuff, and their mind might be all over the place, but they might be a more creative type. Things with like openness, some people kind of are more naturally set in their own way. Some people are more open to trying new things and are more eclectic. This is where school is, again, an unnatural environment. It's not suitable for everyone. And when a third of people are just kind of innately introverts, forcing them into an environment where you're cramming them into a building with hundreds of other kids, probably it's difficult for them to just, I guess, function or engage. I think some kids, they're in a setting like that where it's just too stimulating and they shut down. But it's the fallacy of a single cause where it's affirming the consequence. So if a kid is being bullied, it must be because they're doing something to bring it on themselves. Because there can't be more explanations for a particular like outcome. Yeah, so if a kid is having issues socializing, making friends, it can only be because they're a douchebag.
Wait, John, I
That's
have to
the
point
mental
this out.
gymnastics you can use, self-justification, to justify, I don't need to feel bad when I treat other people like shit because they must be doing something to me to justify me doing bad things to them. I'm right because I think I'm right. I'm not biased in my own favor because I don't think I'm biased in my own favor. And my kid isn't in the wrong because your kid must have done something to my kid to give my kid a good reason to treat your kid like shit.
Yeah, my kid's not fat because you fed him.
Okay, Crow, stop. You running into the dirt.
Hey, he still wants to fucking talk, so fuck him.
I could tell a story to my friends, and maybe that would be interesting.
And say, okay, maybe you're that influence on me, Crow. So it's not my fault, it's Crow's fault. That's my self-justification for engaging the bullying rhetoric here. But again, I think his kid is a victim. And it's a good example where she probably doesn't deserve to be bullied. And the reason she's bullied is probably because she has a negligent father that doesn't make sure she's eating healthy. And because of that, it's of no fault of her own. And he should probably feel bad for himself. Or he should feel guilty.
Wait.
Again, what's that?
Blue Elvis, who you calling Chumley?
Dude, Remy's like, I like Gene the bully.
And spoken to any of them.
I did not bully kids. I'm a geek. I'm a nerd, according to everyone. I can't be a bully because I'm a geek.
In person. I'll see him on Instagram, but we've never hung out with any of my friends from high school.
I'm a meta bully. I bullied bullies in school. Now, I lived in the suburbs where you didn't have to worry about a kid assaulting you because none of the kids ever got in any fistfights. So it's whoever had the sharpest tongue. That's how it worked.
Same thing with college.
You're both pussy and
I mean,
beat.
Nerds internalize and become the biggest bullies.
Wait.
Oh, I'm not a bully.
No, you're both
Or
pussy
senior year,
and
but-
shed beat your ass. Promise. Makes a lot of sense, and I'm fucking drunk.
No, I'm just a neckbeard virgin that lives with my parents. I ain't no bully. I don't know how to bully.
You know, like, the second people started doing stuff on the weekends, I was always alone in my dorm room, watching all the other kids walk to the parties. I've never had a friend that I would just spend time with and tell everything to. I really thought I got close with Caitlin and Molly and Katrina and Aaron. And it's been 2 years. I haven't made a single friend, and
Yeah, I think what she's gone through is pretty normal, and I think a lot of kids, it's you'll be friends with kids all throughout like your youth, elementary school up to high school, but then it's like they go off to college. Like a lot of it's because you kind of, unless you're a kid that moved around a lot, you're in a similar area. So you might have a kid where they go to a different high school than you did. You go to the same middle school, but it's so common to have kids that you're friends with where you knew them throughout middle school and high school, or like elementary school all the way up until high school. Now, I did notice that there are kids where like I'd be friends with them in elementary school and middle school, and then we get into high school and we're still like friends on social media, but then it kind of just naturally dwindled because you're just not really seeing them on a regular basis. And I think that's kind of, people are meant to be living in these small communities where everyone's within walking distance. You know everyone in the town. And I think that that element of, like, even if they move to a different zip code and they're working a different job and people are working their 9 to 5, 40 hours a week, it's kind of hard to, like, acclimate your schedules where you can find enough days throughout the year to meet up with each other. And that is one thing where, like, even relatives, it's like, I guess you're an adult, time moves by faster, but it's just you're friends with them, but you'll only see them like three times a year. Or sometimes you'll see them once every 2 years. I mean,
I'm weird like that. Like, I'm okay with being here once a week, interacting with you guys once a week. I'm not like every other part of the fucking week. I'm not trying to reach out being like, oh, hey, what's up, John? Well, what's going on with your life? Don't fucking care. I mean, catch me up on Saturday when we actually do, interact. It's the same with my family as well. Like, I haven't talked to my mom or my dad in like several months. Like, I might get a text here and there and like even from my parents or my sister. But like, I do not like go out of my way to be like, hey, what's up? At like, I don't know. I'm weird like that.
Now, when I was a kid, the way it worked was that on the weekends, like every weekend, I'd spend the night at another kid's place, or they'd spend the night at my place. But then on the weekdays, it's like so many kids are like overscheduled. It's like if they weren't, and of course, school days were longer compared to when our parents went to school. But they, like, after work, or after school, they a lot of times would have extracurriculars, and then we give kids like 2 hours of fucking homework. And then in high school, like, a lot of kids start working. And then, so pretty much you get home and it's too late to go to any other kid's house. And then there's like no fucking kids outside playing. Like, that was an element of my generation. So 100% of my socialization outside of school during the weekdays was on Skype or Facebook, or like playing like Xbox Live with like my friends from school. And I think that's like pretty generic now. And a lot of like older like Gen X parents, that's something they constantly bitch about. Their kids spend too much time on their phones or social media interacting with other kids. They don't go out and play or shit. And it's like, well, it's kind of hard to go out and play with other kids when there aren't any kids outside playing.
There was a girl I met on Bumble, but I never went anywhere and she moved. And you know what? It's my fault. Because, I complain about not having anyone, but the minute anyone does come to my life and I have a chance, I do nothing with it. She invited me over to her apartment. We ate. I could have talked to her, but every time she texted me...
Oh, see, like, that's kind of something I'll do, where if somebody kind of opens up like an invitation to start a relationship, I don't text them back or whatever, and I don't know what it is, but I just kind of have a difficult time, I guess, reaching out as well and so forth. So
yeah, I would wait like a day to respond, and when we made plans, I would feel awkward about it because all I wanted to do was be back in my apartment. But then I'm in my apartment, I'm alone. So it's like, what the fuck is wrong with me that I complain about this, and then there's like no effort to try to change it.
I think she, like, how old's this video? So I know she's gotten like
2 years.
2 years. So I don't know, maybe she's learned more about it now, but I think she's really upset because she doesn't know how common it is. And I think that maybe we should educate people more about this stuff, because I think if they know how typical it is, they won't feel like, she probably feels like maybe there's something wrong with her or she's an outlier, when she's not really that much of an outlier here.
I mean, ever since I started applying to grad school, I gave up on trying to make friends here. And it's noticeable. My landlord, Elaine, keeps commenting on how all of her past tenants do things on the weekends, basically calling me like a friendless loser, which is true, but like, to hear her just...
Now, I do think that a lot of people, so they say if you're depressed or lonely, you should stay away from social media. I guess certain types of social media, but like Facebook, Instagram, people they only post the highlights. So people like will post things when they go out to eat, or they're at a wedding, or they go on vacation. So a lot of people, they make their life look very extravagant. They make it look like they're living some kind of like Hollywood spectacle. But it's like most people, it's like the Nietzschean sort of like 9-to-5 grind. You wake up, you get ready for the day, you eat, go to work, come home, watch TV, wake up, like eat, go to work, come home, go to bed, and it's just that never-ending cycle. And it's like the overwhelming majority of people. It's like most days they come home and they sit on their ass and sit in front of a computer. I do the same fucking thing. It's like I make sure to exercise every day, but after I finish with my exercise routine, and people probably feel guilty over it, but statistically, before the internet, like in the 90s and shit, the average American spent 5 hours a day watching TV. Now with like video games and internet and everything, social media, like people are full of shit if they say that they don't spend more than like 4 or 5 hours a day in front of a screen or engaged in screen-based activities. And like the thing is, like when people feel guilty over it, it's just, if you're not listening to an audiobook or reading an ebook, you would just be reading a book in standard print. If you're not like watching videos on YouTube, you'd be watching them on your television. If you weren't, I guess, drawing like in like some like sketchbook or whatever, or if you're not using like Photoshop or engaging in certain like I guess software based activities, you'd be like engaged in like sketching in a sketch pad. So I think that things are just amalgamated into this digital media, and it's like if the solitary at home like kind of activities, when people are like feel guilty that they're spending too much time in front of a screen, it's like you pretty much be engaging in all the same activities. You would just be doing it in a different format.
Just say that to me was really hard. And that's why I feel like, I mentioned earlier that I'm about to enter my mid.
What's going on in the chat, Shab?
I'm just telling Odin how tall I am.
You're saying, well, somebody sent this to me in the recommendations, and even if it's an older video, I'm no name. I don't know, it's an interesting topic to cover. So somebody like kind of expressing, venting about this online. I mean, it is a way to kind of address this element of society.
Well, on this chick's video on this topic, I do think this is before like social media became popular. 2 years old. Like,
well, I mean, social media has been popular since I was even like when I was in middle school.
But this type of like, I can't really connect with anyone on or like in person anymore because of social media, because I think this is where it's going.
Yeah, I do think it's been going on throughout the 2010s.
But no, I usually I'm just like, oh, wah, go fuck yourself. But no, I totally get where this chick's is coming from. Fuck, I had everything in my head.
Drunk.
20s, and I feel like I have no experiences or social skills. It's not just that I don't have them, it's that I feel like I'm delayed. By the time I do make friends, it's just...
Now, social skills, I kind of feel that a very decent, like a very large percentage of Americans don't have good social skills. So it's like, what are social skills? Kind of an arbitrary term.
Yeah,
I find that
one social skill she could have that would make me more likely to want to hang out with her is for her to fucking blow her nose instead of sit there and go,
oh my God, Shab.
Oh, I was going a different way.
It's nasty.
You apathetic pig.
It's
Shab.
nasty. Blow your nose, lady.
I was going to say that she might have coke just because of her nose.
Okay,
it's going to be so late for me. Yeah, don't even get into relationships. I mean, that's the same story, but I feel like that's a whole fucking other mess,
Oh, but like regarding social skills, like how many, like when it comes to our overall population, what percent of people do you think kind of fall into the Karen and Kevin category? They fall into the sort of like pretentious hipster category. They fall into the like kind of narcissist, neurotic, cluster B personality type category. I'd say it's a good 1/5, 1/3 of the population. So highly antisocial people are not that rare. And then, like, in the general use of the terms, like, people typically will use, like, colloquially, like, asocial and antisocial interchangeably. But in clinical psychology, asocial is things like introversion, social anxiety. So people who are asocial, they kind of have a difficult time connecting. Antisocial are things like bullying, punching people in the face if they piss you off. I mean, like stealing money from people, like criminal activity. So antisocial personality disorder is used interchangeably with the term like sociopath or sociopathy. And a third of criminals have antisocial personality disorder. So, like when it comes to antisocial people who throw, like, what percentage of people do this? Where you disagree with them, and you disagree with them in a formal manner, no insults, no jabs. You talk in a soft-spoken, collective tone, and you just use pure logic to disagree with them. And it could be something trivial like your thoughts on a movie. And then they sit there with a smarmy tone, smiling, laughing, rolling their eyes. Oh, it's so cute that you think that. And then when you start to argue them into a corner, they throw a big, giant, rageaholic temper tantrum. And there are so many people that do that. What percent of people in society do you think fall within that paradigm of behavior?
I disagree with you, John.
Yeah.
Fucking yes. Dirt's here.
Yeah.
Bro, who do you think you are wearing a fucking red shirt, bro? You think you're the red shirt guy?
Okay, don't derail things, Dirt. Don't derail. I asked a question.
All right.
To this Team Crow, what percent of our society do you think fall into that category?
80%.
Think it's 80?
65%.
I don't care.
You know
Dirt's
what
fucking
I
here.
was describing? Yeah. God, you guys fucking suck.
Lonely people?
What? No! God, Shab wasn't even listening. You're so fucking ADD.
Dirt joined.
Now, let me answer your question, John.
What's that?
What's your question?
It's people, we're talking about like antisocial people, and I explained the difference between antisocial and asocial. And when we're talking about the percent of the population that fall into either or category, I'm talking about the pattern of behavior where somebody, you disagree with them, and even though you're disagreeing with them in a formal tone, they'll laugh, roll their eyes, put on a big shit-eating smirk on their face, act like they don't know how to disagree with people without being rude. But then, when you start to argue them into a corner, they get angry and rage out and start screaming at you. And then you're the arrogant douchebag. What percent of people do you think have that sort of toxic sort of habit?
Well, there's factors at play here, John. Just, percentage of the human population total completely?
No, America. So in
America?
the United States, your prediction.
I'd say it's probably higher than anyone would like to admit, John. Nobody likes to be wrong, John.
I'd say probably 1 in 5, 1 in 3 people between that.
Dirt. You missed some. Whoa, probably you didn't miss. Let me see this. Oh, Odin's in the chat.
Odin, the Allfather himself.
Stop the things. We've gone over it enough. Dirt will see them if they start like.
No, Dirt hasn't had.
Okay,
his,
let's
I'm
continue.
young
Hey.
and I have time, but it's still hard. So gross. I'm sorry. I knew I was
See,
emotional.
there you go, Shab. She's accommodating. You got what you wanted.
She's not even blowing her nose. See,
Hey,
she
Chad,
just
like,
sucked it all up. She's like, here, I'll clean a little bit of it at the end and
shut the
stored
fuck
it back
Chad.
up.
She's all upset, and you're the kind of person where it's like you're just gonna. You're one of the assholes, like in the comments. It's like, blow your fucking nose.
Dude, I would seriously hang out with her up until that point, and then I'd be like, hey, I think I gotta go. I got an appointment or something I forgot about. You know, that like by the 5th or 10th time she was snorts that crap back up in her fucking head.
Okay, shut the fuck up.
I just don't know what's wrong with me. That I can't make it work. That I'm just lazy when it comes to making friends. I just want it to be easy, you know? When you just find that person that you're with all the time, and again, I'm not.
She does look really young for her age, so do you think maybe that's one of the reasons why she might not fit in? She probably gets bullied by other girls over that, or other women.
She's probably like 22, like in the first year of college, and she's not part of sorority or anything like that.
Oh, like, so you're trying to downplay it? Oh, she's just being a drama queen?
No, I totally agree with, like, I know how she feels. I empathize.
I'm not talking romantically.
Yeah, isn't that right, Bill Hicks? Who needs friends when you got an awesome podcast to watch once a week, and then we do a few video games and movie commentaries throughout the week? Yeah, who needs friends when you got the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast?
And
Trubisky's Fortnite streams.
And it's been hard, especially with mom and dad, because before I would just talk to them because I had no one else. But now with all the divorce stuff, there's stuff I can't talk to them about, and I know it, and Travis and Kyle are too emotional, and I can't talk to anyone.
Now, somebody mentioned community college. I don't know. Like, a lot of people get apartments when they're in college because they're cheaper than dorms. And, like, talking about people being crammed into, like, small spaces and stuff with a bunch of other people, I'd rather... I don't know, live in like you could get your own apartment for the same cost of a dorm with a roommate. And then a lot of colleges, it's just the bathroom is shared between 2 different dorms.
And most colleges, you have your freshman year, you have to live on campus.
I never heard of that.
Unless you have your own place. Did you have your own place before you started, or?
Yeah, I lived with 3 roommates. So 2 of them were brothers, and we all split a 2-bedroom apartment.
I just look at myself and I don't know. I'm wasting all these days. I just feel so lonely. I'm just so lonely all the time. And then I'm also terrified of it, and I also want to be alone. Like, maybe I'm just meant to be alone. Maybe some people are meant to just be alone.
Now, I'm going to give some constructive criticism here. Now, one thing, like when it comes to social skills, oversharing. I think some people... I don't think if somebody's in this situation, the right thing to do is be a troll and be like, oh, fuck you. Like, I think those people are a piece of shit. And I know I got all my psychology statistics and sociology statistics because I'm a geek, but it's like 1 in 10 people are sadists. And remember when we did the stream on trolls and the mentality of trolls and stuff, and the dark tetrad and like sadism, and there's all this research that shows that 1 in 10 people are sadists. They get off on other people, like other people's misery, and that's like the psychology. And there's people where that's their hobby. It's just going on the internet, making troll accounts, and it's just imagine that some people, it's like their hobby is painting, their hobby is playing video games or streaming. Their hobby is just making a bunch of troll accounts to just bully and fuck with people on the internet. And like I think I don't know, the internet's probably not the best place to share these grievances. But I do think that even though and there's the mental gymnastics. People who might be trolls who would bully somebody like this, their self-justification is, well, it's her fault for putting it on the internet and stuff. It's stupid for her to do that. So it's okay to be a giant, like, kick somebody when they're down. And
I don't buy it, John. I don't buy it.
Odin's hobby is fighting. God, you're such a badass, Odin.
It's that
such a productive member of society.
She's hitting that 15-minute ad revenue mark, John. She's farming.
This is from like 2 years ago.
I don't think she's fucking farming.
Yeah. That was probably a thing. Like, I remember YouTube, they only allowed 10 minutes for a certain amount of time, and then it went up to like 15 minutes. So if this was like several years ago, I'd agree with that, but this is like 2 years ago.
And I just feel like I'm expected to have people. Like, when I picture my future, I see what I want. But when I think what's actually going to happen, I see myself being that woman in her 40s who never found anybody. So I don't know, like, I adopt a kid or like get like IVF or something. Like, I don't.
What's IDF?
The Israel Defense
No,
Force.
no, I think she's talking about a different IDF. The IDF's going to come after her.
Nothing wrong with that, but like, I don't see myself meeting anyone and having the kids and friends. I'd like.
Now, I'm guessing she's younger than 25. And what age does the brain fully develop?
Like I said, she's probably 22.
Is it sooner in women, John, or is that an urban legend?
What's that?
Does the female brain develop fully sooner, or is that an urban legend, John?
No, it's the same with everyone. Like, men and women, they're like males, females, their brains develop differently. So I think that when they're really young. So I think like girls are a lot like much more ahead of boys when they're in like elementary school and middle school. I think what happens is once puberty happens, boys start to kind of surpass them when it comes to maturity, and then it levels out in like the early 20s. So definitely there are ages that favor there's age ranges that favor boys, there's age ranges that favor like girls, and I do think, like, from what I hear from parents, they talk about how when you raise daughters, they're at their worst when they're in their teens. When you raise boys, they're at their worst when they're like younger in elementary school.
Those things I don't
Because
think
they
I'm gonna
don't have
get
any
it.
socks anymore because they're stuck to the wall.
Okay,
No,
Crow,
I was
stop.
definitely a little shit.
Okay, we got a
what
inappropriate joke jar for Crow.
Yep. Put your dollar in the coin
If
jar.
Travis and
Crow.
Kyle will,
yeah.
I know they will. And I'll be the older sister who's getting constantly lapped in life by your younger sibling.
Well, I mean, okay, so Remy says, I'm so fucked up for this, but I feel like it's her nose.
Yeah.
Now, no, I don't think he's bullying there, but it's just, that's the thing. I think that most people aren't models. A lot of people might have certain asymmetries and stuff. And we mentioned with that one kid who killed himself in one of the previous stories, it was his teeth. And I mean, some kids, when they get older, it's like it becomes less notable, but some kids have really noticeable teeth. And it's just, they shouldn't be treated poorly. And when it comes to appearance shaming, I mean, when people have like atypical features, you might say they're ugly. They look older, younger than their, like, I guess, natural age is. Isn't that just as bad as racism? Like, if you're treating somebody poorly based on the color of their skin, wouldn't treating somebody poorly because they're too short, too tall, their ears are too large, or whatever? I mean, their forehead's too big, chin's too small. Like, isn't that just as bad as being a racist? And this is where, when I talk about bigotry, it is where, like, I mentioned 4 in 5 Americans fail at test and measure critical thinking. I think that's a good example of poor critical thinking. When people are like, yeah, racism's evil and terrible, but then it wasn't until the LGBT movement where people even cared about homophobia. And I think a lot of people, you could see it with appearance shaming. If you bring that up with a lot of people, like, hey, it's kind of just as bad as racism. It's just as bad as sexism. And people are like, no, it's not. I'm taught that racism is the worst thing imaginable. So if somebody says something racist, it's like, you got to get them. But then they'll turn around and bully somebody because they have a big nose. I mean, am I wrong?
Netanyahu doesn't have a big nose. Actually, yeah, he does.
Okay.
So look, sorry to hit you with that recap, but that reminds me, John, I missed that really important bit. What about Netanyahu with a warrant? Oh, who, what, where?
Yeah, we went over that for like 2 hours.
Yeah, John, just tell me what, like, from who? Served from who?
It's the ICC International something coalition. So, there's lots of like you see that all the time with heads of state. Like,
yeah, hasn't Putin had a warrant out? Like,
yeah, it's kind of like in, I guess, principle only. It's like making a statement, but you know they're not going to get charged for it.
How you going to catch Netanyahu?
I'm so happy for them, and I'm not resentful. I'm happy. They deserve to be happy, but you're supposed to look up to your older sibling, and I genuinely don't know what they have to look up to me for. They made more friends, they had more relationships. Travis is already in a better higher paying job.
They make more friends and stuff. They probably don't have as many friends as she thinks. Like that's I've discussed that before. It's like most people make their social media look like it's them living a Hollywood spectacle, and most people like only have at most like 6 good friends. It's
General
just
Nutsack.
people. What's that?
General Nutsack is trying to slide in. He'll be your friend. He wants your socials.
You want my social front and back, my
No,
credit card,
your social media.
No,
Oh,
and
okay.
address.
Yeah.
They've traveled more. They've done more. They've experienced more. What do they have to look up to me for?
I got rid of my Facebook once I started streaming. It's like, yep, this needs to go. I don't want people to find me. And I have people outside of YouTube that I know in real life that have found my fucking channel. But I don't even have my fucking social media.
That's crazy.
No, I'm just hating myself. It looks so fucking depressing. I feel like stuff has to change, but I don't know. Once I move back to Hampton, how to change it. How do we make friends? I don't know how to make friends, and I'm scared. I just want to...
You read How to Make Friends and Influence People. That's a good way to do it. That's a good book. If you want to find out how people work, it's a good Machiavellian sort of tutorial.
You think you could be this girl's friend, John?
To run into somebody I hate.
I think it would be kind of weird reaching out to... Hey, we watched your video.
Do you need a friend?
I don't know. Like, if I was in... Like,
I imagine there's probably so many people that saw this and was like, hey, girl.
Yeah, I mean... if I had a job and I had a coworker who was like this and they, like, cried their heart out to me, I'd be like, I probably, like, want to hang out with them outside of work. I feel bad.
It's so awkward, and you put all this into a conversation, but when you meet somebody, like I feel like I need to meet people. I need to meet people, but I don't know how, and I don't think it's possible to just run into people.
It kind of reminds me, like, what you said there kind of reminds me of this. I remember, it's kind of a charming story. When I was in high school, there's this one, like, IT class I was in, and there's this one kid who clearly was really depressed, and he was really, really small for his age. Probably one of the smallest kids in school. And then there's this, like, gay kid or whatever. But I remember he would talk about how he doesn't go out at all, and he, like, never leaves his home. And the one kid was like, here, like, you need to give me your, like, Facebook and stuff. Like, we need to, like, they were talking about, like, we need to get you out and so forth. And it's like, yeah, not every kid's an asshole. There are definitely some saints out there.
You know, like I did all through high school. I think I'm a good person. I think I have a lot to offer. I don't know how to make myself try. I don't know how to make myself more invested. And when someone texts back immediately and just be excited about plans at their last minute and did not to say.
Yeah, and I mean, there are people that are like, so Charles says that he met a chick who had facial hair and he started like bullying her, then he felt bad. I think that a lot of kids, so your brain's still developing, it's impulse control. People get that little dopamine high from being able to put somebody else down. And I think that there are people out there that do it, and then they just decide to engage in mental gymnastics, and they learn to compartmentalize things. They learn to be like, yeah, I don't need to feel bad because it's their fault. But then there's people that do it, they feel like shit, and then they stop doing it, and then they feel bad about it, and they actually want to make amends with the other kid. So I think that's how you know you're not a fucking asshole. I think everyone's been a bully as a kid. Everyone's been an asshole. Where they're like, they give into like temptation and they don't control their own impulses. But then there's the kids that feel like shit afterwards, and they're the kids that just engage in mental gymnastics and continue to do it.
Go ahead.
No, you first, Craig. You haven't spoke up for a while.
Oh, Odin wants to meet.
We already told Odin where to meet. Fuck. Does he not fucking know?
Me and Boro, Alaska. Meet us there. It's the
Yeah.
northernmost settlement in America.
Yeah, we'll fucking meet up when the 30 days a night and shit, and you pretend you're a vampire, and we all have fucking guns.
Yeah, we can meet up in Fortnite.
Fortnite.
Fuck Vegas.
I mean, like Odin, you're talking about fighting.
Tennessee.
You're talking about fighting, and is that not like a stereotype of somebody who's just low class and kind of ghetto? It's just you're in a dispute with somebody, and we've been calling you out on not really being that sophisticated. And it's like, are you proving our point? Where it's like, yeah, that's how you prove you're the superior specimen. You beat the shit out of somebody. It's like, could you beat a grizzly bear in a fight? So, I mean, according to you, you should be worshiping like apex predators. You should be worshiping hyenas and everything. Yeah, and then it's just like, again, look at the greatest innovators and academics on the planet. And
No, I believe Odin's. I believe him. He said, "I'm ghetto. Come Tennessee." I believe you, bro. You ain't got nothing to prove, man.
dude, Bill Hicks is in Tennessee, I think.
Don't throw him under the bus. How you gonna throw Bill Hicks' name in the ring? He didn't do nothing.
I think it's Kentucky. Am I right? I keep
Kentucky, Illinois. Wait, is it Alabama?
No, Bill Hicks is in Kentucky because I think
in the ghetto.
Bill Hicks, let me know.
You Kentucky Fried motherfucker.
Yeah, I was right. I remembered. See, I pay attention.
I think this is why they made me drink a lot on the weekends. Because I'm not drinking today. I had a Coke, but I went to get a pizza.
Damn, so she's drunk. Hold up.
I don't know.
She is having a drunk rant to herself, crying about how she's drinking alone, and she uploads it. That's kind of sad. I mean, look, I don't hate this girl.
Well, I'm not.
But
I feel that I haven't been a bully at all, and I feel that I've had a lot of constructive things to say. Maybe I'm wrong, chat. What do you think? I think Shab has been kind of a dick. But
hey, I don't judge her.
Yeah.
I don't know what Shab said, but I believe you.
I just don't want to listen to her go every 5 minutes.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Well, if you don't like her doing it, it's kind of like you're doing a much more gross and exaggerated depiction of what she's doing, and you've done it a million times.
Now you know how I feel.
Okay, well then stop doing it. We don't need more of it.
Her nose supports
People keep
Israel.
saying it'll happen.
Oh my god.
You know what I was...
And I mean, okay, Bad Crow.
That's another $1 in the jar, Crow.
No, another $10. Tip. Okay, Crow, need a tip. You haven't tipped in a while. You need to tip us.
Every time, as the jokes get progressively more offensive, the tips get larger, Crow. Your debt is running high.
Oh. If makes you feel better, sure, Tennessee.
What?
You're really good at typing. Your grammar is just amazing. Impeccable.
Yeah.
I already told you he's
apex levels of literacy, Odin.
We're drunk people, though. We're the drunk people, and we can't fucking type, right?
He's probably drunk too.
Are you drunk, Odin? Are you drinking?
I think she's drunk on candy.
College, really?
I still think it's the girl from the video.
What's that?
Yeah. I'm still thinking it's the girl from the video. I don't think it's a man at all.
Okay, Shab, shut the fuck up. What's that dirt?
Hey, man, you're good. Just to redirect it back to this, and you're right, John. You know, you have been pretty constructive in your commentary for this lady here today, or young lady. But was it General Nutsacks in the chat posed a theory? Would you say, John, it's fair to call this person a female incel?
Well, she doesn't have that. Typically, like, incels have this attitude of, like, yeah, women, like, all women suck. I'm such
You're right. Yeah,
people don't like nice guys. People don't like people exceptional. That's why they don't want anything. They have that sexist, like, kind of vulnerable narcissism. It's like, it's because of how much of a connoisseur I am. I'm a man going my own way. And there's femcells. I know and apparently femcells and incels really hate each other. I don't think she's an incel. She seems to blame herself a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say it seems like her hatred is directed inward, which she doesn't deserve that. This poor girl.
Nah.
Yeah, and it seems like, she doesn't have this attitude of like men suck. And she's talking about personal relationships. She's not even talking about dating. I mean, I think she's mentioned a little bit, but that doesn't seem to be her gripe of like men don't like good people like me.
Probably around the time. It was a ways back in the chat that General Nutsack, the general himself, brought that up. But I just thought it was a question to pose, John, because I don't know if this was a dude here doing the same shit, would we be sitting here calling him an incel, John? I don't know.
Well, regarding this woman, I think her, like I said, she's college age, right? I think she's more focused on like her classes and everything. She doesn't have much of a social life, and what she does have time for, socializing, she doesn't really, actually socialize.
She has a difficult time committing or putting herself out there, so she has issues with social anxiety.
And so all this crying and should she have made a 15-minute fucking video of this? No.
She's having a drunk cry. Everybody has a drunk cry, but not everyone records them. Even a smaller percentage of those uploads it.
I always have a drunk cry.
You upload it?
Fucking Pornhub. Drunk cry. what do you think I use for lube?
Oh.
Tears.
Place. And there's something to be mad at by myself. I can't be mad at other people. I can't be mad at the world. I'm mad at myself. Because I don't try.
Charles says she just needs to meet a black guy or Indian. I mean, I don't know. There's some deeper context there, but that is something, like I said, online dating where people tend to be happier overall compared to people that meet offline. So there are studies that show that. There are a lot of stories where like you'll see people from two different countries that meet each other. It's like I knew a woman who she moved to Canada and she's like married a dude from Japan. They met each other on the internet. So sometimes like a lot of countries have their own kind of obstacles based on their kind of like social kind of infrastructure, and I think that, or social climate, and sometimes that does happen where you have people from Japan, like what is it, the hikikomori? They have a difficult time finding people to kind of have some kind of level of engagement with, and sometimes they go online and meet somebody from like, I don't know, like Estonia, and like people seem to be like I've said, it's becoming more and more common for people to have more, they socialize more online as opposed to offline. So, and I do think globalism, the internet, is kind of like with younger generations, bringing the world together, where it's very common for people from across the globe to hang out, talk to each other. So, if you meet somebody from a different country, different culture, I think that's definitely an option.
Off topic, June. You said Japanese, and who's that hot dog eater?
Okay.
Wait, I said hot. I said
it's like I'm just
I
terrified.
said no. I said off topic.
That I'll fuck it up. That I don't do anything at all. And then, of course, if you don't do anything at all, then it happens. So it's like trying to avoid that fear. I'm just ensuring that the fear will happen. I mean, when I go back to Hampton, I really gotta step it up. I gotta join.
I want Charles to go into more detail. I don't know what he's trying to imply there with like the racial element.
How old is this video, John?
It's 2 years.
2 years old.
I think we told you that.
Oh, well, we should check in and see if she's doing better.
Okay, maybe.
All those student organizations at Simmons. I gotta get a job and talk to the people.
I think Taylor sent me this video.
Be on Bumble BFF. I gotta
She's an ISIS
groups.
prisoner.
Oh my god.
I have to try. And I feel like that's really going to be the test. I think the past couple of years have been hard, but I think that if I don't fix it in the next year when I'm back in Hampton, I think that's just going to be who I am, because I don't know. I just feel like I said before, 20 to 23, early 20s, 24 to 26, or mid 20s, 27 to 29, or late 20s. I'm about to enter my mid 20s without ever having a solid friend. And that needs to fucking change.
Now, I do think that is sort of a... We talked about midlife crises. I do think something that's kind of common is like that early life crisis when you're out of like elementary school or not elementary, you're out of high school, you're entering college, whether you go to college or not, it's like that's where you're branching into adulthood. And there's this toxic element of American culture of like, you can be whatever you want to be. And I found that it's just narcissism's on the rise in America. Empathy's kind of on the decline. And with social media, like they say, if you have depression or if you have like loneliness, you shouldn't go on like sites like Facebook or Instagram because people make their lives look like they're living some kind of Hollywood kind of spectacle. So like she probably, I think she's overestimating just how lavish like her contemporaries or like coworkers, neighbors, like how lavish their lifestyle is. And like most people fucking lie about like how well they're doing and shit like that. So I mean, most people, like, we're all gonna die eventually. Most people aren't gonna be nominated or win a Nobel Peace Prize. Like,
wow, John, I feel so much better.
Well, what do you mean? You shouldn't. Look, it's not healthy to compare yourself to other people. That's the thing.
We're all gonna fucking die, so nothing matters.
The science shows live life in the moment. People that live in the past or live in the future. And she's talking about how am I going to be in my mid-20s? And again, lots of people fall into this trap. She doesn't know. But that is something where, like, you gotta live in the moment, focus on you, and it's not healthy to compare yourself to others.
Live life, love. She's not one of the like basic white women. She's like, okay, I know what the fuck's going on.
Really? Well, I'm gonna have to get on you over this shit.
Over what? Over what?
Continue.
Either that needs to change, or I need to just be okay with it.
We don't do
I
that
either need
here.
to start making friends, or
That's
just
where we
accept the fact
cross
that
the line.
It's not bad. We're covering a story where somebody's crying about having no friends, and I'm trying to stay away from like, let's make jokes about their race or shit like this. It's just like when I'm trying to go into the elements of lonely.
I totally empathize with her. I've been there before.
I mean, we're joking about, like, I made a comment about, like, I don't know, like, different rates that boys and girls develop, and you made a joke about throwing socks at the wall. I mean, I think maybe your cadence when it comes to, maybe you need to work on it a little bit.
Well, socks on the wall. What do you think you're talking about?
Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up again.
Yeah, to redirect it back to this, Crow was just making an observation that despite this woman's shortcomings and her opinions on herself, she's not as boring as to have a sign in the background that says live, laugh, love.
Yeah. And Remy, I think I do kind of agree with what you're saying with social media. And I think it depends on the type of social media, like Skype, where it's just calling up a friend and stuff. Discord, where it's just I don't know, it's not like I guess you could use your server for shit like that, like posting your life, that kind of life sort of blogging advertisement thing. But I think the big thing is sites like Facebook and like Instagram, where it's like that kind of like daily sort of like, what do you think's they're kind of like everyone has their own blog. You're constantly sharing your life with other people. And I think that the kind of people that are on it all the time, there are people that spend their entire time building up this superficial sort of profile on Facebook. And people typically only post the highlights. And if somebody is introverted, introverts don't post a lot on those kind of social media sites. And you're not going to notice them because they're not posting anything. You only notice the people that are actually posting stuff, and the people that do usually are just posting the highlights. And there's nothing wrong with being introverted. There's nothing wrong with not going out to parties all the time. So it's just when some extrovert is posting, and that doesn't make them evil or whatever, but sometimes it's not narcissism. Sometimes just the fact that they might go out a little bit more often than an introvert. So maybe a few times a year they have a party that they can post, some football party, and people see that and they think that, again, they're probably out partying and socializing way more often than they actually are. where whether you're extroverted or introverted, I think the overwhelming majority of Americans, they come home from work and they spend most days outside of work in front of a screen. And that's just the reality.
Like the cool aunt, the way Janie is to Ellen and all, and, Kelly and Ryan and Connor, that I'll just be the cool aunt for Travis and Kyle. Like I either have to change my habits or just accept the habits I already have. And I think I'm gonna give it another year of the first option, and then after that, we'll talk about acceptance. In the meantime, I'm just gonna sit here the rest of the night, watch some reaction videos on Patreon, or do more of my Wikipedia rabbit hole research. That is for nothing more than my own boredom and curiosity. And then I'll get up tomorrow. Continue to pack up my apartment.
She's talking about, I guess she's talking about the Nietzschean grind.
But maybe.
And all seriousness, I do think another thing, if people are dealing with this stuff, read about existentialism and nihilism. I mean, sometimes that is good medicine. To be like, you know what? It's just, we're all just a collection of atoms, like just in some equilibrium state in this universe. I mean, eventually our star's going to go supernova and engulf our planet, and eventually all life's going to die out. It's, you only have so much time, so might as well live in the moment and enjoy it. And, I'd say it's, after reading Nietzsche, or before Nietzsche, Albert Camus, Absurdism, the branch of existentialism, of living life in the moment. I'd say Albert Camus is probably your medicine to feeling worthless and feeling like...
Albert, Gene. It's Albert Camus.
Sorry.
No, I think this girl's living in the moment. I think she did well for herself off her drunk cry. How many views did this get, John?
2 point something million views.
Should only got 2.
2 views.
And you guys are being assholes talking about her nose, but I pressed Control F and typed in nose, and I didn't find any comments. So that makes me hopeful when there's millions of people commenting, and you don't see trolls like running their mouth and being like assholes like that.
Actually, I'm very shocked. I guess.
Plot twist. This girl is dating. No. Origin is a perfect example of somebody who nobody likes because he is an antisocial piece of shit. And it's case by case basis. Some people might just have like very benign sort of idiosyncrasies that like a lot of people just are gonna be bigots because certain people are very judgmental. But then there's people that have a lot of very, very glaring character flaws, like Origin. If you're watching this, Origin, go fuck yourself.
He's the most looks like Garfield among others, I guess.
Gene, I just want to say that I've seen some people in Discord and in the chat have negative views on life and the purpose of their life, and I just want to say that pretty much there is no purpose in life. Your purpose in life is to find your own purpose. So I don't know if that's just me being drunk or...
Yeah, well, wait. Nicholas says, were all the comments loaded up? No, but I'm sure you're going to find troll comments and shit amongst the plethora of comments, but it's comforting that the fact that there's so many comments that, like, the first, like, 2, 3, 4 loaded pages, like, they're buried, so it's comforting enough that it's not... You would think that it would be much more, I guess, apparent.
Defeated 100 other cats to win the ultimate Garfield lookalike competition by the Malaysia Cat Club on Saturday. The 3-year-old Hara walked away with a grand prize of 500 ringgit with cat food supply and supplements. Its owner, Adam Zailani, said his furry friend actually did resemble the famous comic character when he first took him in.
Actually, it's very funny because...
You know why tabby cats are usually overweight?
Lasagna.
Like the Garfield stereotype. Apparently, they don't feel full. Genetically, they have something where they just never feel full and they always beg for fucking food. And I mean, like, tabby cat, like, I've, like, house sit for, like, some of my neighbors and stuff, and their tabby cats will, like, guide you to the food after you, like, fed it. It's like, you're not hungry, you piece of shit. Don't fucking meow to me.
Because like when we first adopted Hara just looked like any other cats, you know. But I didn't realize that he actually very unique face, despite not having any breed, because he's actually just stray cats. Most of the cat competitions are between expensive breeds type of cats, which is most often cat owners skills not included. But this time around, I just feel like this is a very good opportunity for Hara, which is just a stray cats, to join this kind of competition.
The participants said the cat competition was not just about winning a title, but a unique celebration of diversity within the feline world.
I have a joke about the losers, but I'm not gonna say it.
That's the cure. And you know what? Here's my cure to like defeatism. Like going back to the previous video. When I got out of high school, so I had a pretty fucked up childhood. I started to really dig into thoughts inherent with humankind. And my medicine was just looking into, you know what? How fucked up the world is, and delving into like all of these scenarios of, I don't know, kids having their legs blown up in some kind of war-torn country, and then stories of them kind of like great suffering, but then they overcome the level of adversity that they've gone through. And it makes me think that, you know what, like you read The Diary of Anne Frank or like Glass Castle, I am. You start to realize that, you know what, got food, I got clean drinking water, got high-speed internet, kind of have a much better life than people who are most of the fucking planet. If you got food, clean drinking water, flushable plumbing, high-speed internet, Xbox, you're in the 1%. Enjoy life. You're gonna die. Have fun with the luxuries you have. That's my advice.
Yeah.
And that's how I got through my early life crisis, like a lot of millennials.
I think we should call it a stream, Gene.
What?
About 7 hours of PPP, John.
7 hours to P. So how did people like the stream? Was it a good stream?
You're an overachiever.
An overachiever. Okay, so
Yeah, you talked a lot.
Yeah.
They wanted more Drunken Crow, less Jane. That's what they demand.
I'm trying to give people the solution to wanting to unalive yourself in your early 20s. So
And
solution.
Drunken Crow's trying to make white women jokes. Just shut up, okay?
So when are you guys going to Tennessee?
We've got well, not Tennessee. We need to do a Kentucky meetup where we go to like Bill Hicks' hometown.
Yeah, Charles subscribed. He likes us.
Oh, fuck. No.
Nothing worth going to Tennessee for.
We don't need to go there. Bill Hicks will fucking take care of himself. We don't need to do anything.
Well, we are doing a meetup. I don't know if we'll see our buddy like Oda in the future. We do have a lot of. I noticed in the last like few months we've accumulated a lot of like hate fans that come in and stuff. Like
I like it.
People that well, no, like people that come in and they get into like fights with us, but then they continue to come on our streams and they tend to have friendlier relationships. So that's kind of fun. Something new.
Yeah, you'll get over it sometime, Odin. We'll be here.
Yeah, but I don't know, Odin, if you're still in your pissed off state and want to fight us, I don't know if we're comfortable having you at the meetup, because we're betas, we're beta boys. We don't do goods in the violent fights.
Also, your kid's fat.
No, Crow, bad.
Oh, what the fuck?
Jesus.
Okay. So is this the end of the world as we know it?
Well, like, subscribe. We stream every week. We have a patron streams tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday, Dirt and I, once a week, do movie commentary streams. Dirt's pick or whatever this week. And we are doing a meetup in like what, maybe I shouldn't tell people. But
yeah, soon, eventually.
Soon. We're doing a meetup soon, and like if you'd like to be part of the meetup,
join the Discord, elaborate further.
In voice chat, we're not going to share shit publicly, but we'll see you all in the near future.
Ladies,
live long and